Hello, everybody. Welcome here. We are back in the cafeteria, ready to serve up some new dishes thanks to our meal plan. I'm your host, Beanies, joined alongside my buddy and partner, Booney, and we're going to be showing you quite a few series of Overwatch games that look to be promising, to say the least, in light of what we saw yesterday.
I mean, yeah, both these teams coming in really strong after their performances yesterday. Pizza Pirates coming in almost the unspoken favorites of this tournament, cleaning up Nevada in a really close series. So I think that Rutgers has actually a really good chance of causing the quote unquote upset. But I think if Rutgers manages to pull through, I don't think it's gonna be an upset by anybody. Both these teams look really strong.
Yeah, so those of you who don't know, University of Minnesota did come out against Nevada yesterday, as well as Rutgers coming out on top against University of Delaware. That is going to be the first matchup we'll be seeing today. And then later on in the evening, we'll be catching up with University of Waterloo taking on the University of Pittsburgh, who, after getting the chance to commentate one of Waterloo's matches yesterday, they look like a very scary team.
Waterloo looks to be the team that could be the one to upset either Rutgers or the Pizza Pirates. Waterloo has dominated almost the entire tournament. Like we haven't seen any signs of weakness, any cracks in their armor. And Pitt, I mean, I think Pitt's kind of like the Cinderella story almost of this Final Four. They're not really a team I'd expect to come this far, but they put some really strong performances. So really looking forward to see how they pull it out against Waterloo. But again, I think Waterloo should be the favorite there.
Yeah, so we'll be getting to that match later on tonight, but focusing up again here on the University of Minnesota taking on Rutgers. We're going to be taking a look at the starting rosters we have here today.
Collins, but Corey's kind of just a solid player who just kind of sits in the back and does his job. But I think if we look at Pizza Pirates, the man I won't look out for today is Khan. Khan is just kind of just this. He doesn't say much in comms, but he just pops off on whatever off tank he decides to pull out, whether it be the Roadhog, his signature hero, or the Diva or the Sigma to go along with Legolas's amazing Orisa play. And then again, we have Bonesy, who almost is kind of the carry of this team. If he's popping off, we can expect Pizza Pirates to do really well today. What can we expect to see from Rutgers, though, Beanie?
Yeah, coming from Rutgers, I think we can keep our eyes peeled for the main tank, Kyrie 13. He was a part of the roster last year when the team placed top 8 in TESPA. Wasn't a part of it this year until the later part of the season, and now that he's joined the roster, they look a lot stronger with him holding down the fort with main tank. As well, I want to keep our eyes peeled on the DPS players of King and Wiz. Both of them are very prone to popping off and having their high risk, high reward plays come out in their favor, but with that play style, high risk also, or high reward also comes high risk, and that may be the downfall of the Scarlet Knights. So we'll have to see if their aggressiveness will pay dividends for them going forward. And it looks like the first map we're going to be getting into here, buddy, is Busan, and we're getting the R's from both Rutgers and UMN, and I think we're going to be going into game right now.
Yeah, we'll be heading into the game here shortly. Just get the production hours, so we're all good to go. I just want to say that I casted Scarlet Nets game yesterday, and what really stood out to me was the support line. Insane and Necrosis did amazing work on the Ana and the Baptiste, respectively. Huge windows coming from Necrosis, and amazing antis from Insane, or you could say Insane Nades, absolutely popping off in the back.
Witty. Witty. That was a good
Yeah,
one.
I'm here to wake the chat up a little bit. Get your mind racing a little bit before we get the pizza doled out.
But yeah, Insane's actually been a 4-year player on the Overwatch team. He joined it back in 2017 as a freshman, and now as a senior, he's getting an opportunity to have one last hurrah. And he's been a main support off now flex support for the Rutgers team for a long time. So giving him an opportunity to really flex his muscles here against UMN may pay dividends for the Scarlet Knights. But as you mentioned earlier, have to keep our eyes peeled on the silent but deadly Khan coming in from the side of Legolas right in his back pocket, but I feel like that's the archetype of off tanks most often. You know, they're the silent ones next to the vocal IGL main tanks. They just, they may say like flying or DM low or, those comms, but other than that, they're going to be sitting there and getting the frag.
Or they could be saying like a hook and 3. They get some pretty solid comms in there. But yeah, it's mostly the main tank's job to hit those comms. I mean, I just see both sides looking to be pretty standard, but we do have the difference between the Orisa and the Diva on both sides. So we'll see how that plays out.
And we also should point out the the support lineups. Look at the difference there with Gugu and Corey running Lucio Ana, and then we have the Brig and the Baptiste coming in from the Scarlet Knights. So what do these two support lineups really offer in their strengths and weaknesses?
Well, the Lucio allows for to be way more aggressive here as they're going and pushing right into Rutgers. It looks like that's what the Lucio does for you. It allows you to push in and get super aggressive with the back. There's a lot more healing. However, we do have Kyrie losing the early. Oh,
nice little one tap there by Trick, taking down Wiz, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back here. But Kyrie, with his back against the wall, pushes Legolas's back into a wall a little bit harder, and that's going to even out the fight. But Trick plays yet again, finding that pick here for UMN, creating that opening that they needed. Both DPS of the Scarlet Knights have fallen so far, and now the rest of the squad is left here trying to survive, but it doesn't look very promising. They're just waiting to be collected as ultimate charge.
Yeah, the DPS duo of Bonesy and Trick Plays rearing its ugly head real early for Pizza Pirates. Here's some amazing walls coming from Bonesy along with the nice headshots from Trick Plays. Really clean up this fight. We got Khan taking out insane, but I think when we saw the Kyrie lose his shield early, that was an easy headshot for Trick Plays. Then we saw Legolas get walled off by King, so a nasty little boot from Goku.
And the worst part was the boop came and then the ice block came, so he turned into the ice block and it was just a little extra weight sending him down off the cliff a little bit faster. But ultimately, UMN going to end up backing away from spawn. They touched the door and had their fun, but at 40%, they are using their high noon, and they are going to be sitting very pretty. Look at that ultimate economy here as Trick Plays does pick up a kill to start off the fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, the ultimate cover looks really good for Pizza Pirates heading in here, almost having a 6-pack on deck. And Trick Plays with a little bit of cleanup on the janitor. It's sweeping time. But then we saw Necrosis with the window. However, Goku already built the beat in that time. A much better support ultimate. So Pizza Pirates are showing up a dominance super early here with that ultimate bank. And looking really clean here going to the next fight.
Yeah, and looking on the side of the Scarlet Knights, they do have Baptiste ultimate coming up as well as a Shatter, but outside of that, it looks strongly in the favor of UMN. So with the 5 ultimates they have in their back pocket, it's going to be University of Minnesota's fight to lose, and it doesn't look like they're going to be losing anytime soon as another opening pick comes in from University of Minnesota. My gosh, these guys just continuously create opportunities where they don't have to fight evenly. They start the fights at a 6v5, and look, Kyrie picks up a kill again, but it doesn't matter because that advantage was created early on, and Minnesota just runs away with it.
Yeah, Minnesota just engaging, using their ults first, pretty much is how they won that fight. Using the Blizzard inside the small room is just a quick way to clean it up, but yeah, a really dominant performance from I said look out for Khan, but apparently Trick Plays and Bonesy not looking to be upstained by their off tank.
Well, it's still early. Khan could be playing for, late series, could be holding out for the big plays later on. That's when they have the real impact, not in game 1, in game 4, or game 5, or, if they're up 2-0 at game 3.
Yeah, but as we see her moving into downtown, I would expect to see probably some swatches, maybe Trick Plays, or a Wiz go over that Widowmaker, a little more of a long-range hit scan, to take advantage of it here, or maybe some dive, but it looks like both teams are going to stay pretty standard, actually. Let's just see like last-second swaps.
Yeah, we do see a Moira on the side of the Scarlet Knights. Gonna have to see if that's a pick that stays with them, or just hovering it for the time being. But as we see the gates open up, that is going to be Lucio Moira coming out as the support line for the Scarlet Knights, and a similar composition here for University of Minnesota. Hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right?
I would say definitely look out for Corey on this map because you're going up against the Moira healing with the anti-nade and no Diva to eat his nade. So if he gets a nice one in here, it could spell danger for Scarlet Knights really early.
Yeah, not having that Diva could be deadly. You have to get value out of that double shield. But Kyrie, one of those barriers is going to be separated from the rest of his team. A very nice wall coming out there by Bonesy. Unfortunately, though, for University of Minnesota, it's going to be Wiz evening out the fight. So 1 kill apiece coming in. But positioning-wise and momentum-wise, this is all in the favor of University of Minnesota.
Solid fair review of men there, and as you saw, the anti-nade come in from Corey onto Parzival, so the Risa could not get healed up by Insane's Moira, but does have the Colossus very early, could win this fight.
Yeah, we see a Nano Boost go down, trying to keep Legolas alive just for a little bit longer. A High Noon going to be used as well just to break a barrier, but nobody has fallen just yet. Minnesota doing a fantastic job at minimizing their losses, and now with the Blizzard being thrown down, that's going to be a fight win, it looks like, here for Minnesota, as they kited so well, but with a little bit of a... Oh, no, there we go. We have the Shatter coming in. That's going to secure the fight.
A little bit of a flex shatter may not have been completely necessary, but with how quickly Legolas built that shatter, might as well use it on cooldown. But as we saw, Insane almost having another Coalescence, but using the Coalescence and the High Noon and getting nothing out of it. That's kind of rough for Rutgers coming in this next fight here with a huge ult bank with the beat and bomb and nano go again for Corey. Corey's building these nails extremely quickly.
Yeah, Minnesota looks like they want to have this fight happen quickly and keep that momentum just up and the pace going, because the Scarlet Knights have no ultimates available. As I say that, they will be getting 2, but after these 2, they do have to wait quite a bit for these ultimates to gain. So if we see Minnesota strike at the jugular now, that could spell disaster for the rest of this round. As the Scarlet Knights fighting with their backs up against the wall, the Shadow's thrown down, not going to have much value come out of that, as Khan picks up 1 with the Diva Bomb, evening out this fight here, but the Scarlet Knights seem to have an advantage for the first time in the whole map, it looks like. But Khan, once again, creating that evening fight for his team, and it looks like he's going to be 1v1ing a Reinhardt, possibly winning. No, does not get the kill, and Scarlet Knights will finally take this point, but 2/3 of the point have been taken by Minnesota.
2/3 of the point. But then you look at UMN, they use beat, bomb, and nano in that losing fight, that losing effort, and Kyrie does use the shatter early, but I managed to get back to this 1 fight. So when you look at the ult banks, it looks like we're almost even here, and that could be huge for the defensive composition of Rutgers pulling out here for the double barrier.
Yeah, double barrier does a much better job once it's set up, but it's so hard to capitalize on anything when you're stuck on the ground, and that's going to be 2 members of the Scarlet Knights falling here, and with the beat invested, it's going to be all for naught as the fight looks like it might be lost already. A high noon comes out from Trick Plays, a questionable one to say the least, but I don't think his death will matter too much as the team will end up capping the point around him, and the Scarlet Knights are sent packing.
Yeah, Legolas doing every single Ryan's dream and saying, I don't care how many barriers you have, I have my shatter, and you're going on the ground. It's a huge 3-man, allows Bonesy to capitalize on the Blizzard. But as we head into the last fight territory here, we don't have any ults for the side of UMN. This could just become a dry fight, trying to pull out some of these ultimates from the side of Rutgers. We'll see how they decide to play it right now. Looks like they're kind of playing the high ground position to see if they can't get an easy little pick here with a bomb.
Oh, and the opening Diva Bomb could be all that she wrote, as Parzival will go down first, and without that Orisa, it's going to be very difficult to maintain this tank line. Insane, picking up a kill onto Goku, though, trying to keep his opponents at bay, and the Shatter is just going to delay his opponents from coming in for Kyrie, but Legolas charges in, and looks like he's going to possibly get a kill. No kills will come from that charge, and it looks so good for him, and the Scarlet Knights are going to win this fight and delay the Minnesota victory, if only for the time being.
The tippy toes for Wiz, keeping him alive there on the edge. However, if you do look, that's just what I said. UMN wanted to draw some ults to draw out the Blizzard, the Shatter, the Coalescence, Beat. I believe they just swapped to the Beat. But then they have Parzival swap over onto the deal off the Orisa, so a lot of these ults gone. And look at UMN, they come up on huge fight-winning ults such as the Beat and the Blizzard and Shatter, so it looks really good for UMN to take it last fight.
Yeah, they need to make sure they have enough time to get these ultimates, though. They can't have anyone go down too early, and the Beat does come up. The Blizzard does come up. Scarlet Knights now the ones in the ultimate deficit, as they only have that high noon available, and they're going to need someone to come up with an ultimate fast. But UMN charging onto the point. A high noon's going to be used. The Blizzard's going to try and deal with that. Both Mays just standing in their ice block, looking at each other. A Beat is going to be dropped, and the Scarlet Knights are being bombarded here in the back corner. A Shatter's thrown down. The 2 by Legolas as Goku picks up a kill, and that's going to be another knocked off the map, and that's going to be all she wrote here for Busan, as Minnesota is all but set and taking this first map here 2-0.
Yeah, an absolutely huge shatter from Legolas. Managed to hit it right as Kyrie is charging in his face, but does not blink. Hits the huge shatter, gets knocked straight down, and gets UMN in the fight here. But it looks like we took a little bit of contester from the ball, and the dude is already over from the looks of it.
Look at that charge. Perfect precision. Pinning that hamster right into the tree, knowing exactly where to send him to get that damage. And yeah, as you said, the Scarlet Knights are just trying to get themselves back onto the point, but they're just delaying the inevitable here as they can't contest with a full regroup. And few members may have fallen for Minnesota, but they still have 4 people defending this point, and it's going to be very difficult to get them off.
Really hard to take them off, especially with the overtime ticker going very quickly down, and UMN Pizza Park taking a very strong 2-0 dominant performance on Busan into the bank.
Yeah, we do see University of Minnesota, round 1, absolutely dominating the Scarlet Knights. Round 2, it was a little closer, but still, Scarlet Knights didn't hit that 99 total ultimately, so didn't get that neck-and-neck tie in Minnesota. Even when it looked a little grim, they looked very composed, even in the darkest of times. So shout out to them for that, and hopefully they can keep it going on this. We do look like we're going on to Kings Row. Quite the dark map, if you ask me.
It's quite the dark map, yes. You won't be able to see very well, but we'll see the shining brightness on Pizza Park. That is the DPS duo of Trickblaze and Bonesy. Absolutely dominant over Wiz and King. But I mean, we saw Bonesy get huge value with either the walls or the blizzards coming up just at the right time. And it's kind of rough for Rutgers. That last fight when they got hit with the blizzard, they had no defensive ultimates. The beat was about 50% off, so they had really nothing to defend. It got nobody in it, but did split the team up, which is what led to Pizza Pirates taking that fight.
Yeah, as you said, the Pizza Pirates did not have much trouble putting the pedal to the metal when they had an opening. They may have lost a few fights here and there, but they were able to get their ground back, and they were able to keep that ultimate economy up and running. That's the biggest thing we have to harp on, is that ultimate economy in the game like Overwatch. When you can just hit Q and have a game-changing ability available to you, it's going to make massive differences in these team fights. And so we're going to be going into this next matchup now. Going on the King's Row, Scarlet Knights, this was their pick, but I'm pretty sure it's an unspoken rule that when
I'm pretty sure it's everybody's pick. I mean,
yeah.
like, when you go into a match, there's no chance that King's Row is not going to be Irid if it is in the map pool. But it plays into UMN's strengths, I think. We saw the meta picks with the Mei, the Rhine, the D.Va, and King's Row A with defense with the Mei is extremely hard to crack, because just throw the wall into that choke you got to come through, knock off either or block off either Rhine, the D.Va, anybody, and you get a free pick if you use it correctly. So this might play more into UMN's favor, but we'll see how Rutgers pulls it out here if they decide to stay with the double barrier.
Yeah, Scarlet Knights going to have to pull some tricks out of the bag now after that hard map number 1 on Busan. Going here on the King's Row, we have an interesting look from the defense. If they're going to stick with this, we're going to have possibly the modern iteration of... Nope, never mind. Almost had the modern iteration of GOATs, but going to have D.Va swapped instead of Zarya, which I guess you could make a case for, but that Zarya bubble was always so crucial.
Zarya is crucial, and as a UMN person myself, I know that Khan's Zarya is nothing to be messed with. Kind of pop, but we will... I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't play the D.Va here, trying to negate some of the damage from the DPS of McCree and the Mei, and perhaps try to get a little bit of benefit from eating the Blizzard. I mean, something like that. It's always hard to say you can't play D.Va, because D.Va is just so good in this meta right now.
Yeah, she really is, and that's not something you could say for a long time, but she's back and better than ever. Some could say, some might not. I'm looking at you poor hit scan players having to deal with the Divas now again, but Khan just lying in wait, and we have a Mei wall coming out trying to catch the Scarlet Knights off guard, and they have their own wall thrown down, but that's going to be Gugu stuck on the wrong side of it, and the Scarlet Knights have found themselves an opening, but Minnesota has shown that they are able to minimize their losses incredibly well, and they need to do just that right now. But Parzival is just dancing in the backline, and while he's doing that, his hit scan is going to fall as he takes down his counterpart. So with both McCree's out of action, it's going to be relying on good old-fashioned swinging and holding down left click, and I think the Scarlet Knights are going to win this out.
Yeah, an absolutely massive wall corner from King. Managed to isolate Guku when he goes in super aggressive on Bonesy's wall. So it's a nice early play from the Scarlet Knights Mei. But as we saw there, the D.Va's value is Parzival. He was able to eat the anti-nade from Corey after the blizzard after the wall came out. So that's why you run the D.Va here, because you can eat the anti-nade, eat the flame strike, eat a lot of damage. So
yeah, and you brought that up last map too. So
pushing here to the corner. Oh no, it's a good wall.
Yeah, it's a very good wall there. The Scarlet Knights, though, able to get out, and the shower comes down. Beautifully blocked, though. Legolas predicting that very well. Nano Boost thrown down on the Kyrie. Not going to really mean much at all. So it's just going to be a little bit of posturing here between these two teams as we get to this faded archway where we know most, if not all, fights on second point start and end here.
This is exactly where you want to hold it through the defense. You have Bonesy only 10% away from his Mei Blizzard, while King is just slowly flying behind. But if you get your Blizzard off first, it's a huge advantage. And you don't even need it here.
That was a big charge coming out by Legolas right there, but that's going to be a shatter thrown down as 2 members from each side are eliminated. Legolas, though, with the Nano Boost, he's going to have a lot more value come out of that Nano Boost than we saw Kyrie get from it, and that's going to be UMN holding tough here on the archway. 4 mans and 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, but the problem is you lose 2 for UMN, you lose Bonesy, and I believe you lose Tommy Triplets. You're down all of your DPS. You got it back up to the corner. You can't hold the archway anymore. That fabled archway. Oh, that's not a good start either.
That's horrible to say the least. Legolas gets pinned out, and as you were saying, having to hold up so far can be difficult when your 2 DPS characters, by the way, pretty slow-moving characters, have to come all the way back from that far spawn. That's one of the worst parts about playing the second point of any hybrid map. So That's going to be UMN having to hold strong here at the end of third point, which more often than not is a very doable task. Just going to be very dependent on these micro decisions they make. And there's going to be the Venn diagram of blizzards coming out, a snowstorm of epic proportions, but the blizzards are not going to be the main show. It's going to be the bombs and trick plays coming out with the left clicks here, sending the Scarlet Knights packing. And that's the defense that UMN needed to pull out.
Yeah, it's a huge defense here. This is exactly where you want to hold if you are a Kings Row B, if you lose the archway. Right at the end of point B, the spawn advantage is just massive for the defense. And as we can see, Legolas going for a little bit of a sneaky shatter, but a huge ult advantage coming out here for Scarlet. Hopefully they can pull it into a point B capture. Unless Legolas hits that shatter, nobody sees him yet.
Oh, he's going for the sneaky shower, but he doesn't pick up anybody. He gets sent back into the alleyway, and he's going to be picked off. But Kyrie also left alone. That's going to be a chaotic fight happening, to say at least. There's a boostio thrown in this fight as well. Why not when you're at it? Necrosis trying to make the most of this damage opportunity, and he does pick up a kill. And that's going to be the Scarlet Knights ultimately coming out on top of what was a chaotic fight, to say the least.
Yeah, a little bit chaotic. It definitely started with the interesting shatter. I don't know how it hit, but actually the angle he took, but might have been right in the corner.
Gosh.
But, oh my, Khan getting sent in the air. A nice basket.
Was I watching Haikyuu? What?
Yeah, I think a really awkward wall from Bonesy 2 locks his main tank Legolas in with 3 separate members from Scarlet Knights. So that really might not have been the play there, but as we can see, they get point B really easy, and 4 minutes left in time. This is huge for Kings Row.
Yeah, we have Kyrie having to stand in front. Doesn't do a good enough job right there because Parzival gets caught to sleep. Not going to amount to too much damage, but still must be known. And now Legolas trying to protect his team, showing him he can do anything better than his opponent. And Bonesy getting very aggressive with that wall. UMN hitting the go button. Nice, stop them in their tracks. The shatter comes down with a beat on top, and that may have been ultimate overkill, but a fight won is a fight won. And that's going to be UMN trying to recover after that loss, and the Scarlet Knights looking to push to the end of Kings Row.
That was a shatter, epic proportions from Kyrie. Knocks down 5 members of Pizza Pirates. Absolutely massive. Assyrian dominance in his front line so far in this map. But as we see, Bonesy does have the Blizzard, and they have no beat on Scarlet Knights, so this could be rough if they get able to touch point.
Yeah, and the Demon Bomb comes out, just a zoning ultimate for right now, but Wiz will pick off his counterpart, and the High Noon will be used. It's going to be perfectly eliminated there by Khan, but he can't stop the left click from coming in. Wiz getting those eliminations. The Diva with the Nano Boost is a deadly weapon, to say the least, but he can't finish off these kills because there's too much healing being provided in the backline. And now Legolas on the stall picks. It's going to be up to UMN to try and find these eliminations on the backside of this fight, but they can't get back to the point, and that's going to be Scarlet Knights capping Kings Row with 2 minutes 43 seconds.
Absolutely dominant performance from Scarlet Knights. As I said, the DPS duo was a shining bright light for Peace Pirates on Busan. The tank line coming in for Scarlet Knights looks absolutely insane. Kyrie able to hit some fatty shatties, and Parzival is eating up the damage, eating up his anti-nades from Corey. I think they definitely learned from Busan to, not really let Corey let loose on this Ana with the anti-nades. So, I mean, when we look at Peace Pirates there, they didn't really ever get a good fight after the first point, because they did that flank shatter thing that didn't work. They died, and they kind of just had to stagger on, and then and again, they got one fight as 6. And Kyrie hits him with a 5-man shatter. I mean, there's not much you can really do. At the start of third point, they got very aggressive. They just all went in off Bonesy, throwing up a Maywall, trying to create an opportunity. And I think they just got a little too aggressive for their own good, and it opened up too many opportunities for the Scarlet Knights to capitalize. Very different showings from Busan for both these teams. I don't think that's exactly the wrong call either come from Pizza Pirates, because the wall comes through, isolates Kyrie, but Kyrie able to just slip out the left side of the wall. So if Kyrie got stuck in that wall, Legolas was going for the charge, maybe we'd be able to hit it, but Kyrie gets out, managed at the 5-man shatter, and it's just curtains from there.
Slims down a few pounds in the second or two just to squeeze through the crack.
Just takes out the shoulder pads, I think, and able to squeeze through there.
I mean, if you look at Reinhardt, those shoulder pads do take up a lot of space. So if you take those off, I definitely think you can make the argument. So you know what? He's just one of those quick changers you see on America's Got Talent.
Now this is what I want to see here. Bonesy on Doomfist. I want to say this is signature hero, so you might as well find him.
That Bonesy on Doomfist, trick plays on Reaper. It's a flashback to 3-4 months ago, my friends, and I'm enjoying every second of it right now. Legolas, though, getting charged, has the bubble for protection, though. Big note to make there, Khan on the Zarya, and Kyrie getting sectioned off and eliminated there is going to spell disaster here, as not having a Reinhardt is very difficult to stabilize from. The Scarlet Knights trying to capitalize on Corey's mispositioning, and they do just that, taking out the Ana, and now with the retake coming in soon, this could be anybody's fight.
Could be anybody's fight, and I want to say that King hit a really nice wall there to begin with. We're going, I will stop my commentary for now.
Oh my gosh, Legolas coming in and barely getting out alive. Legolas doing a great... No, Legolas, I'm sorry, the caster curse. He barely got out alive right there, and unfortunately does get closed in on by King on that Mei, and that's going to be the Scarlet Knights retaking. But there is half of the point taken by UMN. So with one tick already secure, they just need to take 2/3 from here on out to get themselves through this first point.
King's Mei wall so far and his defense have been absolutely spectacular. Walling off Legolas in the first fight, having to use all the cooldowns on him to keep him alive, and that wall there on trick plays, not letting the Reaper get back to spawn safely, have to stagger him out, have to wait on his attack, but Khan almost having that Graviton Surge could be the fight we're looking for UMN.
Yeah, and that's a big reason why we see Mei so prevalent, is that wall is just such a big utility ability that eliminates enemies from seeing you. But I guess it doesn't matter. Look at that, Bonesy just jumping right over the wall, and now he's having an absolute field day. The beat may come down, a shatter may be used, but I gotta say, the Scarlet Knights look like they're just wasting ultimates here, as the rest of UMN are capitalizing on that pick, and it looks like the Doomfist is paying dividends right now.
I mean, you might be saying that they did waste ultimates, but when you look at the side of UMN, they also used 4 ults. They used the Doom, the Meteor Strike, the Beat, the Grab, and the Nano.
Ooh!
Oh, but Bonesy in the backline right now.
Yeah, my gosh! Bonesy just doesn't oh, Bonesy punching out the charge. Put it in a montage there, Mom. Bonesy absolutely dominating there and really securing safe passage through this archway we talked about on the second point of King's Row.
Exactly what you're looking for, but you also have the high noon and the bomb coming for the recontest. But that, I mean, when you look at it, the ults are kind of gone on both sides, but Legolas having the shatter is a huge advantage here as they push into the end of B, as they're looking for one lower fight win. And
we should point out, unfortunately, Trick Plays does fall there, but we should point out Bonesy is going to be able to get his ultimate very quickly, because he has been hitting a lot of his abilities. And look at that, coming down from above at 69%, and unfortunately gets dropped just short of it, and Wiz following up, confirming the kills with the high noon, and now it's just going to be Scarlet Knights trying to get as much ultimate charge as they can, and the rest of UMN just trying to regroup, but they still have a good amount of time left in the bank, so not too much to worry about so far.
I mean, I can't sing King's praises enough here right now. He walled off Legolas and then froze him for that high noon to come through and get the huge value double kill. If you are McCurry, you're just happy to find one skull anytime nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
And we do see Tommy Trick Plays with that Reaper ultimate. Might want to look in the backline, but that's what he's going for last time as he got stunned by Wiz. So, oh, a nice wall though from King.
Yeah, King walling off Legolas, and that's going to spell disaster here as UNM no longer have their main tank. A shatter is going to whiff entirely there by Kyrie. Doomfist may have used his ultimate, and he does find some value there. He gets another kill. Bonesy absolutely popping off right now, and the Scarlet Knights got way too aggressive for their own good, and this Doomfist pick is capitalizing on all those mistakes.
Yeah, you want to know what would have been good for those DPS ultimates or that clear to fight? A shatter. Yeah. If you just shatter your own Mei wall. I mean, King really good at blocking shatters, but maybe for the wrong team. But as we can see here, moving into the end of point B, they have huge ultimates here with Graviton Surge and Nano Boost. But that could be a problem with King with the Blizzard. See if we can get a fat one here.
Yeah, they do have enough time to recontest, but we have to watch out as Bonesy is lying in wait. If this Doomfist can get... Oh, he gets out barely. That's the Zarya coming in for you right there. That bubble being able to projectile across the map, very big right there. Parzival not going to get any kills with that Diva Bomb, but it does help prevent any value coming in from that Graviton Surge. And with the beat being dropped, that's going to be Legolas trying to get out of his life. Bonesy getting a little too aggressive, and that's not looking very good until UMN whips out a beat of their own. And Kyrie falls as he's using his shatter. Ultimate wasted and negated. And Legolas now, the lone main tank left standing, he's going to have point control. He's going to have priority. He's going to be the one that decides who touches this payload and who doesn't. And Wiz trying his best from afar to lay the smackdown, but he can't do as much damage as Legolas, and this hammer is being swung left and right. Khan trying to support his DPS, and Trick Plays is going to pick up Wiz there. Parzival with the Nano Boost can't do enough, and Legolas, who is purpled but pocketed by his entire team, looks like they're going to finally win this out as UMN has to finally take all these members down from the Scarlet Knights and push on to the third point.
Yeah, I mean, a prolonged fight will definitely always help the defenders, but as we saw there, UMN Pizza Pirates able to clutch it out. They used all their ultimates, but so did Scarlet Knights, but as we see, that fight was so prolonged, Khan almost having another Graviton.
Wow, yeah, look at that.
Another Blizzard. This is absolutely massive team fight here coming up. This could decide the map right here.
Yeah, and the Scarlet Knights do already have time bank control, so the main objective right now for UMN is they need to get this point before overtime hits. That's the big goal, and they're poised to do it with the ultimates available. They're just waiting on Khan. Once Cesaria has the Graviton Surge, they're going to go for it, but they go a little earlier, and Bonesy, trick plays, hitting the go button. Multiple ultimates being used right now, and that's going to be the Scarlet Knights getting wiped right here as UMN dominating with all the ultimates that available to them, but they do have Khan's Graviton Surge available here, and Legolas, when he gets back, he will have that Shatter too.
Yeah, I want to say
Wiz gets slept!
The Graviton Surge. Oh, an absolutely massive sleep coming out from Corey. Oh, but Khan's guard gets eaten!
And then the High Noon also comes in, and this is the Scarlet Knights possibly turning it around. Some big plays coming in, but Legolas has shown back up to the fight. The Shatter has been used, and it may have been enough to keep his team in this, but Wiz is going to pick up a kill, and the UMN needs to find kills now or get out. And unfortunately, the kills aren't going to come through, and UMN barely misses out on capping the point.
An absolutely huge E from Parzival might just saved his team this attack round, and might be even this map if UMN can't finish it in time. They have no ultimates to work with on the side of UMN, almost a beat, that's all they have. Going into a Shatter and a beat and a High Noon on the side of Scarlet Knights is a huge defensive advantage for Scarlet Knights.
Necrosis almost just got met with a punch in the face, but he does, in fact, fall. He's way too aggressive for his own good, and he gets dropped because of it. Trick Play is also dropping King. The Scarlet Knights are falling apart right now, and UMN is capitalizing on these mistakes. Can the Scarlet Knights recover? I don't know if that's possible, because UMN looks so poised to take this, and Khan, a beautiful bubble, stops the entire Shatter from going through. That is not only game knowledge, that is mechanics showing up right there, and the Scarlet Knights are pushed off the point, and UMN manages to force overtime.
Yeah, they just get right over the thing with no overtime, managed to get past point B. However, we do have a huge time back advantage for Rutgers, and their point A defense did look kind of shaky, so maybe UMN looking to take advantage of that, but their point B looked pretty strong, and so their point C. So if you're at Rutgers, if you're really good about this time back advantage you have right now. But I want to mention something. UMN, they won the first fight on point C, with the Reaper ult. However, Goku killed himself, like either jumped off the map or did a wall ride and just fell off the map, and that's a huge disadvantage too, because then they're already down another person, and when they're already down two, a lot of defender spawn advantage come into effect there, and to win in that fight and hold them to the end of it.
And so we have the defense coming out from the Scarlet Knights trying to hold out. They only have a minute they have to hold out. That amounts to about 2 fights, but with the looks of the comp coming in from University of Minnesota, they may only need 5 seconds to create that advantage, with Trick Plays going to flex his skills here on the Widowmaker.
Probably looking for a quick pick, see if you can't get anybody out of position, but if you are a team in this tournament, if you're a team who plays Owerwatch like for more than 2 hours ever, you know that Widmer's coming on point A on the attack to get a pick, so they're just going to hide around the corner. Very smartly done by Scarlet Knight.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if Trick Plays stays with us. Ultimately does not, so we will be seeing yet again the Reaper Doomfist DPS composition coming in. It worked for them last time, so it's going to have to work for them again as UMN pushes forward for what could be one of their 2 only available fights on this push. And Bonesy starting off with a very aggressive positioning here on the upper level.
Yeah, as we see here pushing, King's Wall does not quite get the value it did on the first attack, just putting Legolas up top on a little perch, but Legolas has no barrier, got to play a little safe here. Bonesy jumping in.
And that's going to be a very nice anti-grenade coming down. Wiz going to take out Trick Plays as Legolas and Goku are picking up some kills of their own. And the Scarlet Knights are falling apart at the seams right now as UMN found their opening and went full throttle at that.
And again, yeah, UMN found their opening and they just waited for that Maywall from King to fall down. Bonesy jumps in with a seismic slam, knocks up 4 members of the Scarlet Knights. It'll get a huge ultimate charge from that, almost 90% of the way there. And when we look at this fight, they're not right the archway yet, so they might want to take a little space. Oh, it looks like they're giving the archway up.
Yeah, the Scarlet Knights are going to have an opportunity to take an early fight here. Now, ladies and gentlemen, remember, in overtime right now, every second that they are in overtime, it ticks down a little faster when they're off the point. So UMN cannot afford to have themselves leave this payload at any point for the rest of this map. They need to keep themselves on at all times, and yet another Doomfist going into the enemy backline. He gets out alive right there, and the purple grenade is absolutely massive, and these purples, which are being eliminated from the fights before, are getting through, and this is Corey putting the team on his back immensely.
Yeah, just you said, Corey putting on an MVP performance on his overtime attack with the nano boost and the anti-nades, looking absolutely massive. And Khan almost having that graviton surge, could be in for another fight. Leg loss with the shatter. But we do have a lot of ults cover on the side of Scarlet Knights on the defense. Almost there. Might be what they're looking for to get UMN off the point for, I mean, at this point, like half a second, that overtime ticker's gone.
Yeah, so UMN really is dancing on the edge of glory right now. Have to make sure they don't get off too early, or else they're going to have to end up defending. But they are at the end of second point, very far, regardless of what they do from this fight on. This has been a great overtime, and the wall is going to block his opponent's shatter. King has learned from his mistakes and learned which Reinhardt he needs to be stopping, but the purple gets through. That's a massive grenade. The blizzard has been dropped in time with a diva bomb as well. That picks up 3. Parzival does just enough to get the Scarlet Knights to stop the bleeding, and UMN pushes this payload all the way to the end of second point.
Yeah, if you're UMN, you're pretty happy with that push, though, with 1 minute remaining, get almost the end of B, and then a Corey with that massive anti-nade in Khan's grab. But we had King with a huge blizzard able to freeze Legolas, not able to block the bomb, and Parzival fighting 3 at the end, just what they needed. So if you are Scarlet Knights, you have set your win condition. You have 3 minutes to do so. You gotta just play this slow, you gotta build that ult bank, and you gotta just take the end of point B.
Yeah, having your win condition right now is a blessing and a curse, because on one hand, you know exactly where you need to get to earn a victory. But on the other hand, once you start running into a wall, you could start feeling the pressure, could start having that mental clock ticking a little faster. So we'll have to see who is going to crack under this. Ultimately, though, this second map has been tons and tons of fun to watch because of how close it's been.
It's a lot closer than Busan was. You definitely give Scarlet Knights that. Not feeling the mental boom of being down 1-0 to the quote-unquote favorites to win this whole tournament. Putting on an absolute show here on the defense. King absolutely dominant on this Mei. We'll see if UMN get the same value out of Bonesy's Mei.
Yeah, the Meis are really the big storyteller, or the big playmakers of these matchups. You have to watch out for what they do, because that wall, once it's used, if it's not used effectively, the other team is going to jump on that. And we saw that happen on the last time we had UMN push. That wall that King used wasn't as effective, and that was the opening that Bonesy and company needed to really push through and take point A. And Scarlet Knights look like they're just running right towards that, going to have a little bit of a miscommunication. The cross is going through the hotel, but they're going to meet back up on the point, and UMN now has had the entire map flipped on them.
That was an absolutely genius rotation. They faked out the theater to make Pizza Price rotate, but they took point for themselves. And again, like you said, they're in that defensive position. Oh, Trick Play sleeping. Oh no, Legolas gets walled.
Legolas walled, Trick Play sleeping. The Scarlet Knights have found their opportunity, but they have to make sure they don't get too aggressive here. And that's going to be Gugu almost pushing Kyrie into a disadvantageous spot. This team's going to back him up. Khan loses mech, so there are no more tanks available here for the defense, and that's going to make it very hard to have anyone left on the point. Legolas, though, will be coming in from the backside, possibly giving his team some extra life to breathe here. Insane gets met with him, and he's going to just put Legolas right to sleep, and that's going to be all she wrote here for the defense.
And yeah, this could be a really bad stagger if Corey and Bonesy get stuck here in the hotel with an enemy team looking at them. Bonesy does fine killing the Parzival, but it's just not going to be enough. And here come the staggers. That is not good if you want to hold Archway, because now you can't anymore. All this free space taken from Rutgers now after that play. But again, just a massive fake rotation into the theater. Forces Pizza Parts around the statue, and this get better advantage position and just take the fight easily.
And Booney, this changes things, because now, as you mentioned, the Archway is not going to be a place where they can really handle a fight. So the next logical place they can handle a fight is at this green building corner here. And once you're taking a fight there, you're really getting close to one fight territory.
This is if you lose, you're done. I mean, this map goes over to Rutgers, so you got to get with the fight. You do have the Blizzard to win. However, we also have a 5-pack of ultimates coming up for Rutgers. This is a huge advantage for them. See if they can win it into a fight, and map wins.
Oh, High Noon does come out right now, trying to get walled off, as well as a Mei Blizzard being used. Both Mei Blizzards, actually. Legolas gets caught in the crossfire, unfortunately for him. King also gets frozen up. The purple comes out, and Khan gets charged into the wall in tandem with the High Noon. And the Scarlet Knights look like they finally have found the consecutive fight wins that they need. But it's just going to be a matter of, can the recontest come back in from University of Minnesota? Because this fight happened in a much earlier spot than I had predicted.
I think the recontest can happen. They have Goku and Lucio trick plays and Bonesy swapping over to some stall heroes to get
No
one
Hammond,
last
though.
fight. No Hammond because he's close to that shatter. Wants to be able to use it. However, Kyrie's looking for a flank shatter. If he hits this is definitely a map point here.
Yeah, Kyrie trying to get in the back of their minds. Doesn't want anyone to know where he is. And oh, I thought for a second Bonesy might see it. And there was a shatter thrown down and he hits both the tanks. Kyrie charging down. The bomb is going to be used and it takes out two. Parzival with a massive bomb. The tanks from Rutgers showing up huge. And we have a series, ladies and gentlemen, 1-1.
Absolutely huge tank plays from the Rutgers Scarlet. Nice there with the shatter and the bomb. And that's how you do a sneak shatter, Legolas. Take some notes, watch the VOD. I mean, we saw Khan with the play of the game though, but I do want to shout King, just absolutely dominant on the Mei, on the attack and the defense. As we see Khan maybe able to survive the shatter and get a little bit of cleanup here. You might not see him in the kill feed, but his presence was definitely felt there on that play of the game. But
the play of the game and you don't get a kill in the kill feed, wow. You hate to see it. I feel for you, buddy. That's the life of a tank.
And again, what you said, this just absolutely almost. This is absolutely kind of like the opposite almost of Busan. Just Scarlet that's looking really dominant, really decisive, especially is the main thing. Super decisive rotations, super decisive comms and calls, target focus. Looked really clean in that map. We got ourselves a series.
Yeah, we got ourselves a series, and decisiveness is going to be the name of the game going forward. But we're going to take a very short break, and when we come back, we will find out what the third map pick from the Pizza Pirates is going to be, and who's going to take a 2-1 series lead. Don't go anywhere. The meal plan will be back. Welcome back, everybody. We're here in the caf, hanging out thanks to our meal plan. It's me, Kenny, Beanie Small, joined alongside my buddy Booney here, and we got a series on our hands, to say the least, Booney. We have not only a first to three, but we have a first to three between two powerhouses in college Overwatch.
Yeah, two absolute powerhouses as we saw there. Busan going extremely heavily in the favor of Pizza Pirates, but then we see Rutgers coming back strong on Kings Row, their map pick. Now, as we see moving into Watch Point Gibraltar here, we might see more dive come out, or actually, I'm expecting a bunker situation inside the little right room under the ramp. If you can see that.
Oh, I've seen that.
That is what is referred to friendly in the UMN server as the Gremlin Cave, as it is hideout in there. And as we see, yeah, looks like we're going to Risa Hog. We're playing Gremlin Cave, baby.
Wow. Okay, so we got something called a Gremlin Cave coming up here, ladies and gentlemen. And something, when I think of holding down there, I think of having a Sombra just to be able to hack that health pack. But I guess you don't really need that if you can get the amount of healing that you need from an Ana, and Hog can just keep himself sustained the whole time.
Yeah, and especially if they got pushed into you, your Mega really isn't going to be touched by an enemy team, so the Sombra might not be the biggest value pick, because if you hack that, I mean, who's else going to get it but you? They got pushed past Khan on the Hog, Legolas on the horse.
Yeah.
A lot of damage coming out from the Junkrat of Bonesy, so I mean, that little down there at the Mega is almost only yours.
Oh, and then
to get pushed out.
On the Scarlet Knight side, we have a double sniper coming in here with Wiz jumping onto that Widowmaker and King hopping onto his Hanzo. Both of these heroes are the preferred picks for these characters, and wow! Parzival being met with a hog hook. I can guarantee you he had no idea that was going to be coming. And King gets dropped as well. Both of these, I bet, were literally surprises that just blew their minds.
Yeah, hopefully Parzival doesn't enjoy playing the game, because that hog hook was absolutely nasty coming from Khan. This is his signature hero. So we'll see how he was able to pull it with Legolas. But yeah, absolutely massive first hook on the dive. Oh, he gets hit though from Wiz.
And the hook is barely missed right there. Gugu, though, finishes it off for him, picking off Wiz, but having a Mercy gives you that resurrect ability, and that's a massive opportunity that Wiz gets back here, keeping his life, and the rotations from UMN are coming in, and it looks like that sleep will keep... Oh, yes, it definitely will keep them alive here. Wiz, though, going to find an opening on Corey. This is the Widowmaker finding those lines of sight, and if Wiz doesn't get contested here soon, he's going to be causing a lot of damage to the rest of this UMN lineup.
Wiz getting a lot of value, but Khan
getting
100% hook accuracy on the Diva there. Parzival not being allowed to dive the back line.
And
now,
Gugu.
as we see here, yeah, Gugu hitting some nice headshots, especially on Wiz, or I believe he hit it on King this first time.
Yeah, Wiz and King, I think, both got some nice shots to the head from that Zenyatta.
Domed by the monk, never again. Now we're going to be holding the cart here, right? Looking for the pole. Kane will get hit the hook. Seeing his server. Oh, my God! Hit the hook on Parzival again. Yeah,
unfortunately, though, being pocketed by the Mercy, and Wiz does pick off trick plays, so that's going to be the hit scan coming out on top yet again. Unfortunately, though, a Transcendence will be used, and Khan takes down the Croesus. Yet again, this off-tank that you talked about having such a large impact in these games is showing why he deserves to be brought up. Wiz, though, trying to fight for that glory, as he gets hooked down. The DM coming in from Parzival keeps him alive, and Khan running right through a Dragon Strike is able to keep himself alive with a beautifully timed vape to keep that HP up.
A dragon does not fear the fat man, but as we go in here, the supercharger gets dropped in Data Boost as well onto Khan. Khan's an absolute unit with all his damage he can be able to pick out here. But it doesn't look like they're going to need it. Might have over-ulted there at the end, but he got some spots going through to Rutgers, so probably work from UMN.
Honestly, I feel like it's going to be a toss-up between Gugu and Khan for who has the highest damage on their team, because both of them are putting out tons of damage. Gugu landing so many shots with not only his left clicks, but charging up those right clicks. Khan, on the other hand, landing his hooks. Even when he misses them, he's landing those right clicks, and if you time those right clicks and distance them perfectly, you're going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, as you said, Gugu putting a lot of damage because he's almost 75% to his second Transcendence of this half right now. Absolutely dominant on this Zenyatta. Trick plays taking that off angle. Oh, a huge pull coming from Legolas.
King, though.
Gonna get the value.
Yeah, King on this Pharah, and with the Sigma coming in from Parzival, these swaps may be what the Scarlet Knights needed. Those dive tanks were not working for them, but you can't be doing that against a Hog or Risa. You just stand there and take a whole Hog right to the face, and there's only 50 seconds left here for the Scarlet Knights to make any kind of push, but University of Minnesota is just flexing their muscles with this composition.
How did Khan stay alive through all that? He was like 40 HP, antied, and in a hog all. He could not heal himself, but manages to just get behind Legolas' barrier.
Not even close.
Not even close, baby. Not even breaking a sweat for Khan.
And
Will
he
get
gets
caught
a
out
nice
position there? Nope, it's out.
Yeah, he has Bonesy helping him out, just launching the Scarlet Knights back a bit with those mines. And Wiz, though, on the Hanzo here, finding a pick on the Bonesy, and without a Mercy on the field for the University of Minnesota, it's going to be very hard for them to recuperate from this. Trick Play's trying to find Insane there, but he cannot land the shots on a Valk Mercy. Transcendence coming down, and that's going to be what Legolas needed to find the kill. Khan gets the nano boost and needs that half HP. He could not get the healing up because of the anti-grenade, but he is going to recuperate from that. King, though, has a chance to rain down hell from above, and he gets picked off before he can do that. And there's only 2 members left here for the Scarlet Knights, just trying to stand as tall as they can, but they're going to be wiped across the floor here as Khan sends them packing with a whole hog, and that's the Pizza Pirates holding out strong with a first point defense on Gibraltar.
Holy Toledo, absolutely huge performances from both Goku and Khan there. Khan showing us why Hog is his signature hero. Wiz was trying his best though on the Widowmaker, on the Hanzo, got some awesome early picks on the Bonesy or trick plays, but it just wasn't enough to get capitalized on, with Khan just being so self-sufficient in the front lines, getting the Nano Boost on cooldown almost it seems, and having that E at just the right time, so the Hog paying dividends. We'll see what they do in the attack here.
Yeah, and Khan does such a good job at taking up the mentality of the Scarlet Knights. He's just running around, landing hooks, being a nuisance, and then you think you could take him out, and then boom, Corey throws down a nano boost, and on top of that, he's going to be getting himself his health back with his I always call it the vape, and I never forget the ability name because it just looks like he's vaping that big boy. But
take a breather, I believe.
Take a breather, that's the name of it. I guess he's hitting an inhaler too if he needs it. You don't know what's going on with Whole Hog, but nonetheless, he's a very hard target to kill, and when he has that nano boost on him, it's going to be even harder.
Yeah, almost an absolutely unkillable tank, it seems, especially if you have Khan's mechanical skill with the hooks or just a shot ability, absolutely melting everybody on Scarlet Knight's attack. But as you see, we have an interesting composition. We have Orisa Hog with dive DPS from UMN.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least. It looks like they're going for comfort picks right now, bringing out Tracer and Genji, both of which are going to be able to, I think, capitalize on the chaos of these fights, with Khan being the center of attention.
And speaking of Gremlin Cave, by the way, we have Rutgers put up in it.
Yeah, Scarlet Knight's actually the ones going to be taking that Gremlin Cave. Bonesy spots them out early on, and Insane getting very risky with that positioning. So now, with the halts being pulled out, the Hogs getting the hooks, Parzival barely surviving thanks to that Immortality Field, and this fight is just back and forth until Wiz is able to break it open for the Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, a really nice hook there from Parzival onto Khan, able to take out the enemy Hog. A lot of damage down for UMN Pizza Pirates, but they're just kind of just poking in this little room and trying to build ultimates. Because if you get one huge ult in there, it could spell defeat for Rutgers.
Yeah, Trick Plays tried to make that ultimate his. Unfortunately, though, nobody fell to that Pulse Bomb, and Wiz picking up another kill there, dropping Goku. It's going to be the Scarlet Knights trying to just last as long as they can. King, though, halted and hooked, and that's going to be the end of the May. A crucial member of this defense, and the offense of UMN will have the slight spawn advantage here, and that may be all they need to push forward.
Yeah, just like you said, the May is so crucial for holding inside the little room. A nice halt hook synergy coming out from Khan and Legolas, but they don't manage to push it past Gremlin Cave just yet. So in there. Oh, but a nice hook, but the Nano Boost saves them.
The Nano Boost onto the Orisa, and now that's going to be a minigun coming out. And that's going to be the Scarlet Knights trying to get themselves back into the Gremlin Cave, but the Nano Boosted Genji comes in, and that's going to be all she wrote for this defense. They tried and tried, but sometimes all you have to do is wait for an ultimate and hit Q, and that's exactly what the Pizza Pirates did.
Yeah, that's the thing with holding so close, or with being held so closer on your attack. You only have like one fight to work with, and if you just build 6 ults like PP did, and just throw it in there with the Nano Blaze, easy cap win, and then a Supercharger just to clean up here on both sides. Oh, but Khan's Whole Hog.
Yeah, the Whole Hog comes in. That might be all that they needed to keep the Scarlet Knights off the point. They can't get to the payload, and the Pizza Pirates take control of the series 2-1 after a dominant Gibraltar.
And yeah, from my insider Scrimbooks knowledge, I know that Pizza Pirates is very powerful on Gibraltar, running that Orisa Hog combo is just what they want to do. And I wish they got Goku play of the game, actually. Probably a chance to keep Khan alive here. Find some nice headshots, but...
We talked about him so much during this map as well. Very well-deserved play of the game. Goku was landing so many shots, just pumping out damage, and even if he's not getting the kills necessarily, you can tell he's pumping out tons of damage, as you said on cast, by the ultimate economy he had, just constantly having that Transcendence up or very close to being available.
It almost seems he had Transcendence on cooldown just as much as Hog had his E, but I don't think that's a very accurate representation of how good Rutgers can be. That's just a very good map for PP. I feel really good about Rutgers, especially after seeing Kings Row. If they get their map pick here, and if they have a set strategy for map 4, I think they're going to bring to a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen here. It's Assault. For those of you who may not be aware, it's going to be 2 CP for this 4th map. So Assault is one of those map types where anything can happen. It takes one bad fight from the defense to have a hold go from, beautiful to south in a second.
And the thing with 2 CP, actually, I want to note here with Tespa is these teams are scrimming for TESPA, but 2CP wasn't actually in the map pool. So you see some
Yeah.
really interesting stuff come on 2CP because teams have been scrimming it nearly as much as other maps. So
Oh
see
yeah.
if we got some really niche strategies, some really awkward things, like maybe a Symmetra Bastion somewhere, or maybe a Torbjorn Molten Load on the point. You know, you just never know what you're going to see on 2CP here.
Well, I want to say I mentioned this on broadcast yesterday. One of my favorite comps on 2CP is the Volskaya first point defense with Sombra on the Mega. I just loved back like 10, 12 seasons ago at this point when you could coordinate with your team and just hold up in there. And when teams didn't understand how to get through that, it was just constant onslaught damage because you'd have a Torbjorn with some crossfire from his turret. You'd have the Sombra keeping everybody healed up, Orisa and Hog just making sure nobody gets in. It was a great time.
It was a great time. When you look back at like Overwatch League Season 1, the Sombra is getting like so many EMPs just based off of the hacked. Remember when Sombra got ult charged off the health packs?
Remember when Sombra was a support?
I remember that.
I remember that. If you remember those days, you're a real old person.
You're a certified 90s kid if you remember those.
Sombra used to be a support. Hook 1.0. If you played in the beta, you remember Lucio was the highest damage dealer and the highest healer in the whole game.
2 Winston, 2 Lucio, 2 Tracer.
Yes. Oh my God, the beta comps. I remember that.
We get some Boomer Watch action going on here as we recite our glory days.
Yeah, I mean, back in those days, I was a gold Junkrat one trick. So watch out, yo.
I think I still am a gold Junkrat. Don't worry about me though, chat. I'm going.
We don't have to go there. Don't worry. Cut the VOD. Cut the VOD.
Cut the VOD. I'm GM, by the way. Don't check my profile. I'm GM.
By the way, we talked about Sombra. If Wiz doesn't swap off, we might be seeing Sombra. And on the other hand, we talked about Torbjorn. Bonesy's whipping out that Torbjorn.
Bonesy whipping out the Torbjorn, and he is not afraid to get nasty with the hammer. So we'll see if we can get some hammer kills, get some clips for the intermission, clips for next week. But yeah, I'd say if we see this Widowmaker Sombra comp come out, it's really interesting. Maybe just go for like one fight win after all, you know, get that EMP, turn that to a fight win. Wait 2 minutes, get the EMP, go for another fight win. That's kind of maybe what they're going for, like an all-in strategy on Wiz Sombra.
Yeah, and you know, you typically see alongside that Sombra something like a Genji, just because those ultimates going hand in hand almost guarantee fight wins. And if you don't win a fight with a Sombra Genji ultimate combo, that's your fault entirely. But
okay, we actually got baited. It looks like Wiz was just going to go for some scouting.
Happens all the time. Got too excited for my own good, and back to a more meta composition here with Necrosis and Insane on the Lucio Ana. So not opting for, you know, the other support lineups we've seen Rutgers go with. And the walls come in. King trying to delay the push from the offense here with his own wall, but Wiz will get dropped. And never mind, that's just the entire lineup of the Scarlet Knights getting dropped there at the snap of a finger.
Yeah, I know, usually don't think of trick plays as the main player to play things more in the hit scam, but playing the main here's competition with Bonesy on the Torb. A nice wall, isolates King, has to force out his wall, and then Legolas jumps in, kind of man on a mission, dive bomber action into the back line, takes out 3, and an easy fight win for UMN.
Yep, and we have Legolas and company holding up here. You know, you typically see this kind of hold in comp games and people will, you know, bash on it, but it's obviously a very good strategy because of how these Meis are playing, and you want to guarantee those walls cut off their targets. But unfortunately, Legolas gets his shatter cut off by his own Mei there, and he's going to get frozen and then drop, and that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back, ladies and gentlemen, because that's the Scarlet Knights finding their opening, dropping 2-3 members here, and that might be all she wrote here for the first point defense, as University of Minnesota will eventually fall, but they had a good hold here on the first point.
That was an absolute disaster of a play coming in. Blocked your Ome wall. Blocked for everybody Ome wall. King gained a little bit of redemption from King's Row there. But I mean,
King's Row didn't.
I mean, it was really rough to see that happen because now Legolas really down on the ult charge. But swaps to the Monkey here for point B defense. Kano's with the Graviton Surge, Trick Plays on the Blizzard. They have a lot of ults to work with here. So it looks like we might have a pretty solid B defense, but yeah, A was kind of a disaster.
So it's going to be interesting to see the logic behind going with this Winston here. You still have Khan on the Zarya, so when that Graviton Surge is available, but Khan gets walled off by King, a beautifully timed wall, and then the Blizzard's going to come in, and Winston barely getting that jump up, very nicely timed by Legolas, knowing the limits of his hero and getting out safely. keeping his team in this, and now Monkey jumping back up, trying to get a little poke down, but no! Legolas gets dropped by a headshot, and it's hard to predict the damage of those, but then Kyrie losing his life as well. Both these main tanks going to fall, and with Parzival getting a little too aggressive here, he's going to have to use that Diva Bomb, and the Kroos is also getting too aggressive. The Scarlet Knights are falling, and University of Minnesota, with the DPS mopping up these kills, are going to hold out strong, not even giving up a single tick.
That was definitely not the push you wanted. You had to force your user bomb. You didn't get a single tick. You didn't force on grab. You didn't force on molten core or any ultimates aside for the Blizzard. So a really rough attack coming out from Rutgers. And then you use the Blizzard yourself. And you also use your bomb. It looks kind of rough for them right now. They do have the Dragon. Might be able to displace somebody off the high ground and take that advantage. But when we look at it, UMN looking really strong as defense with their ult.
Yeah, Parzival's going to have to pull out some magic here and eat this Graviton Surge, so that's going to depend too on if Rutgers has been keeping track of these ultimates. That ult economy is something that these teams have to always be thinking about, and if you're not prepared, you're going to be caught off guard by an ultimate, and Dragon Strike comes out, and Wiz takes down Trick Plays with that Dragon Strike. Unfortunate for him, and Parzival eats Khan's Graviton Surge! Everything going wrong here for the side of University of Minnesota until Goku tries his best to salvage this for his team, and with the Primal Rage coming down, that's going to be enough to keep the Scarlet Knights at bay. And my gosh, University of Minnesota yet again doing a fantastic job at minimizing these great losses.
Well, I'm going to say it's really easy to hold a point B defense when you use 4 ultimates at one time. Not really. I mean, we got Wiz sweeping over on the Widowmaker, but they forced out a lot of ultimates for Rutgers. Rutgers actually looking really good now with the Blizzard and Shatter Bomb combo coming out here. This could be their fight take. If they want to take point B, this might be the time to do it.
And Legolas and Khan sticking with these heroes, so they definitely have some method to the madness behind going with this Winston Zarya. I haven't seen these two played hand in hand together in a competitive setting since the glory days of GOATs. But you know what? Anything can happen here in collegiate Overwatch, ladies and gentlemen. And unfortunately, Legolas is going to meet his maker and get dropped. A Blizzard thrown down. The shower going to be used. It only picks up Goku Kid, and he's going to be healed through that. My God, Goku Kid survived? What? Parzival picking up a kill onto Trick Plays with that Diva Bomb, but the Scarlet Knights are going to have to finish these kills off a lot faster if they want to take this point, because these respawns are coming in, and Bonesy one-tapping, two-tapping, dropping Wiz right there, showing off his sniping skills. King, though, going to freeze him and do what Maze do best, and now with the Diva actually getting nano boosted as Battle Bunny Diva, that pistol's going to do a lot of work. And oh no, the supportal combat on the backside of the fight is going to end with Insane coming out on top. And this fight just happening on all kinds of left, right, center fronts is just a chaotic mess, and I love every second of it.
It is a chaotic mess, yes. A lot of ultimates being thrown in here. Nobody really getting advantage, but the Nano Monkey could be enough if he gets that primal. Might be able to survive long enough. Gets the primal, manages to survive the charge. This could be looking for context, team staying down.
They're just trying to deal with this monkey, but he's causing so much chaos, and the Scarlet Knights are not going to be able to keep this fight going. The respawns come in from the defense, and that Primal Rage was so beautifully timed right there. That was, I want to say Legolas may have, I want to say single-handedly, but he played a large role in winning that fight.
Played a large role, but I want to give it to actually to Corey, who was able to get the nano onto him just in time for him to get that Primal Rage. He was like 30% off, managed to build it with that nano, gets the Primal off just in time, survives the charge, and just able to survive long for a team to come back with the defensive respawns. And they used a lot of ultimates on the side of Rutgers, but they almost have him back anyway. So we go in here with almost a neutral fight here. Not a lot of ultimates to use for the side of PP yet.
Yeah, I mean, that fight was so long. The ultimates that they used at the start of it are back up in their possession again. And we'll have to see if they can get more value out of them this time, because we're getting closer and closer to the final fight territory. And there's going to be the Molten Core used as the Blizzard's thrown out, and that's disastrous for the Scarlet Knights. They need to get out or get this point to go into their favor, and it doesn't look like they're going to be taking any of the point presents. So now, with 38 seconds left, University of Minnesota only has one more fight they have to hold out on to win or to keep this defense going strong.
Yeah, we got a little icy hot action there. The Molten Core and the Blizzard coming in, and we don't have a lot of ultimates actually for the side of UMN Pizza Pirates to hold us out. They have the beat, they have that bomb, and the nano coming in. But you look, you got beat, nano, and shatter, and almost bomb for Scarlet Knights. This is the fight they have to win to take it here. They have the ultimates to work with. If Wiz gets one picker, this could spell doom for PP's defense.
Yeah, Corey has been a shining light in this lineup right now. I gotta say, he's been my MVP for UMN, and he's gonna have to show us why he deserves that yet again, as he's about to get that nano boost to come up, but the Scarlet Knights get theirs going first, throwing it down on the Parzival's Diva, and King on this Doomfist is not going to have the opportunity to heal up. The purple comes down, and Corey manages to take him out. A Diva Bomb is used, but no one's going to be able to get dropped by that. Actually, Khan will be the only one eliminated after the Diva Bomb is used, and Kyrie charges his counterpart off the map somehow getting that to work. Insane going to be dropping one. And now Parsville, the lone tank left alive, and Insane keeps Trick Plays asleep on the point, and that's going to be all they needed. Somehow the Scarlet Knights squeak out and finish out their offense here on Hanamura.
Absolutely insane coming up from Insane, actually. No pun intended, but that sweep on the May was huge. Not able to contest the point with the block. Nobody can touch the end. They get 2 points. They do it in overtime. This could be where people are looking for. They push in with over a minute. They do get one more chance. It is not, however, losable yet for Scarlet Knight.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about earlier that 2CP is one of those modes where anything can happen. And for all we know, University of Minnesota, they could come out here and they can go full throttle and just wipe through these 2 points in a matter of a minute by getting good fights. Or the fights could go poorly and they could not even get through the first point. That's the chaos of 2CP, and we have to see which way that pendulum's going to be swinging.
That's the magic and the
madness.
I'll say frustration of 2CP. If you're on the bad side of things, but looks like some pretty default composition coming out. Look like Wiz actually go on the Torbjorn for the defense, trying to mirror Bonesy a little bit. Again, we saw the Torbjorn get a lot of value with the Molten Cores, especially on that second to last fight when they all tried to come to the bottom left. Was able to just Molten Core it off, isolate Kyrie, and kill him off before the fight even started. So see if Wiz can get the same amount of value on the Torb as Bonesy did. However, we do see Bonesy back on the May, but Trick Plays on the Symmetra already gives us some TP shenanigans.
And Corey's just holding out with his hero pick, but probably going to be the Yana. I mean, why not? He's been lights out with this Ana the entire matchup. It's been fantastic to watch him just go to work on it, and hopefully he can keep that up here as UMN looks to go for possibly their last offensive push for this series, as they're looking to close out a 2-1 series right now, making that 3-1. But Scarlet Knights are ready for this teleport. The purple comes down and the teleporter is there. Wiz does take out one thanks to that turret, so we'll have to see how the Scarlet Knights are able to handle this. And UMN actually does take out Necrosis. Could be a massive kill right there if they can stabilize for just a little bit of time. But Bonesy is going to take another one, taking down Insane. Oh, the wall just barely misses out on getting the wall up. And now Khan also going to be dropped there. And Torbjorn is the star of the show right now, being the superstar that keeps the Scarlet Knights in this fight. Oh, but he does get dropped as Symmetra runs up. And now Kyrie left here with the Lucios. And this is going to be in the favor of the offense, as the respawns are going to come in for University of Minnesota much quicker.
Yeah, absolute support carry cover for UMN Pizza Pirates with Cuckoo and Corey holding down the point for the time to get back for the tanks. However, Rutgers is not out of this yet. They have 3 on the point with the May. This could be enough. If Bones just wants to pick on the May, this could be the end of it. Oh, but Cuckoo falls to the turret.
Both Lucios going down. Yeah, Bonesy going to try and take on Insane here. Can't win that out, so for the time being, going to have to ice wall, get himself a block going, and try and survive. And look at that, the respawns are in from the offense. Parsville loses his mech, and the Scarlet Knights, they're going to have to make a choice, and they're going to have to make it now, because this point is starting to be taken here by Legolas and company, and Reinhardt's battling it out, but one of them has purple, one of them has nano boost, and it's not spelling a victory for the bad end of that deal. And Kyrie going to be taking out Legolas, but Khan trying to take out Necrosis on the side, and he has a decent amount of charge here. If they have to watch out for this Zarya, because he's going to be getting closer and closer to that Graviton Surge. And oh, Kyrie using a Shatter for good measure, I guess.
I guess, yeah, but you're going to probably back for the defense here, considering Legolas has his to work with. Might just be able to bully him into a good position. And we do have the symbol from Trick Plays and Bonesy with the May ult and Khan with the Graviton Surge is what UMN PP is looking for. However, nothing to be sniffed at is the ult bank of Rutgers. And oh, when Legolas gets walled off like that, you don't need that Shatter back just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Kyrie getting halfway of that Shatter, and if UMN can't capitalize before he gets another 50%, then it won't really have mattered at the end of the day. So Scarlet Knights, for the time being, just have to play the waiting game, and King is going to be the one who decides if they get another pick or not, if they're able to delay this a little bit longer. The wall does come down from Symmetra, though, trying to keep that Torbjorn turret out of this fight, trying to make sure that that high ground cannot be used, and they're going to push in.
The wall comes through, but King also...
Oh my god, they have families! Jeez, it just happened so fast. I can't even tell you what?
Legolas pressed Q and people fell to the ground. There you go. There's your summary of that last fight. Nice Shatter play from Legolas. They're able to hold on to that Graviton Surge, and Khan can keep this energy that he has. However, they are running into a beat bomb. Oh,
Battlestar Galactica?
True?
I guess so, yeah, but
I guess so.
You brought up Khan still having that Graviton Surge, and that's the biggest outcome of that push right there. Khan having that graviton surge could be all that they need to win this first fight here on offenses. It looks like University of Minnesota is just making a beeline for the point, but a Maywald is going to try and slow their advance. It may not have worked too well as the charge does come in and it D-Max Parsville, and that's the go button for the graviton surge. Nobody's going to fall to that as the beat is used to counteract it, and then the Nano Boost to throw down. The Shatter is a huge one, but the wall keeps him out of it, but he's not going to need to get into the fight because he did all his damage with that Shatter. Kyrie going to be taking down his counterpart, but that's going to be all that she wrote for the tanks, and that's 1 tick, that's 2 ticks, and that might be the Scarlet Knights losing here as University of Minnesota has the numbers, they have the people alive, and that's going to be them taking this point. But I spoke a little too soon because the Scarlet Knights can still force a tie.
Can still force a draw, but that offense was the Legolas show. Absolutely popping off with 2 huge shatters to secure point A and B. Probably feeling himself a little bit. I can already tell, knowing him personally, probably feeling himself a little bit after those big plays. But I mean, it looks really bad for UMN, not gonna lie, because they wasted, I think, almost 2 minutes on one fight and they lost. But then Kyrie decided to solo shatter trick plays when he's like half health on Symmetra. Might have not been the correct call, but you know, you gotta start dominant sometime in the front line.
Exactly. You know, Reinhardt's and main tanks have to show off that they're the alpha, and sometimes you gotta shatter one person so they know what's good, you know? Sometimes it really does be like that. But the Scarlet Knight's gonna be whipping out that Torbjorn and May yet again, it looks like. And University of Minnesota, you good?
I think they're alright. I mean I would not be surprised if Bonesy actually pulled this out.
I'm not surprised either, because this comp is just screaming, just get your ultimate and we'll win. Because you get the Graviton Surge, you have a Dragon Strike. The Dragon Strike doesn't work, you have a Dragon Blade. The Dragon Blade doesn't work, you have a Shatter. And on top of that, someone's going to be getting a Nano Boost.
And I mean, it is Hanamura, so might as well pull up both the Shimada brothers.
Exactly. Keep it canon, I like it, yeah. Make sure that we're role-playing in our competitive games. Get the best of both worlds.
Not pulling symmetric shenanigans this time. Just want a solid overall attack. And again, build his ultimate just like Gibraltar. It's got to win one fight if you're UMNPP, take the series, and move yourself into the finals. Ooh, King misses the Maywall. Oh, not actually, gets Khan.
Yeah, Khan and Legolas both going to be dropped, and that's going to be the Scarlet Knights for the time being playing this defense well. They have won the first fight. That's only going... Oh, but Trick Plays and Gugu actually on the backside, picking off 2 members, and look out for the DPS in this backside here. It may be Genji, it may be Lucio, but there's a Mei, and it's a lot harder to deal with a Mei than it is a Lucio. And so, Legolas trying to get back and cause a little chaos, but he's going to be met with a Mei, and that's the worst thing a Hammond could be met with.
Yeah, the problem is you're already down 2 for Scarlet Rutgers, and you gotta take only 1 tick up your UMN beach parts. Nobody's touching the point right now.
Oh, they gotta get back to that point. You're right. Scarlet Knights, though, able to recover, and this has been an interesting first minute, to say the least here.
This is an absolute, this is a fiesta, I would say, but
it looks like
really
a comp
happening.
game.
No, yeah, this looks actually like a comp game. Nice and very good metaphor there. But as we can see, really nothing on the side of UMNPP to work with, and they swap to the ball, so they no longer had that shatter from Legolas. King almost having the Blizzard, and Parzival with the grab. Oh, that's not a good start, though, for Rutgers defense. Yeah,
Trick Plays picking off Necrosis on that Lucio. That's going to be the opening net. UMN may have needed. Wiz also goes down. Graviton Surge used, though, and that's multiple people stuck in that. Kyrie looking for his opportunity to strike, and that's 1, 2, 3 people dropped by Parzival, and the Scarlet Knights are able to hold that off?
Parzival putting on the carry pants there with the grab and taking out 3. Kyrie does get the Nano Boost, a little bit too late to swing in the grab, but it might have been worth it just to keep that main tank alive. Almost having that shatter to work with, but we do it all approaching Nano Blade territory, and Necrosis only 50% to that beat. This could be the fight win PP is looking for, but they don't have much to work with outside of the Nano Blade, so this is the last fight here almost for them.
Yeah, Necrosis has to watch out for that Hanzo, but King's actually going to be the one to fall, and he had that Mei Blizzard. Without that, that's going to be disaster for the Scarlet Knights, and then you have to wonder how they're going to recover from this. The shatter comes down a little too early, so that's going to be the Scarlet Knights falling 1, 2. Parzival takes himself out as well, and that's going to be all she wrote for this series, ladies and gentlemen. University of Minnesota, after a back-and-forth battle in Hanamura, are going to take this map. They're going to take this series and move on to the finals of the meal plan.
I don't even know if you can call it a good attack. It was kind of messy.
It was an attack
for the defense. It certainly was. Legolas getting kind of the lucky charge almost. Oh, here's Parzival. It's probably that grab play, but then shooting in that charge on the shattering Reinhardt, not able to get Kyrie any value. So yeah, I mean, you gotta say, definitely planned, and calmed, definitely, from Legolas, but, I mean, Parzival, with 100 energy, just melting down all the squishes as Graviton Surge.
And I mean, that's why off tanks love playing Zarya. You know, when you get that full charge going, nothing is sweeter than just holding left click and laying into your opponents. Usually a squishy because you're just running through the enemy's backline. But after this series, ladies and gentlemen, we have seen University of Minnesota book their ticket to the finals later tonight of the meal plan, and they are one step closer to getting all those sweet, sweet pizzas sent to them up in that cold north. And so, before we can get to the finals, myself and my partner Booney are going to have to step away as we move on to the next matchup, the next semifinal in this tournament, where Waterloo is going to be taking on the University of Pittsburgh in possibly a very close matchup, but Waterloo has looked dominant to say the least. So
Waterloo has looked dominant. Pittsburgh kind of a Cinderella story, so maybe they can pull out a little bit of magic, but it'd be quite the upset.
Yeah, so you want to stick around and catch that. Don't go anywhere because the meal plan will be back very shortly.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the meal plan. Secure the dough, secure the pizza. Today, we are in our final match of our final four. You just saw UMN Pizza Pirates take the 3-1 victory over Rutgers University. Scarlet Knights cementing their spot into the finals, and they will face off against the winners today of our current match, Waterloo versus Pitt Esports. Now, we saw Waterloo yesterday look very dominant, and then Pitt also looked pretty dominant in the casting match when they went up against Purdue, which me and my casting buddy over here, Ryan, actually did ourselves. So what can we expect to see out of these teams today, you think?
Well, so as far as composition wise, I feel like we're gonna still keep seeing kind of, the Reinhardt back and forth kind of battle between both teams. I don't think that's gonna change. However, it should be still a pretty exciting match, although if I were to call a favorite right now, I'd maybe have to give it to Waterloo. I think they're a really strong team and they're gonna come out and prove it, but we'll see.
I would also have to give it probably over to Waterloo. I mean, when we saw what their casting match yesterday in the round of 16, Badges was just dominating on the Reinhardt, seemed to be able to get a shatter whenever he wanted to. But then we also got to look over at Pitt. We saw Song on the Zarya absolutely dominate on Dorado, almost holding points by himself. And Tolstoy, as we were calling him today, not Toy Story. And, we did see Harshamundo also get a couple picks on the Hanzo, so I think we have a pretty back and forth match here. Hoping for a good one here as we head into our finals next round. Now, as we see yesterday with Waterloo, I want to point out the player to watch for me would probably be Damo on the hit scan. Looked absolutely dominant on that Widowmaker, especially on Junkertown, able to pick off his counterpart almost at will. And if I looked at Pitt, I would probably say Song would be my player to watch. What about you?
Yeah, Song had a very strong performance yesterday on the Zarya, so excited to see that again. And like you mentioned earlier, Harshamondo. Not only is his name fun to say, but he was popping off pretty hard too yesterday. So, yeah, there are some players definitely to watch out for.
And of course, we are just waiting for both teams to give the R. Our first match is going to be Control, and it is actually going to be Busan. When we look at Busan, we see almost an opportunity for different kind of compositions to come out. We have the Downtown, which is really good for dive. We have Mecha Base, which is good for more brawly stuff. And then we also have, I believe it's Sanctum with the drum in the middle, which kind of gives birth to almost both of them. You can play dive or the brawly comp. Now, do we see, especially kind of the brawl in all three stages, or do you think we're going to see dive on Downtown, or what are you thinking we might be able to see here? Something
Um,
different.
yeah, so like you said, the teams do have a couple different choices. I am almost expecting, whether it's dive or not, to see a Widowmaker on downtown. That's a very strong map for her, for sure. And if you have like the dominant Widow player in the match, you just kind of take it over.
And
Just
I think
don't
when you
even
have
give me any
Damo,
chance.
I think you do have dominant Widowmaker if you're Waterloo. Because we didn't see, I don't think Harsh Window or Samaritan played Widowmaker yesterday, did we? I don't believe we actually did see them in the pin match against Purdue. It's more like we had some interesting stuff come up from Harsh Window, like the Hanzo. I believe I saw a Samaritan run a Torbjorn or a Symmetra, constantly these odd picks with the Trailblazer Wiz, of course, setting the way from our first match with UD and Rutgers, but we're just waiting for the teams to give the R. We might actually want to go to a quick break as we're running out of things to talk about here before the match even starts, but...
Unless you want to just hear me make like weird noises or something, but I don't know.
I don't really think the production wants that, but we keep talking about the game a little bit. Now, the support line of Shaq and Off and Taffman looked really strong in their game against Purdue, especially Shaq and Off. They'll get a lot of value with the anti-nades and some pretty nice sleeps. We are actually heading into the match. Finally, we don't have to keep making small, awkward conversation. We'll be starting here on Mecha Base.
And yeah, like you said, I think odds are good. We definitely see the Reinhardt composition coming out. May can be pretty strong in this map, walling off that one main choke point. Although, you know, I have seen some variety in this map before in the past, so teams could mix it up a little bit.
We could have a little bit of a mix-up, but yeah, like you said, the May, especially if you got to come back to recontest the point, you have really 2 or 3 options to go through. Or there are all these such small choking hallways, you can just choke somebody off with that May wall. But hopefully we actually see Waterloo pull this out, because this would be one heck of a competition to watch. But it looks like we're going to see swaps. But if we do look over at UPIT, pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, I would be interested if they came out in the Lucio Zen. I feel like they're probably going to swap off that Yep to the Ana, but yep, just going for kind of a standard Reinhardt style, playing with the May. They're going to have the Hanzo combo too with their Zarya, and let's see. Yep. And Waterloo opting for a pretty similar composition, except with the McCree.
And the Diva instead of the Zarya. Song on that signature on that Zarya looked really strong yesterday. See if he can't get the same amount of value he did yesterday. Both teams kind of just aggressive as high ground, a little bit of posturing. Nothing really happening quite yet. But what comes in a little early from Samaritan? Maybe he's trying to block somebody off, but doesn't quite get anything. It's a huge cooldown, almost seemingly wasted. But then again, Vex also responds with a little bit of wasted wall. So both teams trying to take a little bit of positioning, but we do see Waterloo pushing forward. Oh, but Harsh Window strikes on a down blow after gets walled off. A really nice pick there. The Creed gone, a lot of damage, and Song strikes back on the frags. And it looks like Waterloo down 2 already. Might have to get this point. Yeah, it looks like we have UPIT taking an early position on the point and taking the cap.
Yeah, and so both teams were just kind of posturing and not wanting to commit, although that pick just completely opened it up, and they're able to just steamroll ahead through there.
If you look at the Ultra difference, we have Shaq and Off almost with that nano boost ready to deploy onto Tolstoy probably, and Frags only 60%. That's the difference in the healing that we saw in that last fight. I think we did a nice anti from Shaq and Off, might stop the healing, but ooh, the wall comes in. Nice little rotation right on the high ground, not getting choked off, and that point is Waterloo. They only take the high position for themselves, however, the tanks do get walled up, and Badge's anti has to back off, play a little slow. Not able to take that positioning, but Waterloo not really being pressed out of this position right now. UPIT playing slow.
Yep, just like before. Both teams posturing, looking for pick, but...
Nice ball coming in from Vexinus. However, Damo gets picked while he's using the high noon. But Taffman following the Luso gone. The speed disengage is gone. Blizzard throwing in from Vexinus. This could be enough to turn the fight in their favor. Gets antied. Tolstoy does not get to play the game today. And it does look like Waterloo will finally be taking his point back after using a few ultimates. But still, get to cap.
Not necessarily a bad fight if you're UPIT, because they got a decent amount of percentage on the bank, and they're going to have some very strong ultimates coming up. They did not use the mail that fight, and they're going to have a grab Draken combo coming out here too.
Yeah, that's huge. They forced a lot of ultimates like the High Noon and the Blizzard out of Waterloo along with the Nano Boost, so they got a huge ultimate coming here for the attack. Pushing the Shatter comes through, does manage to knock down Tomathan, but able to get away. The grab comes in and it's big. It gets ooh, but the Shadow response coming from Badges. But Tomathan, East Samaritan, Blizzard, that's all the ultimates almost wasted by the side of UPIT. An absolutely devastating fight. Waterloo looking clutch.
almost maybe a bit of a miscommunication there. They threw out the grab and got a
Oh,
huge
but never
one,
mind. It
but-
does actually look like UPIT might be coming back in this fight. A couple picks here. This might be what they're looking for, but they're not able to quite secure the pick on these tanks. Oh, a nice 18-8 comes out from Shaken off. Tourmament can't get the healing. Taffy Man fighting down low, and does look like UPIT will finally take his point back after a little bit of fighting, just giving up a little bit less percentage than Waterloo. But pretty even fight so far.
Yeah, it might not have been as clean as they were looking for, with all those ults coming out and not even getting a ton of value, but they're still able to just win the really chaotic fight after.
It wasn't as clean as they're looking for, but look at the ult banks on both sides. New team's really having the advantage in either way. Frag's having that nano boost. But a lot of ults really kind of just coming up for both these teams here, so not truly lost yet for UPIT. Looking really strong, I think. Looking really good performance against the favorites here in Waterloo. Ooh, the wall gets a little messed up there from Samaritan, but they don't. Damo's turret does fall. Badges running into the enemy team. 1v6 with the nano boost, gets frozen up. Samaritan manages to lock up both takes in a freeze. Song throws down the grab as a solo grab onto Vexness. However, Badge finds Taffy Man, and Badges with 2. It's just gonna be enough for Waterloo to take the point back.
Yeah, and unfortunately, UPIT just kind of got insanely split there once the enemy.
The hammer kill.
Once the enemy nanoed Reinhardt came in, he just kind of split the team into 2 halves, and they weren't able to come together and like take advantage of that grab.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because Song was solo grabbed the mate and was by himself. So I mean, again, not much value to really have. The wall comes through just to split off Waterloo from that tank. They cannot wall them in there. However, Song is walled off, isolated. Song might not get us alive. Badges finds Song. Zarya gone. You might have to. You gotta play this down 5v6 now, because this is last fight territory. Do you have a couple ultimates to work with if you are UPIT? But that's not a good start. If you get Shatter here, Badges might just right here in the Shatter, but it doesn't hit anybody. The Blizzard comes through for Vex. And we do have UPIT finding 3 off the back of that Blizzard. Beat, thrown down by Taffy Man, and does look like UPIT is going to take this fight back with 81% last fight territory, but almost nothing to work with if you are Waterloo.
Yeah, they're going to be relying solely on the Shatter, though still, it's going to be a little tricky here for Waterloo to get in touch. They only have 10 seconds now. Looks like Diva's coming in from the bottom to attempt the touch.
Diva's coming from the bottom, both walls used in a nice T-pose formation. Nothing able to get through. Diva will manage to get the last second touch. Badger gets nailed in the back. However, we do have Toy Story again knocked off. Gets cut off from his team with that lone core and the Nano Rhine charge. This is what Waterloo's looking for. The bomb comes through from Thomas and backs him off the point. But Waterloo's going to claim the point. It's overtime right now, 9-9-9-9. However, at finds Samaritan. The mate is gone. Oh, a nice charge from Badges too. And Waterloo, not as clean as they probably wanted, but 199 on Mecha Base.
Yep, and yeah, like you said, not very clean. Both sides just trading ults back and forth, not necessarily getting a clean wipe on the other team, and it just kept turning into these really chaotic fights. But Waterloo's able to just edge out and win the last fight in the end.
Sadly, we will not be seeing downtown, so no possible, Widowmaker dive shenanigans. But we do see Samaritan on the Soldier, on the legs. Legs is kind of useful at this point, because there's a lot of positions you could hold, like up by the bell, up in the middle by the rock, or to the left. There's a lot of things you could poke through, but Samaritan actually swiped it over to the far. I see the stick with this. Actually, we are seeing some dive shenanigans coming out from UPIT.
Yep, they're opting for kind of a dive composition, and it looks like they're going to mainly just try and put poke damage in the enemy team, whittle them down a little bit.
Toy Story just going on to the left, try to set a little dive position. We do have Songs on the Diva, just putting pressure on the point right now. Not really looking for any value. Oh, we do have Toy Story poking to the back, making the supports have to rotate back to their team a little bit. We do have a kind of a split position here from UPIT, not really allowing this brawl composition from Waterloo to take advantage of their grouping. But we do have Damo find a Harshmundo. That is a lot of damage gone from this dive. And we do have Toy Story getting choked off by the Mayforce the Blight, and it does finally look like Waterloo is going to take the point first.
Yeah, and Waterloo is just kind of able to huddle in their position on the point and force UPIT to come to them. And in the close range fight, Waterloo is definitely favored.
Yeah, Waterloo's definitely favored, and we're on like a control point like this. That's all the fights are going to be, especially when they have that May. They're just going to sit up in that on that little bell and not move anywhere. Dive doesn't really have anywhere to go if the mage is sitting with the supports. I do have Vexinus almost having that Blizzard to throw down on the point, and really almost no ults other than the Nano Barrage to speak of for UPIT. Gonna be a rough little engage here.
they're going to be relying on getting some good poke in, and maybe just getting a lot of value out of these two ults.
Nanos get traded both. Oh, the monkey gets stuck. Toy Story gets frozen and stuck. Toy Story does not get to enjoy this nano boost on the monkey. But the barrage comes through for Samaritan. Doesn't find anything bad with a flame strike. Knocks the Justice out of the sky. Thong gets DMAC. This could be a rough stagger. And U-Pit forced back to spawn.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for U-Pit to dislodge Waterloo off the point here.
Oh, an interesting kind of a flex shatter from Badges, I think.
Just cleaning up there, but yeah.
And of course, the pumpkin smash emote comes out from Badges.
No.
We saw that plenty of times yesterday.
And they still have a lot of ults to work with. Yep. U-Pit's having to swap off dive here to something else, just try and better able to fight their way onto the point.
Yeah, U-Pit coming up onto the bomb, having that Valkyrie and Dragons to work with, probably try to split off some of the tanks, maybe Badges get split off and take advantage with Toy Story, but going through the Bell area is the DPS, but we have another split composition with Toy Story by himself on the left side of point, no demon help him there, however Song and him do reconvene on the point. Oh, the Bolton Core gets eaten mostly by Song, nice DM there. At decided to throw in that beat, it's time to go. Oh, but a nice bomb coming in from Song takes down Dumbo and the turret, but Tourmament falls to Toy Story, or Toy Story falls down, and the line is gone. Anti-nated is going to be Badges, has to play a little safe here. Bomb thrown out by Song, or bomb thrown out by Tourmament, finds nothing. This is based on the point. We have a flank legs with the Nano, or with the Valkyrie Mercy there. Nothing really happening just yet. Both teams against just posturing, but Water looks favored here. Good flags falling in the back line. Oh, Samaritan finds two on the flank. Samaritan running away with his Mercy pocket, which is not going to be enough as Badges chase him down with the hammer. And just a chaotic fight right now. Looks like they're fighting on 3 different angles here. But Toy Story fighting 2, and finally U-Pit might take the point back.
Yeah, and Samaritan was definitely the hero that helped make that happen if they're able to cap here. Taking that flank and getting 2 whole picks.
Yeah, Samaritan on the back fighting the Ana and the Mei. 2 huge picks like you said with the Mercy pocket, but Toy Story falls to Badges. It does look like it might be enough here with At falling and Vexenus gone. It does look it's going to be enough for U-Pit to finally flip it 9-9 to 9-9. However, the Moira Rage is pumping heals into Badges and Tourmament. They are not moving. They are not budging here on this point. The Nano and the Mercy pocket coming in from Song. It will be enough to finally kill the tanks on point. It looks like it will be as Badges falls. And yes, here we go. Finally, U-Pit taking the point.
It is going to be a bit of a rough hold for U-Pit here, though, because their comp is maybe a little less optimal. Waterloo can find a way to exploit it, and also they have to hold on for 99 here. They cannot lose a fight. But
the comp is less optimal, yes, and they're running into like a Molten Core and Shatter and Bomb. They're just running a bunch of point clearing up, so it can be rough.
They're going to have some ults to work with here, though, so...
Oh, they actually managed to get off Harshamundo, who's by himself on the Bell. Gets taken down by Badges. Samaritan popping the bodies in the back. It's DM'd, however, by Townsend. Doesn't matter, Vexenus falls to it, but Townsend does get the kill. Samaritan, however, that's 2 picks already for the side of U-Pit. Damo throwing out the Molten Core on the point. Won't be enough to displace U-Pit off it for long enough. However, Samaritan gets rezzed, and the bomb gets thrown in from Song. Looking at the value, no, it will actually demech Townsend, and finally, U-Pit might be able to hold his point.
Yeah, and really chaotic fight after it looked like Waterloo had the opening they needed, picking off Harshamundo, but able to find some picks with their ults and just kind of sustain and stay on point. Now they only have to win 1 to 2 fights here, looking a little up for them.
They gotta win 1 fight and basically a stall at this point. It's already 70% as they're pushing into the point here. Let's see if Badges can hit a nice Shatter or Townsend hit a nice bomb. While they're relying on Nick Shackton off, does have that Nano boost to give to the Reinhardt full story in the front lines. How they kind of interesting rotation going all the way around. They do take a position on the point. Toy Story kind of by himself right now. Gets a Nano booster Shackton off, but gets antied and gets slapped. Not able to play the game again as Toy Story, but Damo's turret falls to Samaritan's Helix Rockets. Will it be enough to win this fight? Oh, but Shackton off falls to Vexenus' flank. Well played there from Waterloo. However, we do have Song getting DMech as well from Townsend. Oh, the Shatter is a little too late from Toy Story. Not going to be enough. Badger Shatter finds nothing, but does zone them off the point, and it does look like Waterloo is going to take it.
Yeah, and the time bank did look close there, 97 to 99, but that is a little deceptive because after Waterloo was able to hold it to 99 on their first defense, they only had to win 1 fight really after that. So, and they're able to bank their ults up and get in the end.
And yeah, that's big because Vexness can win that flank and took down Shaken off really early. So that all that healing was gone, and that led to them probably winning that last fight. Oh, nice headshot there from Vexness on the Mei. Looking really strong so far. However, UPIT put in a little more of a fight than I think some of us people were expecting against Waterloo.
Yeah, for sure. Even though they did lose Koth 2-0 there, they still put up a pretty good fight each round.
Of course, the next map is going to be a hybrid. I think we can probably expect Kings.
Scrims Row, yeah. Pretty likely, but we'll see.
We do actually also have a substitution coming in. SB Wayne comes in for Damo. Damo looking strong on that Torbjorn. But we'll see if SB Wayne maybe kind of a sneaky composition change here. Maybe a pocket strat that Waterloo was saving for this match specifically to get their ticket into the finals against UMN Pizza Pirates, which will be happening later tonight right after this match. Now,
maybe Damo was just their Torbjorn specialist. I don't know.
Yeah, he is like that Widowmaker guy we were talking about from Junkertown yesterday. But, I mean, maybe he is a secret Torbjorn specialist who just has a decent Widowmaker on the side, I guess. But if you are UPIT, what do you got to do here? We're just going to assume Kings Row. Oh, actually, we might actually be wrong.
No, Hollywood. So, yeah, we have a chance of seeing more of like a bunker composition I've seen teams run before on Hollywood defense. Hiding up on the top of the cafe with Orisa. Reinhardt still is pretty strong on first point too for both sides, attack and defense. But yeah, you do have some options. And on the streets phase, second point, snipers, high ground DPS, pretty strong there too. So we could see a bit of diversity.
Could see a bit of a diversity there, yes, of course. But then when you look at Waterloo, it was really strong on that Ryan Brawley composition. I think Hollywood also, you're able to play that too. So I don't think that Waterloo is exactly nerfed here.
No, but if UPIT did want to mix it up a little bit with the comps, this would be the map to do it.
We will be hopping into Hollywood here very shortly. Gonna wait for the standby because both teams are in production. And what we saw there, actually, I want to say, Badges didn't seem to have that performance that he did yesterday. Badges looked super strong yesterday, just getting like a shatter after shatter after every fight. But it looked kind of contained.
Yeah, UPIT was able to restrain him a little bit more that map.
Restrain him a little bit more. Well, again, we'll see if we get some interesting compositions. Maybe like a Bastion or a Torb turret on the rising platform in the back behind the cafe, maybe. Yeah, you just never know what you're gonna see.
Some ladder strats, yeah.
Or a Defran Grav, a little red strat from Overwatch League Season 2. Never know what we're going to see. But it actually looks like a pretty standard defense with the McCree May. We get our hopes up way too much, Orion. We're going to stop doing that.
No, still, this is a very strong point for this comp on both sides still, though. Definitely. Maywall can be pretty strong here. And looks like...
Now, what's the advantage of a McCree over a Hanzo, or a Hanzo over McCree, do you think?
I'd say McCree is probably a little bit more consistent DPS, especially after the Hanzo nerf. Can definitely put up more shield pressure, although Hanzo, if he can find an off angle, can definitely get picks, has a higher pick potential. And he has a strong combo with the Zarya grab, which Song also likes to run.
I guess, yeah, I didn't see Song would be running the Zarya, his probably signature hero at this point in this tournament so far. Holding the H ground is going to be Waterloo. Ooh, a nice anti-nade onto Toy Story. Not able to get any healing frags. Hitting some nice ones today with no diva to eat him up. Ooh, stuck right in this corner with a nice May wall. Again, both teams kind of just posture right now. Oh, but Song finds Vexus on the back, and Toy Story finding Badge. This might be an easy attack here coming out from UPIT.
Yeah, Song finding a bit of a flank, and I don't think Vexanus expected that at all. See a Zarya just sitting on the low ground beaming him.
Yeah, Vexanus caught a little bit off guard, but Toy Story almost having that shatter, shacking off almost with the nano boost. A very solid attack coming out from UPIT. Waterloo's defense kind of in shambles, and the huge ult advantage going over towards UPIT so far. Song trying to get a little bit of value out of his little poking here from the door, trying to push them back out of that door, because this is where a lot of teams like to hold on the defense. It's a very solid choke to hold with that May. Gotta come through that door. Oh, but a shatter comes through, knocks down two. Very nice shatter coming over the nano charge. Oh, with the sleep on the Badges. Will it be enough? It won't be enough. However, SB Wing finding the kill. Harshman finding frags, but the shatter comes through for badges, and there we go! Our first badge shatter, and Shang might want that Graviton Surge back. That's not very good.
Yeah, a bit of a just miscommunication, or he just didn't notice that his team was all dying as he threw it. Unfortunate.
You can stagger it out here. However, we do see Tourmament not having that Diva mech quite yet. A little bit of an advantage for the attackers as they move quickly.
For sure, for sure. And both teams,
we do have a pause being called for, perhaps, again, not miscommunication, but actually lag. So we'll never know when we're doing an online tournament like this. So I believe we should probably send to production a little break here while we wait out for this pause and wait for the issues to get figured out. We will return after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We do have some little bit of issues getting fixed out here, but it looks like we'll be starting here momentarily. Now, as we look at the ult banks on both sides, which team do you think has the advantage moving into this next fight here?
So both sides are gonna have the May ult, so we'll have to see which team gets more value out of that. However, we are gonna see a bit of a larger ult bank on the side of Waterloo here with both the Deadeye and the Diva Bomb. So if they can build those up, or not, sorry, just Deadeye, but that is a pretty strong combo with the May ult.
I think it's whatever team gets a bigger Blizzard here, or what Diva could eat the Blizzard on either side. Song did use that Graviton Surge, but a nice pick on a Vex from Harsha Mundo with the Storm Arrows. The Blizzard comes through on both sides, and they're almost overlapping almost perfectly. Ooh, but Shotgun falls off. Harsh Mundo with a headshot onto Badges. Both teams trading back and forth, but this favors the attackers. They have big spawn advantage. And it does look like UPIT is going to push through yet again with another solid attack. Not using too many ultimates.
Yeah, both sides just committing the May ult, however. They're able to find a little bit more value.
Let's find a little bit more value. We do have Bomb High Noon coming out here for Waterloo. What with the Dragons and Beat here for UPIT, it's kind of an even fight. Nobody really having a fight-winning ult per se, unless Badger hits a nice shatter here, almost having that on cooldown. Moving here, both teams just posture. Oh, nice wall coming out from Samaritan. Song finding frags in the back, a lot of healing guns. Samaritan again finding at both supports down for Waterloo, and another fight win for UPIT.
Yeah, Shacking Off was just able to find a huge nade there, getting almost the entire enemy team, and they were just able to push in and clean up off of that.
Able to push in, clean up, and you have 5 ultimates for UPIT to push into point B here. This is huge, but almost 5 ultimates to respond with for Waterloo. This is going to become a back and forth fiesta here.
It's going to be hard for Waterloo even to get a clean touch here, though, if they get a good May wall.
They did come in here, however, Badges is looking for that shatter. Oh, he gets stunned! Tolstoy not able to block it, and a huge shatter for Badges. Will it be enough? It looks like it will, and Waterloo will hold at the end of point B with just a shatter. Absolutely massive play from Badges.
Yeah, I feel like it was almost a bit of a mistake on UPIT's part, too. They're all playing on the card. If they had pushed up a little bit more of the doors, tried to get a May wall there, they could have maybe even denied the touch in the first place. But they're going to have another chance to take it here with some pretty strong ults in their bank.
They will have 5 ults to work with, however, almost 5 ults again on the side of Waterloo. And Waterloo has looked a lot more decisive with their ult usage, so maybe this is the advantage I'm looking for to hold at the end of point B. Team looking a little split right now. We have Song up on the high ground trying to poke a little bit of damage in. What that high ground Sniper Zarya character is. And Ambush gets thrown in on the Toy Story. Will be able to keep him alive. Looking for a shatter. Doesn't manage to knock down Frags, but the beat keeping Frags alive right now. However, the Dragon and the Nanorite is just too much. Harsh Mundo finding 2 off the back end. The Blizzard for cleanup from Samaritan. And it does look like UPIT will be pushing to the end of point B.
Yeah, and again, Shacking Off really just kind of carrying his team with these anti-nades. He was able to anti-nade almost all of Waterloo again, and they were forced to commit the beat to just keep them alive.
And it's so weird, because you'd be thinking that, like, Frag's be getting more value against nades with no diva to eat those nades, but backing off again, find those right angles. Taking a really early fight here, right in the spawn, trying to get some stagger kills, and Vexness falls from Harshamundo, and they can't fight super close yet. Getting the cart through that doorway is huge for the attackers.
Yeah, and this is what I like to see, just some real aggression pushing up, denying the space, and they're going to have Grav here pretty strong once Waterloo does push in.
And Toy Story with 20% of all charge with one flame strike looking pretty solid here. Badge is not quite having it yet. Oh, the shatter comes through, but it doesn't hit anybody. However, both teams trading back and forth. But it does look like in the end it will be Waterloo taking this with the Nano and the Blizzard. There's a little bit of cleanup here coming from Vexness on the back, but yes, it does look like it's finally going to be the defense stabilized.
And it is this next fight going to kind of be on Tourmament to eat this Grav here, because Waterloo, unless... they're going to be relying otherwise entirely on the sound barrier to keep them alive in this Grav, and it may not be enough.
Yeah, sound barrier, but you also have Moira heals. They swap over from frags off the Ana, perhaps try to get a little more heals for the Graviton Surge Dragon combination. As they move here, Bubble Thrown in on the Toy Story, not getting too much value. Oh, but a nice stun shatter coming, and they find Harshamundo in the back. Cannot throw the Dragon combo together. The Blizzard has to be invested from Heart Samaritan. Both teams, again, just trading back and forth right now. However, Talented forced to D-Mech and use the bomb. Son just pushing the back line with his Mei. He's leaving Toy Story to hold the point by himself, but looks like it might be enough for U-Pit to push forward here. Badges charging in, trying to get a little more contest, but the Dragon thrown in a little too late from Harshamundo. Tried to look for the cleanup, but might want that one back for the end here.
Yeah, we're seeing just another chaotic fight, except this time U-Pit was able to come out on top. And I think that's partially due to just how much DPS Song is able to put out on the Zarya when he stays alive.
Now we do have SB Wayne with that Blizzard, might be enough to end this. However, we do have the beat for Tefman. The Shatter gets blocked from Badges. Badges blocking Toy Story. Shatter not coming up, and hits the charge right back. Badges putting the work in on Toy Story right now. The wall comes through from Wayne, and it's going to be enough for Waterloo to hold right at the end of Hollywood. Right kind of what the defense actually wants, because the spawn advantage is ginormous.
However, Song is just able to keep putting out so much DPS in the Zarya, he almost has another Grav.
Almost has another Graviton Surge attacking up almost with the Nano Boost. I mean, I gotta say, probably the one of the scariest combos in the game is the Grav Nano Rhine. Because Toy Story can probably build a Shatter if it's a well-placed Grav. As we move in here into the last fight, Badges will have his Shatter and Vexness will have High Noon online most likely. As we move in here on the card, both teams just trying to take a little positional advantage. The bubble thrown in on Toy Story. Oh, but Taffy Man falls. That's a huge pick for the defense, and that is just not going to be enough. They got it back out here for one last fight.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit dicey here. They'll be able to touch, but it may not be a clean fight, however. If they are able to get in, they have some pretty strong ults in the Graviton and the Mei ult here. Just force them off a cart.
Yes, and the Nano to get thrown in as well. Forced to ice block a little early is Samaritan, but Harshman finds Vexness. McCree down. That's a lot of damage. Oh, but the Mei wall blocks the Shatter from Badges. A huge Mei wall from SB Wayne blocks his own team Shatter. And then we got SB Wayne getting meet the end of the charging Reinhardt, and it does look like U-Pit with the Blizzard grab Shatter will be enough to win this fight and to secure 0.3 on Hollywood. Ooh, Vexness not healed with fine anti the High Noon either, and they're gonna push into the end. And you got Badge's Shatter getting blocked by his own teammate is not what you want.
A little unlucky, yeah. Still, though, on the part of U-Pit, that's definitely an attack to be proud of, as it can be pretty difficult to cap to the end of Hollywood there, especially with how close the defender's spawn is.
How close the defender's spawn is, definitely. So I mean, they kind of like staggered up those picks almost too, so it just got perfectly one after another. Not come all in one go, so they can't all come out of the 6. So a really solid, I think, attack coming out from U-Pit, able to secure all 3 points, but it is an overtime. So if Waterloo manages to push through to the end of Hollywood with a little bit of time left in the bank, over a minute, they will have the opportunity to take this map and just not lose it. It's winnable.
Ready for battle.
Yep, and looks like both sides here are going to be basically just running the same comps back. We're going to be seeing Song on the Zarya again, Harshamundo on his Hanzo, and then Waterloo opting for the same Diva and McCree on their side.
And Harshamundo has looked really good today on this Hanzo. It seems like he's the first one in the kill feed in the fights that U-Pit wins. So looking really solid on his Hanzo with a nice mechanics or quote-unquote aim, you could say, for a Hanzo player is kind of chucking in arrows into a choke point, hoping for the best, but...
Yeah, and like we said earlier, the Hanzo maybe in just a straight one-on-one fight is maybe pulling out a little less DPS than the McCree, but if you're able to find these angles and find these picks, he can be very powerful.
He's pretty powerful. Forced off the, dropped off the high ground is UPIT, losing that positional advantage, and we see Waterloo making the rotation up to the high ground, taking a spot away from them. We get Harshimundo just trying to force them back down those stairs. One-man army on a mission on the high ground, but it's not going to be enough. And we do have Waterloo holding up that high ground right now. Huge positional advantage for Vexinus and SB waiting to find those picks. Dropping down his badge on the point. The May Wall comes through from both sides. Nothing really of value found on either of those. Badges is slept, but woke up instantly. Nothing really happened so far yet. Song on the high ground though. High ground Zarya looking like Sinatra from Owerwatch, so he's sitting up there trying to pound in the energy. But shacking off on Vexinus, that's a huge pick. Huge amount of DPS down. Oh, the sweep with the charge! Again, both teams just trading really back and forth here. Toy Story falling, but Frag's gone as well. And with Harshimundo finding another pick, it does look like UPIT will stabilize on the defense.
And Song, again, is just definitely the difference maker. He's able to just build up high charge in the Zarya, stay alive, and just put out huge amounts of DPS. And
has the grab.
He's nearly built his grab twice as fast as the enemy diva. And this is going to be, if not Eden, it's going to be a very strong ult here.
It's going to be Grad Dragon with no defensive ultimate on the side of just yet 20% away. Will they be able to build it in time for the grab to come through? The nail the Rhine. Will the grab come through right now? The win roll is huge though. They solo grab the Rhine. They throw in the Dragon as well. The wall comes through to save their team. Nice wall from SB Wayne. Keeps them above the Dragon's range. Nothing really found of value of any of these ultimates here. There's 3 ultimates thrown in, but no kills. Waterloo playing this super smart so far.
Yep, just able to sustain and stay alive, and now they can come in with their own ults.
Coming with their own ults, sleep is throwing the badge, but doesn't find any value. Badge instantly woken up. The shatters for both Rhines up. Samaritan does find Vexus. Oh, the shatter comes through, finds 2! And does like that's going to be enough. Oh no, the Blizzard gets eaten by Tomathan. Samaritan throws away the Blizzard, donates it to the fund.
Oh, and yeah.
Just trying to get away, but it's not going to be enough, and Waterloo will claim point A.
It was already kind of a hero ult in the first place. He was only one of the only ones left alive on point, and it's just Eden, unfortunate. But yeah, like we were saying before that Badges was contained a little, but now he's kind of unleashed. He was able to just find a huge shatter and win his team the fight off of that.
And he keeps getting sleep, he keeps getting anti, he does not matter. Oh, but charges on the Song. Will Song fall here early? Oh, but Toy Story matches the shatter, throws it down onto the Diva. Tomathan taken down. However, Song will fall, and Vexinus finally becomes Samaritan. That's 2 people down already for UPIT's defense. This defense is crumbling.
Yeah, Badge is just kind of chatting out here a little bit, I'd have to say.
I think he's kind of asserting his man dominance here. M, of course, uppercase M, lowercase a, uppercase N, showing off a little bit. Almost has to shatter again. And Toy Story kind of threw that one away, not finding any value with it. Song almost having the Graviton Surge again, but low on charge. Will take a while for him to build that up. As we can see, we have Vexus and Tomathan on the high ground, keeping that for the McCree. Oh, the Harshimundo! Put the headshot onto High Nudie and McCree on the high ground. A nice play. And Song finding frags in the back. This might be UPIT stabilizing on the defense here. Right at First National Bank.
Yeah, that early pick there on the ulti McCree and the well-placed mail just really were able to help them stay in that fight. And while that was going on, Song was able to build up his grab. So now they're going to have a clean win condition to hold for this next fight.
Now if you're you gotta make the decision. Do you say beat for the Blizzard? Do you say beat for the Grad Dragon? Price for Grad Dragon, but you just clean up with Samaritan's Blizzard. So a terrible position to be in if you're the attackers. Defenders ultimate bank looking pretty stellar right now. However, Badges again just started down, running in Toy Story, but Sesame Way already gone. That's a lot of utility off the field. Vexus falling, both TPS down. The beat invested from maybe want that one back, but let's pull one back. They can! Waterloo with 3 picks off the back of At's beat. Make him look like a fool.
Yeah, he saw his chance there. He knew that if he was able to pop Sound Barrier there and keep his team alive, they could win that fight.
It does look like UPIT will have one last contest here at the end. They have Grad Dragon and Blizzard with no defensive ultimate to speak of for Waterloo. Can Waterloo clutch this out without having that Lucio beat to work with? Moving in here, Song's positioning for looking for the ground. Oh, but the shatter comes through from both sides. The wall manages to keep the team alive. A nice wall from Samaritan. Manages to block off Badge's utility. The bomb blizzard comes through on both sides. Tourmament finding Taffy Man. Just a hectic fight right now, but Harshamundo cleans up with 3 and U-Pit right into point B's.
And this is looking really good if you're U-Pit. Both sides basically reset their ult economy there with that fight. However, they only have to hold for another minute and a little less than a half here. Only have to win about 2 fights.
We have Badge swapping over onto the Winston as well. I don't think we actually saw him play the Winston yesterday in their casted match against the Aggies. Smart to actually go with here. Yeah, it's
smart choice, I think, to help contest the high ground, stop Sung and the Hanzo from getting value.
Yeah, Harshamundo has been getting some huge picks in these fights, along with those dragons, putting in a lot of value with that ultimate. Positioning on the high ground. This is kind of almost last fight territory for Waterloo. If they want a nice solid 6-on-6 fight. They're good position here, jumping into the backline. Oh, but Shackenoff hits a nice sleep onto the monkey, but not going to be enough. The dive is too strong, but it does actually look like U-Pit is going to stay like. Oh, but they lose Song. SB Wayne finds the tank line and the blizzard coming through as well. Both mates using the ice block. Not really happening. Nothing much happening right now. Both teams just trying to find those picks. Taffman is anti. Has to get away. Almost has to beat. Manages to stay alive. While Harshamundo finds Tourmament's baby or bunny blaster and sent back to spawn. But the spawn advantage might come in here if you are U-Pit. Having the shatter. Oh, the shatter comes through. Finds Tourmament and the blizzard. Comes through for Samaritan. Finds our false to Vexus on the flank. And you might want that blizzard and shatter back if you are U-Pit, because now Waterloo looking strong.
Yeah, unfortunate. They definitely saw a chance to turn the fight around with those ults, but they just weren't able to stay alive while they're going off.
And they get a stagger on Harshamundo too at the start of C, so they're going to push that doorway without any pressure. Nice
Still though,
attack.
good hold if you're U-Pit, honestly. You have some ults to work with here, and you only have to hold third for a minute.
To hold third for a minute. Oh, and they force Badge to pop that Primal Rage to stay alive in the backline. Tries to juggle Taffy Man, but again, does not find the kill, and that Primal Rage almost seemingly wasted, and Tourmament forced out of the mech, but the Nano in Song probably should build those level percentages on the grab, but U-Pit stabilizing.
Yeah. Waterloo is going to be forced to back off here, and they're only going to really have 1 fight after this.
They have 1 fight, and they only have the Nano Bomb to work with. Not really strong attack ultimates when you're going into an ult bank like that on the side of U-Pit with Grad Dragon and Beat to use. There's both Ryan's posture in the corner right now. Oh, we have Song going for a flank. They don't see Song. Song pops off. It's a huge Graviton Surge. However, the wall comes through. It's not going to be enough, though. Both supports gone, and U-Pit. Look like they're going to take Hollywood.
Oh, and this stagger on Tourmament is going to really hurt Waterloo. They're not going to get a clean 6v6 fight here at the end.
Oh, that's terrible, and he had the bomb too. He could have helped his team out. Frank just had the nano boost, but with even a touch here, if Toy Story hits a shatter, it's not going to be enough. Badges gets nanoed onto the cart. It will stay alive, but the flame strike is huge from Badges. Takes down Harshamundo, but Frags falls in the backline. A lot of healing gone for Waterloo. The shatter comes through, it's huge! Toy knocks down Badges. The bomb gets started by Tourmament. Desperation last second, but the blizzard from Samaritan picks the team back. And they're all frozen, and it looks like they're going 1-1. U-Pit claiming Hollywood.
Yeah, and honestly, it's hard to pick like a single person on, although they're able to get a pick, but looks like it's still just going to be cleanup.
I think it's just some stagger kills on here. Yep, and we do have U-Pit tying the series 1-1.
Hard to pick like a single like standout MVP from U-Pit for that map. Because honestly, every player on their team popped off at different points. Shackenoff was able to help carry their attack with those anti-nades. Song was just able to consistently put out huge amounts of DPS on the Zarya. Harshamundo finding picks on the flanks with the Hanzo. And even Tolstoy at the end able to find some really big shatters.
Yeah, Toy Story, again, like we're saying, Badges, he's being almost contained here from Waterloo. Not really able to show off that pop-up potential they have, but we are going to go to a quick little halftime break here. A few minutes. We are going into the tie 1-1 U-Pit versus Waterloo. Who will face UMN Pizza Pirates in the finals? Stay tuned after this break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Meal Plan semifinals match between Waterloo and Pitt. In UPitt, we had quite the fight there on Hollywood. UPitt taking it and tying up the series 1-1. Kind of almost unexpected here with how strong Pitt has been so far.
Yeah, they really came out swinging that last map. However, I do think this next map on Gibraltar is going to shake things up a little bit, because you have a couple options for comps. Maybe more of a bunker comp with Orisa, or maybe more of a dive comp with Winston. However, Reinhardt really isn't that strong besides like a few sections on the map, so we're going to see something a little different here, I think.
Yeah, and what we saw out of Waterloo on Hollywood, like their dive did not look very clean. It didn't look very like practiced almost, and they picked Gibraltar, which kind of was surprising. So maybe they are going like a Orisa pick. Or if they do run dive, I will be surprised, and maybe it looks a little better on Gibraltar than Hollywood, because maybe they didn't expect to swap onto it, but...
Yeah, it was maybe a bit of a last-minute pick on their part, but...
Oh, we do actually see the dive. It looks like almost full dive coming out besides the brig on the side of Waterloo. See if they actually looks a little cleaner here with the dive DPS. I mean, Vexness looked really strong on the May. Maybe they'll pull it off on the Hanzo as well. But we do have just almost like a full bunker on the side of UPitt, perhaps trying to play in what we have lovingly dubbed the Gremlin Cave, the little room underneath the bridge.
Yeah, where you try and hold the cart underneath the bridge in the mega room. We could see a hold like that from UPitt here.
Yeah, I mean, you got the BAP to heal, the Immortality Field, the Mega behind you. You just have a lot of sustain with the Roadhog healing as well, so use a very strong defensive position if you have a comp like this. The dive does take the high ground though. Oh, but the Hog just managed to find a hook, I believe, on a Badges, but just able to get away and stay alive. Oh, but gets slept. It gets slept and halt, and oh my goodness, gets absolutely melted. Badges does not get to play the game today. However, Vexness finds Samaritan's tank, and they're forced, they do rotate back behind the bridge here.
And looks like they're just going to be holding back in this corner over here. Another, not as maybe fun as the Gremlin Cave, but another strong spot for you to hold on Orisa.
The Hulk comes through with the hook as well. The hook does come through, finds Vexness, but manages to stay alive. Does the Genji with some deflect shenanigans. Song is anti and sports in the back. Oh, but Taskman falls. That's a lot of healing. And here comes the dive DPS putting in the work. SB Wayne and Vexness finding the value in the back line. Does meet the end of Toy Story's Gatling gun, but finally, Waterloo looking strong as attack.
Yeah, and Badges, interestingly enough, deciding to pull out a Orisa of his own here. Match him instead of trying to keep running his head into the wall there with Winston.
Yeah, he looks a lot stronger, more comfortable on this Orisa. If he doesn't die here, oh, gets antied and then killed by Shaq and Off.
Yeah, he was just expecting to be cleaning up someone respawning there. He didn't expect to get antied and the whole team to help him out.
This is a really awkward fight so far because we had Harshamono kind of standing in the Immortality Field, getting the value onto Waterloo, but we do have UPitt holding close, holding the corner. Oh, Song with the absolutely threads the needle with that hook on the frags. They invest the nano on the Song, but might not have been completely necessary, as we do see UPitt putting up a solid B defense.
And yeah, both sides just kind of resetting, however. UPitt's going to have some really strong ults, and I feel like they're kind of on the better comp here a bit. The dive DPS don't necessarily synergize as much with the Orisa kind of bunker playstyle.
You see here, oh, the Immortality. Oh, the Nano Blade comes out, but it gets anti instantly. Will he be able to find any value? Doesn't get any kills off it, but does force some rotation. Gets hooked in by Song, and oh! Song with the whole hog pushing them back, and the Molten Core to boot. Throwing down the Supercharger is Badge, but gets instantly taken out. And UPitt, again, looking really strong in the defense.
And I wouldn't be surprised to see some swaps on the side of Waterloo, going to the May and the Reaper. Much stronger kinds of DPS picks with this composition.
Yeah, making those swaps is probably throwing those ults in at the end just to probably reset. We do have Badges almost kind of using a questionable Supercharger. But probably, I mean, Supercharger is that ultimate that can turn a team fight back 4v6. So, oh, a nice anti-nade coming in from Shaq and Off. Finds the kill on the frags, but they do have a Toy Story a little out of position here, caught right in the middle of all of the members. And as we move in to throw the bomb in from Tourmament, will it find any value? It does manage to find Harshamono and Waterloo cleaning up the fight.
Yeah, and it's gonna be hard for UPitt to come in and recontest here. for sure. But
I mean,
they are
do
going to
the
have
mana-
one last chance.
They do have the Nano Boost and the Bat Pointer to work with, and they do kind of to be in position here, but it does look like
They still have to touch the point.
And it doesn't look like they are going to a 0.4 meters, but again, looks super split and questionable. Investing both support ults, will it be enough for UPIT to stabilize? And oh my gosh, the anti-nades from stacking off, followed by Song, able to build up that whole hog and push them off the point. The Immortality Field will keep that whole hog in position. Misses the hook, but losing members for Waterloo is not good with the Molten Core coming through from Samaritan. Locks them in the corner. Badges having a supercharger yet again, throws it down. Huge value being thrown here. However, we do have Vexus having to invest in Blizzard as well. This is a crazy fight right now, but it does look like Waterloo in the end will pull through.
Yep, and just trading picks and ults back and forth until finally the male was able to close it out, really. Still, not necessarily a terrible defense on the part of UPIT, but they are kind of need to stabilize here, find a way to hold for a little while. Waterloo has 3.5 minutes on the time bank.
Oh, but a nice anti-nade though for checking off as we engage here onto the fight. Sorry to cut you off, but as they use the rally to engage here onto the corner. Nice Hulk coming through, a hook on from Song onto the enemy Orisa. Badge does manage to just get out with his life. And both Reapers exchanging the Death Blossoms. Toy Story investing that supercharger will keep their team in the fight. This the turn fighting ultimate. Oh, but managed to survive the hook from Song somehow. Throwing down that amplification matrix is Taffyman, and the Nambu's thrown in onto Harshamundo. Another hook from Song on this off angle, but it's not going to be enough to keep Harshamundo alive. Anti-nade thrown in from Shakanov. Shakanov huge with his anti-nade so far this map. Will it be enough to get their team to stabilize here on the defense? Song finding SB Wayne. It does look like they're going to back off here being Waterloo.
And that's what they really needed. Now that they're able to win this fight and set up, they're going to have a pretty good chance of defending this map for a little while now.
Have a huge spawn advantage and Samaritan's Molten Core for this next fight. But we do have a couple ultimates coming up on the side of Waterloo. Supercharger Badges building the Supercharger seemingly every fight. And the Bomb and the Blizzard looking kind of strong here in the alt bank. Let's see if they turn it into a fight win as they move here onto the corner. Samaritan's turrets kind of an awkward position, able to shoot him from that back there when they finally go around the corner. Another nice anti-nade from Shaken off.
And they're just forced to back off there, wait it out, yeah.
Oh, but Harshamundo gets caught out of position and gets skill orbed on the high ground. Taken down, a lot of damage and shield pressure down, the Blizzard thrown in. Waterloo chucking everything they have at this fight. And Toy Story, oh no, the Supercharger does not get any value. However, we do have Jonathan missing that bomb, which is going to be enough to push through the end of Waterloo. Strong attack.
Yeah, they just kind of, unfortunately, on the side of UPIT, fell apart a little bit after that pick. Waterloo was just able to take the advantage there and just steamroll their way through. And that's a pretty strong time bank, honestly, for capturing Gibraltar. 1 minute 48 on the clock.
That is a really strong time bank, like you said, but it is completely doable for UPIT, especially with how strong they've been looking so far this series.
Yep, they just need to get a good attack of their own, really.
Again, yeah, good attack of their own. If they can finish with, like, I've seen time banks of like 3 or 4 minutes even on Gibraltar. So, Gibraltar is one of those maps where if you get rolling, you just start rolling.
Yeah, so, especially on the second and third points. You have some really strong high ground and positional advantage you can take if you're able to win a fight. And so, yeah, it's definitely a very momentum-based map.
I will say,
see if they're able to take it.
Song's really strong as Hog, so I think this is definitely the right pick for them. Probably copying a little bit of UMN Pizza Pirates earlier from what we saw in the earlier semifinal round on the Hog. Where they'll get massive value with the hook. Same with Song. Seem to get a hook almost every fight, just sitting on the off angle, getting a squishy in. Doesn't really finish off every time, but did find the value that they're looking for, and both teams kind of look like some pretty similar compositions that they ran on the defense.
1. Attackers incoming.
Push in here, claiming the high ground is going to be Waterloo with the Orisa Diva composition. Oh, a missed hook from Song in the stairwell, not going to be enough. However, forced to rotate really early is Waterloo. Yeah, maybe going back towards the corner already. Gives a lot of space.
And it's just been kind of a battle of attrition so far. They just keep placing Orisa shields, breaking them, poking, looking for a pick here.
Yeah, but if you're the attackers, this is exactly what you want. Just forcing them back right now. Not able to really set up as a defense is Waterloo. Pushing it all the way up to the corner almost for free. It's going to be U-Pit. The barrier does fall for Badges. Comes through. Oh, we got Song on the flank, but misses the hook. Wasn't able to get SP Wayne with that hook. Just has to say, oh, but Toy Story falling early. That's not good. Losing your horse, losing your point presence is going to be rough here for U-Pit. And, oh, they find Song on the flank. Is going to get chased down by the... Looking for the hammer kills, SP Wayne! And he doesn't manage to get it.
And that is a bit of the problem with playing that Roadhog on the flank. He's definitely a high risk, high reward. If he's not able to get a pick with his hook, then his team is kind of at a pretty big disadvantage.
Oh, that's not good though, as Samaritan gets killed in the back, but does manage to knock Tourmament out of the mech. So they will not have Diva Mech almost for this next attack here from U-Pit. This is a huge advantage for them as they move in.
And they're swapping off the Hog here to the Sigma. A bit more consistent value, a bit more consistent DPS.
Oh, but Harshamundo falling there almost does defeat this attack already from U-Pit. So we move in here, both teams kind of, again, like you say, just kind of posturing right now. Song on the point, push it forward to the corner, taking a little bit of positional advantage. Does have that extra barrier now with Sigma to block off Vexinus on that high ground. And again, we don't have Tourmament in the mech just yet. 10% away. Does get the mech back finally. We have a full 6-on-6 action here.
And it looks like
high ground is going to be Song pushing up here on a deal. Oh, but we do have throwing in that window, and it's going to be enough for the Helix Rocks from Vexinus to take down Toy Story. And I know you're not able to speak much, but this fight has been chaotic so far. Nobody really falling or winning on either side as Frags falls to Song's accretion. The heat comes through. Oh, but the Volt Core from the flank. Oh, but gets slapped. A huge sleep from Shack It Off. Not able to get as much value as looking for SB Wayne with that Molten Core. And this fight has been chaotic so far. The Nano Boost gets thrown in on the Song and the window. We do have the Tactical Visor from Vexinus. The bomb was thrown in as well. Both teams just pressing Q all at the same time. It seems like absolutely no coordination is happening right now. As it is sit on the point, the Dragon gets thrown in by Badges with that Nano Boost to take down Harshamundo. But the Dragons from Harshamundo takes on Tourmament. And the Sigma, the Grimlock flux onto SB Wayne, but Vexinus fights 2 on the flank. What is going on right now? We're doing the Song, getting forced back, and finally, Waterloo comes out on top.
just like you said, a crazy fight. Everyone just throwing out the ults as they got them there. Really, just coming down to just a chaotic, mechanical fight. Really, Waterloo is able to take at the end. However, U-Pit, they have this last fight here to cap the point. They're going to be relying really heavily on this supercharger.
They're going to be relying really heavily on that supercharger, and Song's just damage output with it. Forced to use the eat early is Song, has to back off. But a nice anti-nade forces Badges and Sesame Wayne to back off. There's a kind of a split fight right now for U-Pit, not really grouping up just yet. However, the mech is gone from Tourmament, so a lot of damage negation is going to be gone. Harshamundo finding at with a nice headshot onto the high ground. Toy Story throwing down that supercharger. Will be enough to push them through this point A cap. The Nano Boost is going to be thrown in. However, oh, they don't touch the point!
Victory.
Unfortunate. Yeah, Tolstoy was the only person positioned near the cart. The rest of his team had taken those off angles, and yeah, there is definitely a lot of value to be gained by placing your DPS, you know, your team in a bunch of different angles, shooting at the enemy from a bunch of different directions. However, Tolstoy was just left alone on the cart, and he was able to be burnt down, and no one else was in position to touch.
Badge is looking really strong at Arisa, just solidifying that cart, being that anchor for his team, and seemingly getting Supercharger very often. A huge value alt being Supercharger, and able to build that up super quickly is a good sign for Badges. And Waterloo goes up 2-1 in the series, approaching match point here. We are going in onto 2 CP with, I believe, I think we're just going to go to Hanamura. That usually seems to be the map pick, but again, we also thought we were going to go to King's Row. So we just never know with these two teams what they're going to choose.
Yep, Hanamura, Horizon, and Volsky are the 3 options. And all of those maps, I think, really give teams opportunity for different play styles on each. So it kind of comes down to what kind of game U-Pit wants to play.
It's what U-Pit wants to play. U-Pit looked really solid on control. I mean, it was a 2-0, but I don't think that score did that map justice. They were playing pretty close, pretty similar. Then Hollywood was also super close, able to pull it out in the end, but then Waterloo picks Gibraltar and just dominates on their attack and their defense. So
And
we'll
it
see
looks
what side we're going through. We are going through Horizon Lunar Colony, actually. We haven't seen this played yet on stream.
Yeah, and honestly, you do have a couple options for both attack and defense. Playing, you could play more of a Reinhardt composition, just trying to brawl your way into point on attack. You could play a dive composition, maybe some nanoblade action. And on attack, too, you have a couple options. You could go for more of a bunker kind of composition like we saw just on this last map with Orisa, or you could even run more of a dive defense of your own. So we'll kind of just have to see what the teams want to come out on.
I mean, with how strong that Orisa defense looked on Gibraltar, it's not surprising if we would be seeing it again from Waterloo here on Horizon Lunar Colony. Again, like you said, a lot of teams favoring that kind of Orisa bunker style, or that dive defense, but from what we saw from Waterloo's dive, I hate to keep harking on it, but it just didn't look very clean in Hollywood, so I think they're going to go with that Orisa. It looked really, really strong with Badge on the Orisa and the Diva, so we'll see what they decide to bro up with here. I believe they're actually going to be on the attack first, so it doesn't really matter what they're going to be on, but...
Ready for battle.
Samaritan going to be swapping over to Symmetra. Do you think he's going to stay with this? They're going to TP to point?
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he stayed on Symmetra. It is a pretty strong strategy to just TP your team onto point and try and just force the team to come to you. However, it is maybe a little harder to pull that off on this map compared to somewhere like Hanamura, because the enemy is still going to have the high ground shooting over you. However, it looks like they are going to be going with the double shield just to really bunker onto that point once they teleport onto it.
Now, what I want to see here is the Mercy-pocketed Ashe with no Diva to negate damage on the other side. This Ashe will be getting mad value with these dynamites. Maybe they're expecting the TP almost. They're going to chuck the dynamite on there, get some early damage. As we see here, both teams kind of taking it slow. The TP does manage to come through here. Oh, but gets held up from the tank. They TP outside on the stairwell.
Yeah, bit of an unexpected teleport for them, really. Instead of straight to point, just taking control of the high ground, and now they're in a pretty good position to capture the point here, I think.
It's an unexpected teleport, but forcing off that high ground, like you said, don't gotta cross that main area, get anti get shot by Vex's Ashe. Oh, but Badge just take down twice there, then Orisa being gone. It's not shield presence gone on the point, but Samaritan just TPing randomly into their team. And this is I think quite so far. SB waiting to find Samaritan with the turret though, however, and with Song falling, it does look like Waterloo is going to stabilize on this defense, looking pretty solid so far.
Yeah, and they were able to kind of force them to back off the high ground a little bit with that teleporter. However, they didn't have sustained pressure up there once their team moved to point. So Waterloo was able to just reclaim the high ground and kind of turn into, like we said before, like a shooting gallery on point, just pumping in damage into UPIT.
They did manage to take one tick, though, on the point. A free tick of progress was taken by UPIT here. But we do see that Ashe from Vexus almost having the bottle already. That Mercy Pocket is so strong. They move in here, the TP comes through, and oh no! They messed it up! They TP'd like 2 feet in front of them. Not exactly what they're looking for, probably, but they do have a split here on a Song. Song is pushing a solo man on a mission on the point as the Reinhardt. Gets halted back, but they're really split right now. This is not look good for UPIT.
No, not at all. They're very split, and Waterloo definitely has the advantage in that kind of situation. They're able to just have their DPS sit on the high ground and keep pumping in damage into these split-off heroes.
And yeah, that TP was a little tragic coming out from Samaritan. I believe only going just right in front of them, getting stuck on that equipment on the high ground there up the stairs. But we do have some ultimates here to work with if you are UPIT, so you don't really want to change this up just yet. We'll have the Dragon and the Shadow to work with, almost a Symmetra wall, and almost a 6-pack, I guess.
They are going to be relying definitely on winning this next fight here, because if they aren't able to win it with these ults, they're almost out of the map, really. It'll be really hard to take the point after.
And it's so rough, because you got to push into a Bob and Molten Core and Superchargers. There's so many good defensive ultimates that Waterloo has right now. Waterloo, again, forced to rotate because of the stair TP, but oh, a nice halt back. The Shadow comes through and knocks down 3. And this is exactly what they're looking for. Song hits a nice shatter. The Bob thrown on the high ground, but doesn't have any sightlines onto the point, actually. That's not good. Probably trying to do a little quick swap in the end, but yeah, Bob gets instantly melted. And UPIT finally, in the final hour, taking the last point, or taking the first point of Horizon.
Yeah, and like before, they teleported to the stairs and took the high ground, except this time they were able to win the fight on high ground. Waterloo wasn't able to reclaim it, and now they're already capping second.
Song was sitting on point the whole time, waiting for the cap to come through. Both superchargers coming out, but the symbol is there to protect U-Pit. Oh, but Vexus finds Harshamundo. It's a nice pick for Waterloo on the defense. And not really much value coming out from the supercharger from the side of U-Pit. However, they do find badges. There's a lot of shield presence gone from the point, but Vexus on this Ashe looking super clean so far. And this does look like it might be the end of the push for U-Pit. However, there's... Oh, but yeah, with Toy Story falling, it does look like it will be the end. Oh, but they get a free tick of progress, though. Oh, but the shadow comes through. He's not done yet. Song says never say die. Harshamundo finding 2 on the back end. Trying to find Taffy Man. Oh, but this finally look like I'll stop saying finally it looks like, but I think this might be the time that U-Pit's forced off. But do get tick.
Looks like they might decide to stay the course here. They are going to have a dragon to split off the enemy team with, but otherwise not a ton to work with. We'll see how they approach this fight.
Well, if you look at the defense of Waterloo, they have nothing to work with in terms of ultimates. Almost a Molten Core Nana, but nothing as of just yet. And they do have the Dragon perhaps to move off that high ground, what they're going to be looking for. Harshamundo just peeking. Oh, but Samaritan finds Frag. Samaritan gets 2. Tourmament does eat the Dragons, though. It's a nice eat from the Diva player, but Shacking off finds SP Win in the middle with Molten Core. Not going to be enough value there. This might be what they're looking for. They invest the beat. This is the fight they got to win. The Immortality Field thrown up from Act keeps the Rhine alive a little longer. Oh, but Badges falls. Almost with the shatter is going to be Song. As we move in here, SP Wayne finds Taffy Wayne. The Doofus finding the advantage. Oh, but the Naboots gets thrown in onto Townsend, keeps it alive just enough to be annoying on the point for the spawns to come in. A lot of all speed thrown. The shatter comes through, finds 2. This might be the fight they're looking for. U-Pit looking strong in his attack. Might get a second tick here. Might get the full capture. They throws in the window, tries to get that Vexus Hanzo a little bit. Oh, Vexus throwing the arrow through. Gets Samaritan. They give up another tick though. SP Wayne finding Toy Story, and finally, U-Pit's attack is stifled, but after getting another tick.
Yeah, and after just getting picked off like that, it's so hard to keep sustaining on the point when the defenders have such close spawns like that.
It's hard to sustain, but if you are U-Pit, you're pretty happy with that, because you force them to make all these swaps, so they don't have any ultimates to work with, but I guess you used a lot of ultimates as well. You will have the Dragon to work with, and Song did build that Shatter extremely quickly, so I won't be surprised if he does it again. Almost a Dragon to work with for Waterloo's defense, the strong ultimate and stuff, and the bomb. See how they decide to use it here. The Hulk comes through. Ooh, a nice Hulk splits the team almost perfectly in half. The Dragon is forcing Immortality Field out of Shack and off. Oh, another E from Thomas and Harshamundo! Feeding him the pizza I guess they're looking for, but Frags gets Samaritan. And yeah, it doesn't look like U-Pit won't be able to finish this just yet, unless they get a miracle. Yeah, the miracle is not happening right now, and with 45 seconds left, they have one more attack.
Yeah, and this is going to be hard to push into here a little bit. They're going to be relying really on just getting a pick with this BAP field, maybe on the high ground, or a miracle shatter from Song here, but it's going to be tough. Last fight territory.
Song has had some clutch moments before. Can he do it again? As we move in, we have Frags with that Nana boost. Could be huge, throwing it onto Badges, even more stable on the point. Oh, Shacknock does manage to build the window, though. The Application Matrix is available. SP Wayne's turn is taken down. Being in here, both teams just posturing, get a positional advantage. Oh, the charge comes in, but hits Badges on its way down in that fortified form. Again, the now gets thrown in onto Badges with Toy Story falling. That's not a good start for the attack as they want to cap here. No barrier from Song, shatters, and only gets the Baby Diva, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But Samaritan does throw the Blizzard down. But nobody is really there to take advantage of it, and with F5 Harshamundo, Waterloo will hold B with just 2 ticks given.
Yeah, and it's just really hard to break that last fight there, especially with not having a lot of ultimates to work with. However, it's still not the worst attack in the world for U-Pit by any stretch. They got 2 ticks on that point, so they have a little bit to work with here. If they're able to get, pretty solid defense on first, then they can convert that into a map win.
Yeah, 2 ticks and a little change to work with on point B. However, it is 2 CP magic, so we have seen full holds, or we've seen absolute rolls, deciding what we'll be seeing here soon with Waterloo's attack. Now, with Waterloo, Maybe they'll be pulling something interesting here. They got the first pick really easily. Okay.
Ready for battle.
Not really seeing anything out of the ordinary. Badges on the Ryan, Townthon on Diva. SB Wayne is on Tracer, though. Not really something we've seen from the adult today.
Yeah, just a little bit briefly on Gibraltar. We'll be interested to see how they decide to play this attack. It looks like it's going to depend a lot on what DPS Vixanis picks. If he picks the Sim 2 and they try for a similar strat, looks like they're going to go with the Mei, and they're probably just going to try and use the Mei wall to block the enemy's sightlines from the high ground and just try and speed onto the point from there, establish a presence.
And yeah, Vixanis has looked really strong on this maze so far today, so not a surprising pick. And I do have Song on the Sigma. He's going with some double barrier
Objective A.
with the Torb Hanzo DPS. Probably going for some shield break spam composition. Now line 7 on the point, but they are just going to rotate quickly into the left room. Gets walled. Oh, but a nice anti-nade gets thrown in by Shaken off. Not really able to take super advantage of that rotation. Oh, and Song snipes SB Wayne with the accretion, and that almost spells defeat for this attack already.
Yeah,
Frank's following that attack's over.
that is part of this run composition here without the sim to get the point, because you do have to push through long corridors like that to get into the enemy. And if you look at the comp on the side of UPIT, they just have tons of spam damage with the Orisa, Sigma, Hanzo, Torb, Baptiste, able to just put out tons of pressure, and it's going to be hard to push up those long sight lines like those stairs into them.
They did put a lot of pressure, however, they did lose Samaritan on the back. So maybe this is the advantage that Waterloo is looking for. Waterloo is going right under UPIT's defense, establishing point presence. Haven't all the high ground right now is UPIT, but nice help comes in from Tolstoy, knocks them all together. Ooh, Basong gets pushed out of position, is on the low ground. He's fighting 2v1 and gets taken down by Vexanis. And this might be what Waterloo's looking for. Yes, Waterloo. Oh, but unless... Now, it does look like Waterloo will finally take this point A in a very quick fashion, and they're going to take 2 picks on B to secure the win, I believe, to go 3-1 in the series and face off against UMN PP in the finals.
Yeah, in that fight, they're just able to find a better way to approach the point, really. Just going underneath and straight to point. They didn't really have to contend with pushing into that really hard choke on the stairs.
They did force kind of awkward rotation too out of Song, and Toy Story Song forced to drop and pushed out, isolating him. A very well played by Waterloo. However, if you are UPIT, you have almost 6 ultimates to work with here for this defense. Just don't want to waste up all one point. Oh, and with Frag's flying super early like that, this attack's already over.
Yeah, and that's just a huge pick. Able to stabilize on point without even having to commit any ults. Definitely, you know, good news so far. If they're able to just keep getting picks like that, and they're able to just use their ults to win fights without committing all of them, this hold is possible. However, it is a very large time bank on the side of attack here, so it's going to be a real endurance battle for UPIT to win this.
It is a very large time bank to work with Waterloo. However, with 2 CP, I've seen bigger time banks get drained even quicker. Here comes a dragon, along with the molten core. Will it be enough to stave off the off tank? However, At does decide to commit that beat, keeps his team alive. Townsend does get knocked out of the mech, but it's not going to be quite enough just yet to send Waterloo packing. As they do isolate somebody, SB Wave finds Harsh Mundo. That Hanzo is already gone. Toy Story having to invest in supercharger here for this fight, and the Blizzard gets thrown in as well. This is an ult fest right now. Over team pressing Q. However, Song does find badges, but SB Wayne on the back managed to find Samaritan. But I think if you are Waterloo, this is not a fight you can really win, especially with frags flying right there. I think it's another defensive hold coming out from UPIT.
Yeah, looked like Waterloo had a chance, but just some key picks coming out on the side of UPIT was able to help them remain on point. And while you did have to commit a lot of ults, still, Waterloo had to too. And this is looking pretty good so far, I think, if you're UPIT.
It's looking good so far for UPIT, but also if you're Waterloo, you have both your tank ults to work with, some pretty strong ones at that. And you're pushing into 0 ults on the side of UPIT, so you've got a huge advantage here for Waterloo here. They gotta press it right now if they want to take this win. Oh, force to fortify early as Toy Story, but gets knocked down super quickly. In fact, honest, all that point pressure is gone, and SB Wayne finds Samaritan. This is a huge fight for Waterloo right now. However, Hushman finds frags. Check it out, finds SB Wayne. Both teams just trade back and forth with spot advantage coming through. Harshamundo dragging on the point. Not going to be just enough yet. Both teams just trading back and forth. The bomb is forced on Tomathan. With Toy Story swinging in on the ball. Does get blown up by the bomb, but it's going to be enough, I think, for UPIT again to stabilize. But they do give a tick up progress.
Yeah, and that was just a bit of the 2 CP magic, like you said. Waterloo was able to open that fight up really decisively with those picks, but once UPIT was able to get a pick on point, then with their spawn advantage, they're able to just keep coming out, stalling it, and eventually winning the fight.
Taking that high ground positioning will be UPIT, forced to back off a little bit as Waterloo starts their dominance and pushes them off. However, both teams are dropping the point right away. Badge is already losing that shield, not having anything. However, we do have frags popping in that cold. Oh, and a nice shatter from Badges. Knocks down a butt, and oh my lord, with 4 easy picks. And the Blizzard gets thrown on top of victory Blizzard for Waterloo. It is going to be 3-1 in favor of Waterloo. They've punched their ticket to the finals.
Yeah, it can be hard to get a shatter off as Reinhardt against double shield, but it doesn't matter if neither of the 2 shield tanks are there to protect their team. All of UPIT was split all over the map, and Badges was able to just find a really big shatter to close it out. That's all his team needed.
There. An absolutely massive shatter coming in from Badges. Again, we said he was kept in check all game, but when his team needed him most, he popped off and got them the series win, which means we officially have our 2 dancers in the finals of the meal plan fighting for all that delicious pizza. It will be Waterloo going up against UMN Pizza Pirates. Now, you won't be here for that game, Orion. Now, who do you think is the favorite in the Waterloo versus PP?
As a little disclaimer to the viewers, I am actually the coach of the Pizza Pirates, so I may be a little biased, but I think honestly the series could be really close, kind of going either way almost. Like, I think both teams are really strong, and I think they're both especially strong in kind of the Reinhardt mirror. They're both pretty comfortable in that composition, and we saw today, just now in this match, that Waterloo is also very comfortable on that Orisa comp that Pizza Pirates also likes to run. So I think honestly, they're both strong at the same compositions. We could see a pretty close match.
Hopefully, it's a very close match, as these are, I think, the 2 teams that were destined to meet in the finals since the beginning. We'll be taking a quick break here before the finals. This has been Booney and Orion bringing you the semifinals match. GG's to UPIT. They played really well against Waterloo, but we will have UMPP versus Waterloo when we come back.
Welcome back, everybody. It's finally time for the main course here in the cafeteria. We've had our time around the pizza bar. We may have dabbled with the snacks, but this is where the big kahuna comes in. This is where the lobster feast of the special night shows up. We have the finals of the meal plan. I'm Beanie's back here alongside my buddy Booney, and we're going to be bringing you the finals of the meal plan tournament. Booney, give us a heads up about who we're going to be seeing here.
We are going to be seeing Pizza Pirates versus Waterloo. Kind of the destined matchup, I would say, in this tournament so far. We saw Pizza Pirates come out today with a very dominant 3-1 performance over their opponents in Rutgers, and just saw Waterloo take a similar 3-1 dominant performance over UPIT. However, I mean, both teams didn't. I guess I shouldn't say dominant, but both teams did end up winning in a pretty decisive fashion. It's going to be interesting to see these two clashes of the Titans finally come together.
Yeah, and the Titans we're going to be seeing go head to head are going to be from the Pizza Pirates. We got Legolas and Khan as the tanks. We have Bonesy and Trick Plays as the DPS, and we have Gugu and Corey coming in as the support line. On the other hand, for Waterloo, we're going to have Badges and Tomathan playing the tank roles, Vexinus and SB Wayne on the DPS, and then ATT and Frags on the support. Now, I want you to talk about this SB Wayne player we have, because he's not the normal player we're used to seeing, Booney.
Yeah, when we look at Waterloo in their last game, we had to sub out Damo, their extremely talented DPS player, because of latency and lag issues, so just could not play. So I had to sub in SB Wayne, but SB Wayne did impress me. Like he stepped into Damo's shoes, and they didn't seem to take a foot of gas. They didn't seem to falter at all. So I think it's just it gives a little more information to how strong Waterloo actually is as a roster and how deep they are. But then also on the other side, look at Pizza Pirates. They are going up against, I think, a better DPS line in Bonesy and Trick Plays, who, as me and you cast earlier today, Bonesy and Trick Plays, I said look out for Khan, but apparently these two heard me and wanted to say, hey, no, look out for us in the final.
Yeah, I'd be totally fine if Bonesy just only plays Doomfist for this series. Like, if he just wants to whip that out and just leave it there, that's fine with me, and they can just play around it. Because from what I saw, that doesn't sound like a bad idea at all.
It doesn't sound like a bad idea at all, no. And then we got Trick Plays. I mean, Trick Plays is a very... I guess he has a very deep hero pool. He does play the Widowmaker, the Reaper, and the McCree very well at high levels, but he also has that Pocket Tracer that he has to pull out in the dive composition. So this is how they attack Waterloo, who we just saw Waterloo list to favor kind of those more static compositions with the Orisa and the Diva or the Rhine Diva composition with the Mei. They kind of sit as one group. So will PP attack it with a mirror, or will they find some other way around it? Because I'm sure PP has been, in the lab for his last 2 hours in their break, watching Waterloo's last game, cooking up something.
Yeah, hopefully, because now this is for all the marbles. This is for the pizza. This is why we've been competing, so we can get that sweet nourishment from probably the best food in the world. We could have that debate another time, though, because I believe we're going to be going in the map very shortly. Now, Busan is going to be the first map. That isn't something we're going to be surprised by, but is there anything we should be looking at here specifically on Busan? Any players that you think are going to excel specifically in the Koth very deathmatchy kind of game mode?
Well, on Busan, you got those interesting couple of maps. Like, you have Downtown, which offers more variation. We will be starting making best, but like if the next map is Downtown, you can play more of a divey Widow composition with the snipers, take advantage of the high ground. But then also, when you go back to Sanctuary with those drums, you play the more static compositions. But you can also play the dive too. So Busan opens up for more variation in the compositions that we see. But Mecha Base is always very standard, pretty meta compositions. I would not be surprised to see the Rhine Diva, May McCree, and either the Ana and Bap or the Ana Lucio, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about the Ana. Corey's Ana is possibly the player of the tournament for me. From what I've seen, Corey's Ana has been carrying multiple fights. And really, when we talk about Bonesy and we talk about Trick Plays, a lot of what they do is enabled by stellar supports. It starts from the behind the scenes, what people don't see, the constant healing that Corey's giving, the speed boost that Gugu provides, getting them into position. So, gotta take a look at the whole team for the success of the feud.
You do, and again, we do see some very standard compositions coming out on both sides. Nothing really surprising. Both teams will meet up on this high ground.
Yeah, look at that. Both of them going to be running mirrors. Going to be some Spider-Man.jpegs coming into the party here as everyone's just going to stare and look at their counterparts and try and outduel them, I suppose. The Maywall is going to create an opportunity here for the likes of Legolas and company, and Bonesy going to pick off ATT. That's going to be an early elimination here for Minnesota, and now they're poised to attack on this 5 versus 6.
Yeah, just a huge wall coming from Bonesy.
Oh, Legolas!
Oh no, we're not done yet.
Legolas gets picked off a little too aggressive there. Bonesy going to sure up that weakness by taking out SB Wayne, and Bonesy's just going to take the whole fight into his own hands with Khan, the only tank remaining that's going to rely on Bonesy just going in, because why not? He's just going to say, guys, follow me, I know what I'm doing, and it's working very well.
It is working really well, and Bonesy, again, put his whole team fight on his back with that first Maywall onto and those 2 picks at the end.
Ooh.
It does look like it's going to be just a little bit of cleanup here for PP, but it does look like a fight win and a first cap for them.
Also, make sure everyone notes that the point has yet to be taken, so this fight's over 0% so far, as Legolas looks like he may have secured it by taking out Vexinus. I think so, and yep, that's going to be University of Minnesota coming out with an early fight win.
They're finally going to claim the point, but both teams almost having all 6 ults building up into that one team fight for 0%, like you said, but now we have UMN PP with a much better position here, able to hold defensively rather than offensively. Able to use these ultimates reactively rather than offensively. Oh, but a nice wall comes in.
Yeah, the Blizzard's thrown down, not eaten by the DM. That's a clutch move right there, and the charge comes down, taking Legolas out of the fight, but actually it just leads Badges to his own demise, and with the Maid Blizzard going down in the middle of the fight, it's going to be Bonesy and company shoring that up, taking out their opponents, and that's going to be a second fight win here for Minnesota.
And yeah, I want to point out that Bonesy did get a nice Blizzard off just before he got stunned by SB Wayne. But however, Corey threw in that anti-nade, hitting all 3 targets stuck in the Blizzard, so they were able to clean it up very quickly, not get any heals, and still have a lot of ults to work with for UMN PP.
Yeah, Corey using what I think is the most broken basic ability in the game to perfect effect, but SB Wayne using his ultimate to take 2 members out, and the counter shatter is huge by Badges, throwing the nano boost on for good measure, going to secure this fight win here, and Waterloo taking the point back with force.
Oh, that's such a feels bad man for Legolas. Managed to hit the huge shatter, but does not knock down the one man you gotta knock down. Badges able to hit with that counter shatter right back, but now when you look at the ultimate banks, both sides both really drained right now. This could come down to a neutral fight right now. Who can get the most value out of their basic cooldown?
Yeah, that's going to be a big question here, because Tourmament has a chance to really throw a wrench in some plans if he can get a good bomb off. The high noon's going to be thrown out here by Trick Plays. Though he picks up 2? What? That's crazy! Trick Plays taking out 2 members of the defense here, and not much else Waterloo can do except just try to not give up a lot of ultimate charge.
Not trying to give an alpha charge, but just going to stagger on the point here. Try to get a couple of percentage here, build up on that meter. But again, just a huge high noon. Both McCree's finding huge value from his ultimates, picking off 2 at the beginning of the fight. Last time it was SB Wayne, but oh, have an unlucky stagger at the end. Trick Plays lighting up the kill feed right now. And then we look at the ultimate banks here on both sides. Both are almost having that Blizzard to work with Vexness, 30% off. A huge advantage for UMN. He has to move on this defense. This could be last fight territory for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's hitting 75%. As we get closer and closer to that 100% mark, it's going to be even more tense for the likes of Waterloo. And now as they move towards this point, the rotations are coming in. They're going to force the hand of Minnesota, and the Blizzard's thrown down on the high ground, and she gets slept. No value from that Blizzard. An incredible sleep by Frags right there. The shatter, the charge. Wayne and company are trying to keep this fight in their favor, and with the beat thrown down, I think that's all but guaranteed.
All but guaranteed, but building up to 99% is UMN Pizza Pirates. However, Legolas kind of throwing that shatter away, it seems like. Not being able to have that for the next fight could be huge, but Bonesy already 60% to the next Blizzard. But we do have Vexness having his own. So this is a huge fight win coming up here because, I mean, if UMN can force out ultimates from Waterloo, they have a good chance to bring us back, but if they don't and just lose the neutral, it's going to look really rough for them to take it back.
Yeah, Vexness really has this fight in the palm of his hand. His Blizzard's going to make or break what happens with this team, you know. They can come back from it if it's a bad one, and they don't necessarily guarantee a win with a good one, but it definitely would help. And you see that the high noon is going to be used. The Blizzard is thrown down. Nobody is caught in it. So remember, that's 2 ultimates used right there. Not much value. The Diva Bomb thrown down, and not going to see much return on that investment either from Khan. And as the beats used, it's just a lot of ultimates that are trying to keep everyone alive until Frags finally gets that first elimination, sleeps and freezes down this Legolas who's got a nano boost. They shatter him as well. Legolas doesn't get to play Overwatch at all because everyone is just eliminating him from competition. And with this Ana in the background, there's only so much Corey can do, but it looks like Waterloo has a good chance at winning this fight out. The Blizzard is thrown down on the backside just to try and keep people off the point, and then May gets dropped. That's going to be a huge kill, but then Lucio and Diva are back in the fight, and with Tomathan laying the smackdown onto his counterpart Khan, that's going to be a big kill, drop down on the point, and everyone must remember that the point is still in control of Waterloo. All they need to do is force their opponents off for a second, and they'll be able to win this round, but they just cannot get Minnesota to stay down. And I think finally, though, Waterloo takes the point.
Yeah, a huge comeback from Waterloo from 41 to 99, able to take that map win there. However, I will point out that Khan had a pretty tragic moment there. Khan able to get the kill with his Bunny Blaster, and then uses the Diva to remech, but just as his mech gets called down, gets headshot, and dies, not able to remech. Had Khan got remech, I think that fight would have been a lot closer, but Waterloo showing off that clutch potential, especially Badges, hitting a massive shatter onto Legolas and to Goku, taking them out of the fight. And again, Waterloo just kind of just showing off their clutch ability there. Down 50%, but able to win in the end with just some nicely timed ultimates and cooldown usage.
Yeah, and I was a little worried for them when I saw Vexnus throw that Blizzard away and not get too much for it, but it didn't come back to bite them in the behind because they did get that victory. Just made it a little more dramatic, made the viewers have a little more of a spectacle in front of them, but
That's all that matters in the end, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's all that matters. As long as the viewers are happy, we're happy. But I think these guys would be a little happier if they walk out here with a W. And look at that, a purple thrown down. That's an anti-grenade, dropping Legolas in a split second. But that might be the only kill that they get from this. No, Bonesy going to be dropping this B-Way and Khan. ATT is going to pick up trick plays, but Waterloo is going to be sent packing. And yet again, we will see Minnesota win the first fight of the map, but we'll have to see if they can change the outcome at the end of it.
Yeah, At trying to do some Reddit Lucio plays at the end, but just not able to get enough value. And as we saw, Legolas falling extremely early, but they use a lot of cooldowns just to isolate that Reinhardt, so the other members of Pizza Pirates were able to push in super aggressively onto the point and get the advantage that they needed. And now they hold positional advantage, what we saw earlier, perhaps not cut to the point first is what you need, you gotta take it to the end.
Yeah, Goku's just wall riding around here, and that May wall coming in from Bonesy. Not going to cause too much of an issue, just annoyance to say the least, but had out to have the battle as May, at least he's not doing it to his own team at spawn. But Bonesy trying to flank around and does pick off frags with a nice come from behind right click. Now barely getting that ice block down there and is going to survive this fight. Bonesy playing on a nice edge and doing a fantastic job at balancing all of it.
Yeah, Bonesy playing on a really nice edge there. Both Mays kind of messing up their walls, but it doesn't really matter in the end when Corey hits a nice anti-nade like he did there. I believe it hit 4 or 5 members of Waterloo, so they were able to push it super aggressively with Bonesy on that flank and just take advantage of that nice anti from Corey. Corey, again, like you said, looked like an MVP of this whole tournament.
Yeah, now we have, was it 4 or 5 ultimates about to be available here for Minnesota, and as they use that high noon, pick up a kill on the SB Wayne, and that should be turn and run now for the likes of Waterloo, because they have nothing else to gain from this venture.
Nothing else to gain, but they're just pushing their spawn right now, not letting anybody get out for free, taking down 3 on their way out as UMN Pizza Pirates. Now I want to point out, that was kind of an old Western movie right there. We had Trick Plays and SB Wayne pop in the high noon. However, Legolas had the shield in front of his McCree, while Badges did not. So why the pick happened there in the end, and that's all you really need to win.
Yeah, it's those minor mistakes, those minor differences between these mirror compositions that really change the outcome. And Diva Bomb thrown down, Blizzard used as well, and that's going to drop SB Wayne. 1 enemy eliminated for Minnesota. Make that 2 as Legolas charges down frags. And we have Beats you simultaneously, a Shadow thrown down, trying to distract these 2 backside heroes. And that's, ooh, a Blizzard eaten by Khan, a sleep coming out by Corey. Across the entire map, Minnesota is making plays and sending us to round 3.
A really down performance right there, 100-0 for UMN Pizza Pirates, perhaps waking up a little bit after their rest from their first match. But again, Corey with the sleep and the antis looking super strong, but SB Wade getting picked super early in these fights is what's causing Waterloo to be at a huge disadvantage. That McCree is your main source of damage in this composition. So without the McCree to pressure out Legolas or Khan, they got to push super aggressively onto the rest of Waterloo, and Waterloo not being able to have enough healing to sustain through all of it.
And now,
so, I mean, just a huge advantage here for PP if they keep getting those picks.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point with the Pizza Pirates, oh, never mind. I got baited. I was going to talk about that Zarya coming in, but Khan decides to switch back to the Diva. I bet he was petitioning, like, hey, could I get a crack at this big Russian lady? And they said, not this time. Get back in
It would
that
have been
lane."
the fat Australian man, I think, with the hook at the gas.
Oh,
tank.
yeah.
So
Oh,
he'd be
yeah.
petitioning
I
for
remember
it,
that fat. We'll have to head to Gibraltar for that one, so we have to get through this Busan matchup first. These two fighting it out, and Legolas gets dropped first in this fight, and now we will see for the first time in this round, in this series even, Minnesota's going to lose the first fight to Waterloo.
Yeah, it was Frags actually got behind, hit a really nice anti-nade on the tank line of UMN Pizza Pirates. Really excellent play from Frags, already 50% to his nano boost. You can tell throwing out lad damage and healing in that fight. And Badges almost doubling Legolas's ult charge on that Shatter. They got a huge positional advantage here on the defense.
It's so interesting that the slight differences between these Anas is make or breaking it. You know, landing that purple right there wins the fight. If that purple comes in a split second earlier from Corey and he's the one to initiate it, then you know what? That fight could swing the other way for Waterloo. And it's just those minor differences that really can spell disaster for these teams. And as we see the cooldowns coming out from various heroes, the Maywall being used, it's going to be a back and forth stall out until the SB Wayne is going to try and change that with a nano throwing down Badges as well. And I think this is going to be Waterloo's fight to lose as Badges asserts dominance over Legolas. Tourmament takes out Trick Plays, and that's going to be Minnesota sent back to their spawn.
And yeah, losing those members super early, Human Pizza Pirates just has no chance of winning this fight. SB Wayne on the cleanup. But I want to point out, like you said, like that anti-nade is so valuable in this composition because not many of these characters actually have much self-sustain. It's
That's
not
a
like
good
running
point,
a
yeah.
Roadhog with the Eat or a Resource with the Fortify. So the tanks are kind of looked out to dry if they are anti-naded, and you only have the Ana as your source of healing, so you gotta rely on that. So you hit a nice anti-nade, your team's almost done immediately. But
Yeah,
huge place from the Ana.
Especially if you hit it onto a McCree, there's not much he can do, especially with half his HP being dropped, but a Shatter thrown down, Nano Boost dropped as well, a Blizzard getting in the mix as well. Badge is not going to survive the charge on the Tomathan. Legolas gets a Shatter as well, but only connects onto one. The McCree going to be the only victim to fall to that Shatter, and the point has swapped over to the side of Minnesota. If only for a moment, the High Noon will come out. Tomathan and Wayne going to secure those kills, but securing that point guaranteed one last fight here for Minnesota.
One last fight, and yeah, SB Wayne kind of flexing on us, using the High Noon to reload at the end of the fight, but we had Legolas build 2 Shatters in that fight, but just couldn't get any value out of it. It seems either of them. Missed it, completely whiffed the second one, only got 2 down for the first. But yeah, UMN PP looking kind of desperate here, going to these ball picks on the ball and Doomfist. This doesn't look good for them.
Yeah, Legolas does secure an overtime, though, for the team. So now they got that done. They just need to get him out alive, but no, he gets dropped almost instantly. You could have told me he had a Discord orb on him, and I'd believe you. But he will no longer be a factor in this. Trick Plays is going to have to pick up the pieces. He does just that. Bonesy cannot put that Doomfist to work. He's going to get sent back to spawn. Trick Plays, though, again, doing everything possible to put the team on his back, and Corey being left to his own devices, healing up the team. This might be something that Minnesota can do. The hamster is back. Tracer is being left alone, and now with the Diva Bomb being used, and this looks like it's going to be the side of Waterloo actually losing this fight.
Off the back of Tommy, Trick Plays Woo. He's holding it down on the point with 4 kills of his own. William Vance cleans Lucio and is cleaning up the fight of Waterloo. And the worst thing for Waterloo is you made these swaps and use your ults to try to contest the end, but don't have them now. And now UMN building a good bank for themselves here to hold.
Yeah, Wayne's going over to a Tracer now, not going back to that McCree. Bragg's going to be sticking with this Moira, it looks like, for the time being. I mean, at 50% ulti, you're going to get that Coalescence in a matter of seconds, really. So it's just a few seconds away from having 3 ultimates here for Waterloo. So if they were going to retake, it's going to be now. ATT going to drop Bonesy. That's going to be 1 eliminated here for the defense. With the offensive pushing in, Waterloo has their chance to strike. University of Minnesota, though, finds a weakness, and SB Wayne will fall. Trick Plays also goes down. That's a huge playmaker here falling for the side of Minnesota. And with Legolas being dropped by the Shatter, I think Waterloo's going to secure Busan. I think Waterloo's going to secure themselves a 1-0 series lead.
Yeah, Waterloo looking very strong. UMN not using those ultimates to the best of their advantage with the minefield being dropped in from Legolas. They just rotate around them and get no value. The pulse bomb gets thrown in, but nothing's found. Goku trying to beat at the end here. Like,
Yeah,
just managing to dodge and charge to the end, and it looks like just some stall cards coming out here. 70% for UMN PP, so if they can bring us back a little bit, they might be able to bring this fight back, but yeah, with the falling, it looks like the end of it, and Waterloo getting a 1-0.
Yeah, it doesn't look very good here for Minnesota. They got the ball falling. Their DPS may still be around. They may still be kicking, but I think it's not going to amount to much, as Doomfist is going to fall down on the point, but he's not going to pick up any kills. Hey, they do have a sleeping Reinhardt, though, so that's something. Maybe they can make a play off this. Maybe we spoke a little too soon, because this is the respawns coming in. This is a 6v6. We actually have a fight on our hands here. It's going to be a back and forth. The Coalescence comes out, but you cannot count out Minnesota. Corey does go down. That's a massive kill. One of the star players on this team will not be able to heal up the rest of his squad, and without that massive main healer, your Diva Bomb's going to be thrown up in the air, but you're not going to have much healing to do, because Trick Plays is going to go down. Bonesy will pick up a kill, though, so he is giving some life to his squad, but there's not going to be much you can do against the CC that Reinhardt brings and the support. It's going to be Waterloo, I think, taking this fight win after a very close comeback from Minnesota.
Yeah, very close for Minnesota, but in the end, Waterloo had the more sustainable composition with the Mei and the Diva and Torbjorn on point. They just had kind of the stagger heroes still from UMN, like the Tracer and the Doomfist, and the ball doesn't really hold much for point presence, which is what Waterloo's able to establish and just take the fight win in the end. Frags, of course, with the play of the game prize, the little Coalescence magic here.
Yeah, I mean, let's just watch how fast he gets ultimate. I love seeing the speed that the Coalescence charges. Oh, never mind. He didn't do as much. Yeah, he didn't do as much as I thought. That's anticlimactic. Sorry, everybody. But nonetheless, Frags getting a little time in the spotlight, picking up a W right there with the rest of his squad, and now we're going to be heading over to, I believe, a hybrid map, and I think it's going to be Hollywood coming out here.
It is going to be Hollywood, and I think that UMM would like to prefer this map because it is more possible to run that Orisa and that Hog on here rather than King's Row, where you'd be seeing the Ryan Diva mirror. So I think they're trying to maybe not exactly bolster themselves, but trying to nerf Waterloo a little bit, because Waterloo looks super strong in the mirror. So probably just trying to switch up a little bit is going to be Pizza Pirates, but going down 1-0 so far already. I want to point out something.
Okay.
We were praising Corey, but Frags on that last map would get huge value on the Ana at first before he had to swap over to the Moira course for stall. But was able to get some nice sleep, some nice antis, was able to outdo Corey in the back. So I think that's the huge advantage that Waterloo had in that last fight. And I mean, Vex Honest and SB Wayne, I want to point out, looks pretty solid on the substitution for Damo here.
Oh yeah, his McCree's looking very good, and to the point of you brought up with the Ana, one of the biggest things in this the support line that they're running with the Lucio Ana is that once your Ana goes down, you really don't have that much healing coming in, because Lucio's more often than not are going to be speed boosting to start fights, and then the speed boost won't come up for another 10 seconds or so, and that's a lot of time to just be going by with the passive healing that he gives off. So it's going to be a tall task for any team that can't protect their Ana in these situations.
And yeah, the amp timing is extremely important when these mirrors come out. But when you notice PP or UMN Pizza Pirates is very aggressive, so they usually use their amp to boost in with speed, try to take position away from the enemy. But that also leaves them with very little healing again if Corey gets caught out and Goku does not have that amp on the heal. So what you're saying is completely right. And with low self-sustain characters like that had with the, I mean, the ball can stay alive a little bit longer, so can the Tracer. But when you have those Mei and Ryan, Khan on that Zarya.
Wayne? Hello? Oh, yes, baby. I love it. All right. We got Wayne setting up this Torbjorn. And one of my favorite spots right next to where his turret is when you set the Torbjorn up in that bush, and in the chaos, sometimes people can't see it.
Oh, he tries to put the turret in the little back room there, so when they push in on the point, gets a little bit of extra damage, some extra sauce. Maybe make the Reinhardt turn around a little bit, but pretty standard. Con swaps over on the Diva, though. Kind of disappointing, but...
Yeah, well, you know what? Sometimes you just have to play what's best for your team, and you just have to swallow your pride, you know? And it's working out for him. Unfortunately, on that last map, they did not pick up the W, but for the rest of this tournament, Minnesota has looked very strong, especially in their last matchup in the semifinals, taking a 3-1 victory, so gonna have to put their best foot forward on their chosen map. Maywall's going up, Legolas dropping very low, but he will get out. He gets slept and he does get out. Vexinus, though, cannot say the same. That's gonna be one member of the defense fallen, and trading with Khan's mech, a very worthwhile trade there, if you ask me.
Yeah, I want to say that Vexinus got a really nice Maywall.
Oh, frags!
Oh, no.
That's so unfortunate there. Frags will be falling down. That's going to be one member taken down. Legolas is going to countercharge with Badges. Badges going to see the bad end of that trade coming out, and with a Doomfist by Vexinus, just trying to pick up any scraps he can. He won't be seeing any return on investment there, and Lucio is just going to get out of dodge if he can. Nope, Bonesy going to make sure he gets to see a little bit of the gray screen too.
Yeah, and Vexinus there again got a really nice wall on the stairs, kind of blocked off 3 or 4 members of UMN, but no value was found off of that nice wall. They were able to engage on that high ground with their May wall on cooldown, get some more value, force them off that high ground, take it for themselves. And then, I don't know if our spectator caught it, but Guku booped the charging Ryan out the high ground into the counter charge, or he would have got somebody with that, so a huge play from the Lucio player.
Shout out to our supports, man. And wow, look at the Reinhardt's countercharging. The Maywall is displacing the High Noon with the... Oh, man, the Nano Boost gives him so much extra power. He takes out 2, drops the mech as well, fishes it off with a 3rd kill just to look good. And that's going to be a montage clip here for Trick Plays.
Yeah, we can call it montage clip over ulting.png or .mov because they used 3 ultimates there with High Noon, Blizzard, and the Nano Boost, and they're not really going to have much aside from that, but they did see that Vexus swapped off of the May, so he resets ult charge, so Bonesy the Shatter comes through!
Yeah, the Shatters drop, but Frags gets picked off by the May and McCree on the high ground above Saloon, and after that, you know, the fight's just going to fall apart from then on, and Waterloo is going to try their best to just get this Diva off, because she will take a while to die, but you know what? They do push her off, and that's going to be them possibly finishing out second point here.
Yeah, they are. Looks like Waterloo's going to take kind of a really early defense here on C, unless they do something unexpected here, but it does look like we're going to see the end of B. But I want to point out that Vexinus swapped that Doofus on A for the stall, but didn't get the stall in, so he resets Blizzard ult charge. Now Bonesy's already caught up to him for the second Blizzard here, so a huge advantage for UMN.
It's like playing Mario Kart and you get lapped, and it's just like the worst feeling in the world. Because if you throw a blue shell, you might get hit by it as well, you know? Shatter throws down on the field. Nobody going to be dropped by that. Bonesy will be picking up a kill on the Badges. We see a beat get dropped there, going to be securing the lives of the rest of Waterloo. Unfortunately, though, frags will be falling after the beat will expire. Wayne and Tomathan trying their best to help keep their team in this. And Wayne absolutely popping off. Does get dropped by Corey, though, outdoing the Western Cowboy. And that's going to be what looks like Waterloo dropping here, and that's going to be Minnesota moving on.
Yeah, a really sloppy fight, though, from Pizza Pirates. I mean, the only reason they win this is because Corey keeps Legolas alive in the back line. Able to build up a second Nano Boost here. We have a lot of ultimates for UMN Pizza Pirates, but not being outdone. 3 ultimates on the side of Waterloo. Again, both teams looking for a solid Blizzard. If a Diva can eat one of these Blizzards, it's an easy fight win for the other side. Oh, the Shatter gets blocked from Badges, though.
Yeah, point blank, Shatter blocked. High Noon will drop the shield, so that requires the entire team to back up. Pizza Party gonna have to hold off on having any more festivities for the time being. 2 Reinhardts, both anti-grenade, but Badges is the one to fall. Legolas gets a Nano Boost in place of what I think was for Trick Plays, and 2 Blizzards thrown down. The Venn diagram from hell will be dropped down on both of them, and they are going to be trying their best to keep this defense alive, but I don't think Waterloo is going to be able to sustain this because Guku and Legolas are just lighting this kill feed up.
Yeah, the supports along with their main tank have been dominating this point B and point C offense. Looking absolutely dominant. They can finish with over 3 minutes left. That's a huge timing for Hollywood. Looks like they're just going to roll in uncontested. Oh, but the Tracer's going to touch the last second, but yeah, earn about 2 seconds off that clock. But
yeah, over 3 minutes left. Man, they have 3 minutes and 25 seconds left. That's a large chunk of change for them to be going in to their defense with.
I think UMN really learned from the first map. Hey, there's this guy named Badges on their team. He's really good. We should do all we can to make sure he's not as good. So they just antied him, they slept him, they walled him off, they countercharged. Badges was not able to get really as much work done as he
they just don't let him play.
To. Yeah, and you got to feel bad for Badges. I'm a Reinhardt main myself, so you know.
Oh, I'm a monkey main. Look at that.
Feels bad to be the center of attention like that, but Badges again has that carry potential in him, so they got to take him out. And it seems like when Badges went down, Waterloo was almost just completely lost, splitting off and getting caught off on their own in Trick Plays. Was going to get a lot of value on that McCree, a lot more value than SB Wayne, but maybe that's just the advantage of the attack game McCree. We'll see if SB Wayne can reciprocate on his own attack.
Yeah, I mean, SB Wayne has shown he can absolutely pop off in clutch moments. That's part of the reason why Waterloo is leading in this series, and as you mentioned, Badges, a player to note as a very strong player, one of the key points that Minnesota is trying to weaken in the lineup, but I also need to make sure that Frags gets the time in the spotlight, because unfortunately on this map, he has not really shown up too well on his defense. He was getting picked off multiple times. He seemed to be just, for lack of a better term, just botting out and pathing naturally and then getting picked off by a McCree. So hopefully Frags is able to step it up here and get his team a better time than 325. While that is hard, it is doable.
It's hard but doable, but yeah, I mean, you gotta get basically a really quick point A take here if you want the chance. That wall does block out the line of sight, so do get into the stairs here, but they charge him with Legolas. He's just super aggressive. Oh, but gets cut out!
Yeah, Legolas does fall here, and that's great for the rest of Waterloo. Wayne picking off trick plays, and this fight that looked like it was initiated by the defense is going to go in the favor of the offensive, and that's Waterloo taking the victory here on first point.
Yeah, and as you can see, Frags already 80% to that nano boost, while Corey's sitting at 19, getting much more value on his selection than his counterpart. And they're just going to kind of push him back here into the first national bank. However, they might get an early hold here at the door if they move quickly.
Yeah, they can't get into the bank. It's closed right now, so gonna have to wait.
I guess it is a Sunday, yeah.
Yeah, they gotta open up, wait for business hours. Have some respect, man. So they'll just have to deal with this cart and hopefully escort it to its destination safely. They have 5.5 minutes in the bank, so that's a hell of a long time to get through this second point. Hopefully they can do it, but this first fight is going to be a hard one as the ultimates are slowly but surely being built up. Even if a nano boost is thrown down by Frags, Swain will not be picking up any kills with it until Legolas gets countercharged. Does survive until he throws out the risky fire strike. Badges meets the same fate too. So both Reinhardts falling just because they want to get a little extra damage out there, and I think the positioning favors the defense.
There's a bit of spawn advantage here for Badges. Oh, but Bonesy dies while casting the Blizzard!
Yeah, Bonesy will get dropped mid-animation. A High Noon will come out, taking out AT&T. So that's going to be 2 kills coming in from both sides. The trades are back and forth. It's absolute chaos here as Legolas just re-enters the fight, but he might be sent back to spawn. No! The Nano Boost keeps him alive. SB Wayne going to be dropped. After that Nano Booster, Reinhardt goes into the combat with a Diva thrown into the mix. A wall will stop that Anna from getting dropped, but Khan cannot avoid his fate. Badges picking up a kill on the Legolas, and that's going to be Waterloo taking out the likes of Minnesota, I think. But Tourmament actually can't finish off his opponent, the Anna, and with the May rolling off that Diva Bomb, he will be getting no value from the ultimate. Frags, though, shoring up that weakness, helping out his teammate, and that's finally Waterloo pushing the cart yet again.
Holy moly, my MVP of that fight is definitely Frags, because you said he was countercharged, but actually Legolas was slept mid-charge by Frags.
Slept?
And then anti-nated. So Frags absolutely bullying Legolas, similar to how they tried to do it to Badges. So Frags, again, showing a lot of promise here on the attack. One last little contestant from UMN.
Oh, the Nano Boosted Reaper ultimate comes in, but Trick Plays drops away before he can pick up any kills in a second. Comes in from Trick Plays, and now Minnesota has turned on the burners, and they are going full throttle at their opponents, taking them down and getting themselves a nice defense at the end of second point.
Yeah, as a McCree in this meta, it's very hard to get value out of your High Noon, but Trick Plays has found a way to almost seemingly every time. It will take out that ulting Reaper in the back when not it was at Ray form, and you got a lot of ultimates here. You got Bonesy with the Blizzard to defend, and only the Shatter coming in from Waterloo. So this is a really tough attack. Might be trying to go for a dry fight here. They have 3 minutes left, so don't gotta go too fast.
Yeah, they have a little bit of time, but they do want to make sure that they have enough time to compete with that 325 left in the bank. And May Blizzard will be eaten by Tourmament, and then he flies up and kills Trick Plays. My gosh, that's really pulling the team on your back. Tourmament doing a lot of work on this Diva. Shatter will come down, and Tourmament and company will be shoring up this fight, eliminating the defense, and that's going to be Waterloo pushing this point through to get to the third point.
And Bonesy has had 2 Blizzards destroyed on this defense so far. One where he got stunned out or died in mid-cast, and the other one gets eaten by Tourmament. Not looking very strong here on this May pick. We do have that at falling though early though. That could be huge if they get this kill on the Badges.
Yeah, Tourmament will be turning around after his counterpart Badges falls. Minnesota kept out of moving any further thanks to that wall, but this is a fantastic spot for them to take this first fight. This archway, reminiscent of that of King's Road, just with a little more of flanking potential for the offense. Nonetheless, though, a sleep coming down the Legolas, and that's absolutely massive.
Oh, but a huge Blizzard comes in. Can Templars get any value with this?
Yeah, SB Wayne and company gonna try their best to just push through this fight, and they're doing a great job after the Blizzard takes down one, but Bonesy has something to say about it in the back line, takes out Lucio, and Trick Plays follows up, taking out Wayne as well. I think this is going to eventually go in the favor of the offense, but as long as Minnesota is able to keep this fight going, they're gonna be happy to take it.
Gonna be happy to take it, but Bonesy again using that Blizzard.
Wow.
Dude, they want to fight this as Archway again.
Yeah, that Blizzard. Oh, the Shatter! Oh my god! It's Nano Boost and the Shatter thrown down, and even with the Maywall, Khan picks up a kill! That's a huge turnaround here for Minnesota in a seemingly never-ending fight. These boys and girls are doing everything they can to just keep this payload in place, but Waterloo has such a close spawn that Lucio's already back, but the Maywall, it cuts them off, it separates the team, and the Shatter comes down and drops the tanks! Trick Plays now trying to put the team on his back, and he's doing a great job until Badges takes control and is doing everything he can for Waterloo, and they are looking so much better here with their team following suit. Tourmament keeping his teammates alive with that DM, keeping that May busy, and I think finally we're going to have Waterloo able to push, but look at that time bank. Minnesota shaves so much time off the clock. There's only 2 minutes left here for Waterloo.
Yeah, Minnesota's able to draw out 2 minutes out of that time bank, just sitting at that doorway and just throwing in ult after ult seemingly and just staggering onto the point, even with spawn disadvantage. They're able to claim off 2 minutes of that bank, and Bonesy almost has another Blizzard. And we do have Trick Plays with the high noon, might be looking for a flank angle here. But a lot of ults for Waterloo. This is their fight to lose.
Yeah, Vexinus getting up on that high ground, trying to maybe drop a Blizzard, but Diva sniffs her out and goes right towards that culprit. Not going to be baited though, and that high noon will be used to zone. No kills coming in. The Blizzard gets very aggressive, and now May is right up in front trying to deal with this McCree, trying to deal with this Anna, trying to deal with this Reinhardt, and that's going to be a Blizzard eaten again! Khan is absolutely ruthless eating all of these Blizzards. That's going to be, once again, Divas affecting this fight. SB Wayne dropping multiple members with that Reaper Blossom, and that looks like Waterloo, even with their Blizzard being eaten, they're going to be pushing through.
They're going to be pushing, and we're going to have some stall swaps going for the UMN. Almost under a minute left in the time bank. As we have Legolas coming out onto the point. Goku does get anti, but able to just survive. The Shatter comes through on both sides.
Legolas!
Two.
Wow, that was a huge shatter, but it doesn't amount to anything as he's only able to delay something that's going to eventually happen. So the bomb balances on Badges. That's such an unfortunate placement. And now the rest of his team has to finish off these kills before that Reinhardt is really going to be missed. It's Lucio on the point, Diva on the point, Hammond on the point. Everybody's on the point. You could say there's a pizza party on the point right now, and they're hoping for the snacks and the drinks to be left up to them. But ladies and gentlemen, SB Wayne is going to have a field day with this Death Blossom, and nobody can stop him if he wants to. Finally, Waterloo pushes through, and importantly, don't hit overtime.
Yeah, able to clutch it out with 22 seconds left. Huge plays with the spawn disadvantage, just like UMN on the first point of point C. Able to come in with the spawn disadvantage and win it at the end of point C themselves. Waterloo looking strong, but UMN with 4 minutes in that time bank. It's going to be a really hard thing to match. Waterloo's going to have really super solid attack here with 1 minute in the bank.
Yeah, it's going to depend a lot on how practiced they are at first and I guess second fights in this case. But more often than not, you need to take into account that when you have 1 minute left, you can only get one really good fight. So everybody needs to be working as a team. If they're rotating around the map, you need to rotate as a death ball. Because honestly, one of the most heartbreaking things is to spend 20 seconds getting in position, and then out of nowhere, your support gets sniped. And then it's like, well, I guess it's over.
I mean, yeah, from what we saw in their first attack, their point A was pretty good. I think they won it in 30 seconds, so they look pretty good to be able to repeat that if they do the same thing and UMN does not adapt. However, Corey taking a different position here this time. I believe he's in the cafe last time. Might be looking for a quick anti-nade to get the team out of, or to get Waterloo kind of, I guess, a little flustered as they move in here. Yeah, this is a very interesting position from Corey and Legolas. Just kind of
Sky nade. Let's watch where he throws this grenade. It's going up in the air, and now he runs away. All right. Where is that grenade going, ladies and gentlemen? That's the biggest question. Oh, and it lands. Oh, just a little too early.
Just a little too early. The wall, the same spot from Vexinus, blocks off UMN's line of sight as they go into the stairs. Legolas not charging in alone this time. Will sit back with his team and defend the doorway. Oh, but they're looking for a May wall of their own from Bones. This could be huge if they get someone walled off.
Oh, the McCree stun misses. A very unfortunate miss of that ability, and now multiple members going to be knocked off the high ground. Minnesota going to have to give up this territory. May getting very aggressive. Ooh, Bonesy playing with fire there, not gonna get punished. A 5-man anti-grenade. That's going to force Waterloo's hand right now, and they are going to have to back up off this high ground. The shatter drops, and that's going to hit 3-4 members, and even if Legolas falls, that's going to be worth it in the end, because there's only 5 seconds left here, and Waterloo's not even going to touch the point. Vexinus can get close, he can try, and you know what? They may have proved me wrong, but they won't get very far, because ATT is going to fall, Diva's going to fall, and that's going to be Minnesota, I believe, taking this point if they can just deal with this extra shield that this team's been given.
And here they come in, here the bomb from Khan, trying to displace him a little bit. No barrier from Badges, they're not coming up. The Blizzard from Bonesy already able to pop a Kitch's at and Badges in it, and it's just some stall heroes coming in here for Waterloo. Not really gonna be able to get a good team fight in, and it looks like UMN is gonna hold them here on a drawable for Waterloo. But I want to point out, Corey's 5-man anti-nade is what won them that fight, because it forced Badges off the high ground, had to rotate, and he's in an awkward position, allowing Legolas to hit a fat shatter to secure basically the entire defense there. A huge play from Corey and Legolas in tandem there. Now, will Waterloo be able to hold?
Yeah, well, another big thing to point out there is that anti-grenade shouldn't be getting through in the first place. You know, you have a DM and you have a shield up. So the fact that that got through, I feel like, is a miscommunication on the part of Waterloo, because when you have those two tools at your disposal, you know an anti-grenade will spell the end of any fight. You need to be prepared for that.
Yeah, either a miscommunication or perhaps a coordinated like flank maneuver coming out from UMN Pizza Pirates, having maybe the McCree jump up on the stairs to distract the Diva and the Ryan attention away from the Corey anti-nade. But again, yes, probably miscommunication.
A little bit of tag maybe, just like, hey, hide and seek over here, come find me.
Yep. This is an interesting composition from UMN. I wonder if they actually run out with this, because I wouldn't mind seeing the Bonesy legs or the trick plays Farah, but I highly doubt we're going to see something like this. Probably some small shenanigans.
One of the luxuries that they have is they don't have to think ahead. They don't have to think, how is this going to affect, Streets phase? How's our ultimate economy going to be affected? So you can really pick heroes that ultimately they don't pick them, but you can really pick heroes that have a impact on just, picking off a single person. So I could see them swapping even to a Widow here if they're getting desperate for a pick.
Yeah, I mean, if you're UMN Peace Cards, you gotta win basically 1/3 of a fight to get this point A and this map win, tie the series 1-1. Ooh, a nice walkout from Vex on this, though. Not allowing Peace Cards to take the stairs as fast as they want to, but able to get out scot-free is Peace Cards, no taken.
Yeah, just dancing right here, back and forth, doing a little tango, seeing who can call their bluff first. And we have 2 charges coming in there. Wayne going to be dropping Legolas, and that's fantastic here for the defense as Waterloo strikes first, does not lose any members so far, and they are set up to keep this defense going with 3 minutes and 20 seconds left.
A great start from Waterloo, able to come back and claim the high ground again. Just sit back in his position, wasting a minute off of UMN Peace Cards clock, and a D-Mech Khan as well. That's a huge D-Mech.
Yeah, now Khan is in that boat. Does he try and build up mech again, or just swap off and swap back on? And it looks like he's going to try and build up mech, but he's not going to get any opportunity. It's very intelligent here by Waterloo, just hiding, not letting that Diva build up her Bunny Blaster shots.
Yeah, able to D-Mech the Diva and then send Guko on a one-way ticket back to spawn with an icicle through the head. That's a huge place from Waterloo so far on this defense, playing very safe, very passive, but building all his ultimate banks up while UMN really struggling to get any value.
Yeah, Legolas here, moving a little closer, getting inch by inch, trying to get to the point, and now they're forcing the hand of Waterloo. Charges thrown down, fire strikes being used. Wayne attacks, trick plays, and gets him dropped. That's another win here for the defense as a nano boost shores up that Reinhardt's defenses.
Yeah, they used Nano and Nano and Blizzard there to win that fight, and again, drain another minute off of UMN's clock. UMN only having that Nano boost to work with that high noon. Not very high value ultimates here to break a solid defense on this high ground that Waterloo's pulling out. This is very interesting so far. Waterloo putting on a much stronger performance on his defense than we could have expected.
Yeah, I mean, look at the time bank left. They're doing a great job, and they have the ultimate economy in effect now, so they can theoretically keep this winning going if they just use their ultimates in the right way. And High Noon gonna try and stop their hopes, kind of throw them in the ground. A beat used, a charge thrown down. The beat perfectly timed to save Badge's life, and he counter charges with Legolas falling, and now neither team has a Reinhardt available. The Nano Boost thrown down to McCree. The Blizzard's going to be using him. McCree is the biggest threat. The sleep misses, and the beautiful boop coming in by Goku, nullifying that Death Blossom that SB Wayne tried to win a fight with. Tourmament going to be dropped. He has the Diva Bomb, but the Diva Bomb going to come in also from his counterpart. Neither will connect, but with the respawns going in the favor of the offense, I think it's going to be a win for Minnesota, unless that charge gets coming in. Oh no, wait, we have the late turnaround here with ATT showing up and the Moira Orb coming from behind. This is anybody's fight. This might be the defense coming out with the win. The stall, the stagger, it might all amount for Waterloo holding off their, oh my god, they did!
Waterloo able to hold off there, and they even saved the Blizzard for their last defense. This is UMN's last chance, and they made a bunch of swaps off of different characters. They don't have any ultimates to work with, almost a Hydra to work with. That's all they have. This is huge for Waterloo. This is an easily winnable fight for them now.
Waterloo has the Blizzard ready to go. They just need to get themselves in a good spot to use it. And you cannot have Khan eat this. Khan is prone to being able to eat this ultimate, and you need to make sure you get this down. So throw it on the ground, throw it into the wall, whatever you do, just don't get eaten. And oh, very close to Vexness being eliminated there. Bonesy forcing out that ice block, gonna get that nullification down, and another slam coming in here from the Doomfist. That charge not going to get out as Legolas falls, and the Death Blossom comes in. This is awful. This is a disaster, but this is exactly what Waterloo wanted, and they're going to hold off on this defense. I can't believe it.
They're going to draw here on Hollywood with a 4-minute time bank, wasting away for UMN.
Wow.
Absolutely devastating. The mental fortitude they're going to need to show to come back in this series is huge. Waterloo putting on an absolutely dominant performance on Hollywood.
Yeah, and Frag's getting another play of the game here on Moira, so 2 for 2 on Moira play of the games, but it's incredible to see what Waterloo was able to do. They had 3.5 minutes to go, and they were able to hold strong, not only with a very good first fight, but the stall that they had as well. It seemed like they were going to lose, and then out of nowhere, Lucio, Reaper, and Diva just come back in and save the day. May as well, and it was fantastic.
I mean, yeah, this is the first of 3 series, so we're kind of just back to where we were. The map basically does not count everywhere. But we will be going over to, it looks like, Watchpoint Gibraltar. And what we saw earlier today in our cast beanie is UMN really likes to play the Hog Orisa on Watchpoint and see if it comes back to success.
Yeah, honestly, that draw, while not a W for UMN, the University of Minnesota, it still is better than a loss, and they get to pick Gibraltar, a favorite of theirs, something they're very practiced on. So you gotta wonder if Waterloo was watching the earlier match and is prepared for the Pirates to whip out this Hog, to whip out this interesting Zenyatta pick that worked fabulously against Rutgers.
I mean, from what we saw, you said that it wasn't a loss for Pizza Pirates, but it almost feels like it because you had the 4-minute time bank. You got that stellar defense with the 1 minute left in their overtime, but you just can't get one tick in 4 minutes and a half. Just wasting your ultimates and not being able to build up that economy and get that advantage. And just, Pizza Pirates just, that's got to be a huge mental boon for them. Again, probably just feels like a loss on a match, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
well, we'll have to see how they respond, because ultimately it's up to them. They could be shaken. They could be doing fine. Who knows? Only thing they'll tell is what they do here on Gibraltar. And if this is the map if there was ever a map for them to win, it would be this map, just because of how confident you feel and what I've seen of them do on this map.
It looks like we're going to be heading in here very shortly. We're going to give all the R's on both teams and production. I want to say, if I am Waterloo, just like Pizza Pirates, I think that's a map is a W. We don't give up any points to Pizza Pirates, and we hold them for 4 minutes. We assert our dominance on their mental. So, I think if you're Waterloo, you're going to Watchpoint Gibraltar, no fear at all about what Pizza Pirates has planned up their sleeve. And if you're Pizza Pirates, this is kind of your last shot, because if you go down 2-0 to Waterloo heading into the 4th map, you're in trouble.
Yeah, and to your point as well, we should point out that the side of Waterloo chose defense. So they're feeling confident, because if they pull out this defense and they get a first-point hold like we saw Minnesota do to Rutgers, then it's going to be incredibly difficult for Minnesota to bounce back. So this is a very good test of the kind of fortitude that Minnesota has within their team.
Now we'll be seeing a dive comp coming out from the defense with the Monkey and the Diva.
I love watching it.
it's gonna be awkward to play it because when you have the Orisa Hog on one end and you have Genji and Tracer as a DPS with this tank setup. Maybe they're just gonna do like a halt hook outside of spawn and then swap to dive themselves. But I don't know, because when you run the dive into the Orisa Hog, you're gonna get CC'd to death if you're either the Monkey or the Diva. So you're just gonna see if Waterloo is gonna adjust their composition or if it's gonna dominate. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I think Waterloo, the only way they can really make it work is just banking on counter diving and trying to capitalize on maybe Bonesy and Trick Plays getting too aggressive. So we'll have to see if that actually plays in their favor. Also, running with Dad 76, Soldier in play here, going to have an opportunity to hold some left click. Soldier, always a trustworthy hero, the truest FPS hero in Overwatch. So any hit scan player is going to feel comfortable on that. But the Hog will miss out on a halt that didn't connect, so no blame to be placed there. Just unlucky to say at least. And
well,
this
he
cart's
missed a 3-man halt earlier, so not finding much about. Oh my goodness, what again? Khan is being nerfed very hard by that composition. Very well played by Waterloo so far.
I think Badge just predicted that hook and blocked it with the shield. So Badge is flexing on his counterparts. And now, with the point finally moved to this corner, this is where it's going to explode. This is where we will see the kills coming in. And Badge strikes first, taking down Corey. And this Monkey left in the back side, as you said, he gets hooked in. And that beefy target gets dropped instantly by Khan. But unfortunately for the rest of his team, that's not going to do too much for Minnesota because they are stuck at watching this payload move backwards.
Yeah, Frags hits an absolutely massive anti-nade onto the backline of UMN's parts, allowing Badges to jump in and take both of their supports out, and then before he falls himself. But now we do have a swap from Goku over onto the brig, probably trying to help Corey out, stay alive with this Monkey. But we'll see if it works out. Oh, the pulse bomb comes in and Goku falls!
Oh, that pulse bomb stuck the Hog and he delivered it beautifully. The Goku Steinsteel delivered. Oh yeah, Vexinus flexing his muscles right now, and we're just waiting out this next few seconds because it doesn't seem very beneficial, I guess I was gonna say, for them to do much, but then the hold hook combo comes in and Tourmament is just dancing on the edge of glory, trying to keep himself from falling, and another hold hook, but the immortality field keeps the Diva alive, but then it's not there for Bonesy's Dragon Blade, and that's awful for this defense, because now they are not going to have the opportunity to touch the point with this whole hog going, and Wayne may be able to bring them back here with his Soldier 76 visor. It always helps having those aim hacks, but those can only do so much against a team that's just killing your squad way too quickly, and Bonesy will drop Wade. We have Tourmament coming back into the fight, but he gets halt hooked. He does in fact survive. The late immortality field is so clutch, and that's Khan going down. That's the main point of this offense falling, and the rest of the composition just crumbles after he goes down.
Oh my, another clutch defense coming out from Waterloo. Third out was so good for Pizza Pirates, forced out the immortality field early and then allowing Bonesy to go with the Nano Blade, but just only got 2, but it just wasn't enough. As Khan got anchored and couldn't heal himself and died, losing that hog. Again, we just said what this whole offense seems to be built around. Really sent PP hacking here. And with only 1 minute left on Gibraltar, they have almost no ultimates that really seem to be able to turn this fight into favor. Oh, that's a good start, though.
Again, Tourmament gets hit with that. That's the second time in the exact same spot Tourmament got hit with a halt hook combo. So you need to be learning from your mistakes, buddy. And unfortunately, we'll have to see if Waterloo can bounce back from that with Winston diving all the way back, but a beautiful hook connecting on the way in. This tank combo has set up their connections beautifully. They missed the first few, but ever since, these hooks by Khan have been on point, and the halts from Legolas have set him up perfectly.
Yeah, Legolas's hook or halt there at the end was just fantastic. It pushed, it pulled. Oh my goodness!
Hook! Get over here! SB Wayne getting pulled to his demise and frags. That poor grandmother just left out to dry by the rest of the squad. And SB Wayne and company are going to have to reevaluate their decisions because right now, Soldier doesn't look like it's working too well.
Yeah, like what I was saying is they put down the back window, but then Legolas halts them in front of it, so they can't use of the back window. And now we have Khan going a bit of a flank here, but they're already down 3 is Waterloo. They're kind of a weird position here, really split composition, not really grouping up here. Oh, the tanks are going to split up here, get the nano though. Oh,
yeah, wow! The nano doesn't mean anything against a nano boost in high noon, and on top of that, the whole hawk comes in, and they just wipe the floor with Waterloo. First point and second point feel like totally different teams.
Yeah, they might use a few too many ultimates there with that whole hog and the nano noon, but you know when you have ultimates like whole hog or high noon, not high value really by themselves, so you gotta kind of combine them sometimes to get anything out of them. So can't really blame them there for doing that. And considering we have Goku swapping over onto Lucio, Oh, back to the brig, I guess, and then we're making wholesale swaps here from UMN Pizza Pirates, going back to a pretty standard composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very brawly part of the map. It makes sense to go with that Reaper, try and capitalize on when that Reinhardt swings, you get an extra 1 or 2 left clicks in there and drop him even lower. And look at that badge. Feeling the pressure, going to have to back himself up, keep his team safe. SB Wayne poking down, taking a few shots here and there with his Reaper, but it's not going to be amounting to too much just yet, as Legolas still looking pretty healthy, and the rest of his team just trying to keep this fight going. Wayne drops very low. Ooh, barely gets out of dodge there. Fortunate for him, though, he had his cooldowns up and running.
And yeah, that was Vex now. It's just slightly missing the wall on Corey, trying to block off the healing for the team, but just went behind him. The charge comes in and finds SB Wayne!
Wayne's going to fall there. Reaper gets dropped, and that looks like it's going to spell disaster here unless Tourmament able to stabilize it for his team. D.Va, the only member on the payload, but he is going to have to do his best because he has that nano boost, and nano boost throws down on the D.Va bomb as it's used. So that nano boost is now gone. An unfortunate set of circumstances for them, but they may be able to stabilize this because SB Wayne does come back. Tourmament going to drop 1, and that's going to be, yes, Waterloo finally winning a fight here and getting themselves a defensive hold.
Legolas is really going to want that shatter back. He shattered in their spawn, only got the Ana, and the Ana did die, but then eventually just dies himself. Probably going to want that back for spawn push. I do have Nano Noon again with Trick Plays having that pulse bomb, but a bunch of ultimates coming outside of Waterloo, including the Blizzard. This is their fight to lose here, I'd say. We're almost with the beat and the shatter on lockdown. See if Badger can hit a big one.
Khan fighting up with Tourmament, but that Tracer shows up, unevening the odds. Tourmament almost gets stuck there. Pineon will connect on Vexness, and Tracer Trick Play is going to pick off badges. So, while we saw Waterloo coming up with a defensive hold here, it doesn't look like it'll last for that long because Minnesota is just showing up and dominating now as they take down their opponent and almost are able to push this to the end of the map. They just have to deal with that pesky little hamster. A Blizzard thrown down too. A beat gets dropped as well, and this is not going to be as easy as it looks because the defense is coming in with these ultimates, and that Doomfist smacking them out away from the payload. And that will be Minnesota pushing to the end of the map with a decent time bank too, I might add.
I mean, when you have a minute and 10 left after how poorly your A offense went, you're very pleased if you are Pizza Pirates. However, you should have got that in much quicker. You had 3 minutes moving into C, but then we had Frags doing that sneaky little maneuver where he just kept switching back and forth to get the immortality field thrown out onto point. Really high quality play coming out from that defense on C, especially that last stall. They pushed in there with seemingly a lot of time left, but then they just kind of halted him for about 2 minutes like they done A. Able to get a pretty solid amount of time off. Very doable time bank for Waterloo.
Yep, very much so. Very much so. They now have offense to take a shot, see if they can get themselves into a winning position. They know the time bank they're going up against, 1 minute, 10 seconds. So now they just have to get themselves in a good spot to take it, which starts with point A. They don't want to run into the same brick wall that they set up before. Hopefully that wall's totally torn down from earlier and they can just push on through, but we'll have to see because taking a look now, Gugu running back on that brig, and Bonesy and Trick Plays. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, it's kind of a really heavily defensive favorite comp, just hanging back and let them walk into you. And the thing is, the Khan and the Legolas Orisa Hog is a lot stronger on defense because you don't got to push into them. You can take those defensive angles, look for his halt hooks on the attackers, and just cut them off there. However, I do like Waterloo's approach as well, going with the Orisa on the point with the Bat and Ana for heals, kind of trying to not die to the spam, but just try to outlive it.
Yeah, and to the point of that spam, a nice halt
that's
hook.
Not a good start.
Yeah, the combo comes down, he gets stuck on the trap, and that's some ult percentage for everybody involved. And something to point out about these two DPS heroes is both of their ultimates charge very, very quickly. So this is going to be very useful for the defense to just constantly have those ults rotating between each other. And Bonesy picking up Vexness there, going to slow down the offensive for the time being.
So an offensive here, SB Wayne just needs to get out with his life at this point, needs to fade out back to his team. Kind of did force an early rotation down onto the high ground. And oh, what a nice hook.
Very nicely done there. Wayne going to be dropped, but ATT going to take out Corey, playing hit scan with that Baptiste. And now Bonesy getting a little aggressive with his positioning, going to jump up to the high ground. Not going to get punished for that, though, fortunately for him. So going forward, Bonesy just going to have to try and take aim at these few straggling members who may know. Yeah, they do know where he is. So now he's just running away. It's Hunger Games, and they're looking for him to take him out.
Oh, Frags absolutely putting on a show here. Hit that Knight's anti-nade, got
Wayne!
Pirates. But then
look at that.
But then
Reaper
also
taken
Frags
out.
hit an epic sleep on the Khan, so they weren't able to hold up with a halt hook at the end of the bridge, and Trickplay just kind of staggering himself out here, gets antied by Frags, but is going to fall here in the end, and Waterloo making a really strong attack on A.
Yeah, look at that time bank. Wow. 5 minutes just eclipsed there. Waterloo is looking very pretty, I might say.
Water looking really pretty, and plus they have 3 ults to work with, while UMN only has 2 with the Nano Boost coming online. And they're pretty strong ultimates. Like this Badge's Supercharger is a fight-winning ultimate in itself. Can bring it back from the brink down 4v6. It's a very powerful ultimate in the game. Oh, Khan just barely managing to stay on the high ground.
Yeah, Vexen is getting out of dodge right there too, keeping himself alive. Corey having the 1v1 this guy until Hanzo shows up and helps him. Trick plays, baiting Vexenus and takes him down. Wayne going to drop one, but Bonesy coming back. It's a 2-for-2 trade overall, and with that hook coming in on the backside, taking Tourmament very low. He's going to have to play with fire to get out of this one, and unfortunately, he's going to get burned quite a bit as Khan drops him. Coming from behind, we have a Dragon Strike and the Whole Hog taking them off of the point, but a very well-placed Bongo in a safe spot going to keep that damage up here for Waterloo. They just have to finish off these kills. Cuckoo, though, going to be swinging around in that backside. Badges and ATT totally ignoring that break. And the Nano Boost in McCree won't have anything to say because that Reaper with the Death Blossom going to be taking out the rest of his team.
And yeah, that Nano Boost might signal a change here from Corey, but he's going to stay on it. Perhaps they're calling winnable there at the end, but just was not. Got Bonesy at the high noon, but that's the only thing they have to work with. Everything else below 5% alt charge right now. And we see the alt bank, you got the back window, you got the bomb, you got the dragons coming in from Waterloo. Waterloo looking really strong to push us through with a monster time bank.
Yeah, they have 4 minutes and 50 seconds left. A beautiful eat coming in here by Khan using that defense matrix to perfection, baiting out Vexenus, and that's going to be nobody coming out from that high noon. In fact, the high nooner gets high nooned by Vexenus. He's dropped amplification matrix. It is used in tandem with the immortality field, and now Frags has an opportunity to absolutely lay the smackdown with this amplification matrix, and he does just that, taking down Corey. And Waterloo were not happy with their defense, and they are showing up with their offense.
An absolutely beautiful team play coming up from Waterloo right now. Able to isolate Legolas on the right side by himself, gets a kill, and then using that Ant Matrix when he's not there to protect his team to secure some kills. Oh no! Legolas falls super early!
Yeah, Vexenus taking down Legolas. That's not going to be good for the defense here. And Khan getting some free ult charge off of that bomb, but that's going to eliminate any protection he would have had. And that's going to spell disaster. The defense only has so much they can do. When the bomb goes thrown down, the extra damage going to make killing that hamster so much better. And the eliminations are finalized. That's going to be Diva not touching the point. And wow, anything you can do, I can do better. Waterloo 2020.
Absolutely putting the team on his back for that last fight, finding 3 kills on his own on that high ground, providing the healing, the Baptiste can, the immortality field, looking very strong on that Baptiste pick. And again, they weren't able to do anything with the hook combos because they just get so much healing. They just really find too much value. And with over 3 minutes, almost 3 minute advantage here in the time bank, Waterloo looking very strong to go up 2-0 in the series push to match point.
Yeah, so Waterloo, as you said, looking very poised to take this. We will see them on the defensive first, so if history tells us anything, Waterloo could be pulling out a first point hold, because I believe on the last time they were on defense, they held out for over 1 minute 10 seconds.
Yes, I believe they held for about 3 minutes, so I believe that's more than 110, but I'm no clockmaker, so I'm not going to guarantee anything. But we're going to see quite of a different attack here if this is what UMN PP is going to roll out with the Orisa Sigma and the Bonesy Torb.
Oh, baby. I am ready for this. Bonesy, please. Goku, yes. I loved seeing Goku whip out the Zenyatta last time on against Rutgers when they played Gibraltar. So having him whip this out again is going to be fantastic to see. Just going to have to get the same value here on offense.
It was almost a sort of carry performance coming from Goku on that Zenyatta. See if he can't replicate that. Khan's going to go back into spawn and probably swap to a Sigma. As we move out onto the point, playing double barrier with the Torb on the point, just trying to make this whole, like the pirate ship almost. Oh, but that's not a good start with Trick Play spawning early to SB Wayne.
Yeah, fortunately though, he did fall early enough that they still can just push this cart, not have too much of their mission affected. Trick Plays is going to come back, and yeah, the cart's still going to be able to move just fine for the time being.
As you're moving it forward here, no really ultimate charge on either side except for Frags, almost 30% to that nano boost, but it's not going to be enough here. The sleep does miss. Tom forced to eat early. The anti comes in onto Legolas. Can't really push the cart forward. Now, as they start moving in here, UMN Pizza Power's last fight territory here.
Yeah, they do have to be careful because, as you said, last fight territory with only 20 seconds left. The next time that they lose a fight, they will be giving up their offensive push. And Badges positioning very aggressively, trying to land a nice halt, not going to get anything. Wayne getting himself out of that aggressive spot, just shoring up that weakness and making sure nobody can jump on him when he doesn't want them to. Sigma trying to get some extra shielding, not going to get too much value from that, as now the overtime does hit. The nano boost thrown down on the SB Wayne, and he's going to be holding left click, but that's the immortality field thrown down. He will punch right through that, and now he's having an absolute field day, just holding down left click, dropping all the tanks around him, the squishies, the supports, you name them, he's got them. And now overtime does tick down, and that will be Waterloo setting themselves up for a strong offense here with a first point hold.
Waterloo looking extremely strong on that defense. Not playing super aggressive, playing really slow, just building up those ultimates. They only have to win one fight after all. So they build up to that nano boost and give it to the Reaper. And SB Wayne just walks in the back line, forces the Fortify out of Legolas, and the rest of the team just collapses onto UMN and just takes them out. A really solid defense, only to push to the end of point A, really, in basically 4 minutes of time. So looks really good for Waterloo to go up 2-0.
Yeah, Waterloo is poised and ready to keep themselves moving. So hopefully they can get into a good spot, because otherwise, if they get full held here, that whole momentum and mental talk we had about the Pizza Pirates, that's going to go over the Waterloo next map.
Yeah, I mean, as we saw kind of towards the end, their trick plays with a kind of questionable positioning at the beginning of that fight to get picked off by SB Wayne on the high ground might be part of that mental game, because when you come out like that, get 110 on your time bank, looks pretty good, but you get absolutely rolled on your defense. And it probably isn't very good for your mental game, so it's going to be up to UMN to really fortify themselves up into the mental and just try to hold it here, because, I mean, you don't want to go down 2-0 to Waterloo, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, you do not want to go down to Waterloo in general, because by the looks of it, they do not let up when they get going. Even with that tie happening last time, that was just a stumble. They even managed to hold out such a long defense to turn that into a tie. And now they're going to have to get themselves just a few ways away from the end of the first point to take that 2-0 lead. But Tourmament having an issue with this halt hook combo yet again, gets pulled up. Fortunately for him, though, will get out with his life thanks to his supports.
Yeah, Tourmament managed to escape his life there, but they do force immortality. Khan gets pulled up the high ground.
Khan's ulted off of the high ground, and just like that, the key member of this defense is taken out of the equation. And I may not be a mathematician, but this spells disaster for me, my friends.
Oh, but we do get two back on the defensive side. This could be a Khan coming back on that Diva just to get there through his team. It's now 4v6 in favor of UMN. Waterloo taking it slow, backing up.
Wow, look at that. Coming back, a very nice hold here from the defense, and UMN mitigating their losses and coming back very strong. Something we talked about in their series against Rutgers is they did a great job at minimizing the losses and minimizing the deficits when they lose a member early on. Legolas, coming to mind, dying a few times early on, and then the rest of his team being able to keep themselves in the fight until he came back. So now we see that paying dividends here, because on Gibraltar they were able to do the same thing and keep themselves going now with the second push coming in from Waterloo.
Yeah, Frag tried to go kind of on a flank mission there up the stairs, but only got an anti onto Legolas. Not much value found as two of his teammates died in the back, so I think that's probably why Waterloo didn't take that fight there. Frag's kind of a man on a mission. But as we see some rotations here.
Do you see Bonesy coming the long way around, just really taking his time, and he shows up surprised. He slept! Bonesy gets slept, and no, unfortunate to say the least. He took such a long time to get there. He was ready for the flank, and he gets sniffed out and dropped instantly. But Badges also going to be eliminated, as well as SB Wayne. Waterloo getting a little too excited there, going to end up losing out on this fight overall.
Yeah, and that supercharger from Legolas, absolutely massive, able to isolate some members from Waterloo and take them out under the bridge and force the people in server room to have to come back. And now they're going to have Goku's Transcendence and Bones' Death Blossom here for the defense. However, we do have both support ultimates and almost both DPS ultimates up for Waterloo. Here, really close fight. It could be down to who gets the first pick here with 1 minute 30 seconds remaining on the attack.
Yeah, look at that. It's going to be Bonesy falling. Oh, that could be awful here. Bonesy falls first, and that means the Reaper is not going to be ready for this fight yet again. Oh, and the late rotations for the rest of the squad. Barely getting out alive. Almost paid a lot for that. Going to use that Transcendence to keep his team in this trick play. Is dropping that Mortality Field. Khan barely kept alive, but Vexinus and Badges going to be finishing off these kills. And it looks like it's all she wrote here for Minnesota on this map, because Waterloo has the numbers, they have the positioning, and they're going to be taking a 2-0 lead in this series.
I just want to say, I don't know if our spec caught it or not, but Legolas halted that McCree, halted Vexinus up onto that high ground with Bonesy, and got just stuck up there. So Bonesy got flashed by Vexinus after he got halted up by his own teammate. So maybe a bit of a miscommunication, or maybe just an unlucky halt coming out from Legolas. And oh yeah, just some cleanup here.
Yeah, look at that. Badges having an opportunity in the spotlight. Shout out to my Orisa players not getting to show off their skills enough. I see you holding left click and your halts are ridiculous, so we appreciate you. And now it looks like not taking much time at all to decide. Legolas and company knew exactly where they wanted to go. Minnesota's going to be taking us to Hanamura for possibly the last map of the series here.
Yeah, you're right. This is match point right now. Pizza Pirates got to bring it back here. Get to put on the reverse sweet pants if they want to bring home that pizza, if they want to bring home the dough. However, Waterloo looking very strong so far right now. The mental fortitude of being able to push in for 3 minutes, not getting anything done, but then with 1 minute remaining, clutch it out. Waterloo, I just want to say, has been having the biggest clutches here at the end of these matches, the end of these halves. But just very impressive gameplay so far from them, especially down their starting DPS player.
Yeah, that's a big thing to point out. They don't have Damo, I believe. Damo. Yeah, Damo's sitting out because of his internet issues, unfortunately. So SB Wayne, absolutely not missing a step at all. They just put him in the lineup, and at first map we may have thought there were some growing pains, but all those thoughts just dissipated right away. He's been showing up massively. He was absolutely huge on his McCree. I loved seeing him play. He has shown very strong proficiency on these hit scan heroes, and now I believe we're going to be taking a brief break here as our players are looking for that halftime to recuperate and get their strategies together, because this could be the very last map of this series. So don't go anywhere, because Hanamura and the rest of the meal plan will be coming at you very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the meal plan. It's Beanies here, joined alongside my buddy. We've been bringing you these casts all day long. It's the one, it's the only, the bad boy himself, Big Booty Moody. How you doing, buddy?
Well, I've never had an introduction like that before, but I'll definitely put that in my business card. But as we move in here, yeah, my voice is kind of dying, but hey, I just gotta say the hype for this match has been keeping me going. 2-0 Waterloo right now. Can UMN bring it back?
Yeah, that's the big question here, because now that we have the 2-0 series lead, now those of you who've been with us saw that there was a tie, but it's still 2-0. Having that lead going into an assault map, that's a tall task to come back from for Minnesota.
It certainly is a tall task for Minnesota, but I mean, 2CP is probably the game mode where you can reset or destroy your mental the quickest, because I mean, you roll through a 5-minute attack, you feel pretty good, but if you get rolled through 5-minute, your mental, I could probably guarantee you, Pizza Pirates aren't feeling really good about this series so far, about their performance. But Waterloo probably feeling pretty darn good about how they're playing right now.
I mean, it's hard not to when not only the fact that they're winning, but then you look at the circumstances with which they're winning. For example, the tie, how they held out for 3.5 minutes, I believe. Like that's something that they should 100% be proud of, you know?
It was 4 minutes, I believe. Actually,
4 minutes.
Yeah, just absolutely stellar. That's just got to be the mental boom that you're looking for to get Peace Pirates out of their game. And then you got kind of roll through them again on Gibraltar. Like, Pizza Pirates have got to show some strong mental fortitude to come back in the series and make that reverse sweep happen.
Yeah, this is for the pizza, remember now. So there's going to be one team after this series that has bellies that will be filled by collegiate pizza.
Yeah, maybe that's the Pizza Pirates' tactic. They lose here, and then they go pirate Waterloo's pizza. Like, maybe that's just the tactic they're going with.
Oh, yeah, they're going to pillage Waterloo. Like, hey, you took our pizza, so we'll take it back. And then it starts a friendly rivalry, you know?
Yeah, pillage the pepperoni, of course. As we move in here, both teams looking pretty standard. Symmetric shenanigans, though, ready for trick plays.
Yeah, Badge is standing up here close and personal. Vexen trying to get a wall off, doesn't get anyone. Symmetra TP goes down and instantly destroyed. But the poor Reinhardt gets frozen up. Badges, they're trying to keep him alive. They're throwing everything at it, and he will be kept up. In the meantime, though, Bonesy is kept on the outside and will barely not get out. He does get dropped, and with Wayne following up on Gugu, it's going to be a first fight win here for Waterloo.
And a huge sleep from Frags coming in there after his own Reinhardt got frozen. Badge not able to do anything, but a sleep onto Legloss prevents the damage from going onto Badges and keeps him alive. Look at Badges, already has the shatter, but Corey has the nano right back, so very close match. Seeing who will come out on top here. So far, the TP does come down the high ground. Oh,
yeah, and
destroyed.
The TP, they just can't keep it alive. It's so difficult to drop that in a safe spot when, everyone's already focused on it. On top of it, you have the Torbjorn turret, which is able to see the location they're putting it, so that also aids in destroying it. And as we see here, Waterloo is just mopping the floor with the rest of this disjointed attack from Minnesota.
Yeah, and Legloss, Khan and Corey in a really rough position here, going to get staggered out. They do kill SB Wayne on their way out, but that's just not going to be enough. After losing those two, losing Khan's energy too is just terrible for the attack. Almost have the Graviton Surge though, but they do have the Nanowish from Corey. But 5 ultimates on the side of Waterloo's defense, looking absolutely unbreakable. The Iron Curtain's being built.
Yeah, 2 minutes, as you said, and gosh, these ultimates, they're scary. If Waterloo does this correctly, I don't think that Minnesota could be winning this, because both these ultimates are just available and ready, and they should be able to dominate with them. And they are doing that so far. Unfortunately, it's going to amount for a 1-for-1 trade, so not too much value yet, but Badges will take out one, Tourmament another. Amplification Matrix thrown down for good measure, and that's going to be Waterloo. Narrowly missing, by the way, that first tick from being hit.
And missing that first tick, but then you see Trick Play is getting a little bit of icy hot action. Hopefully his back doesn't hurt anymore. Gets stuck in the Blizzard, then stuck in the Molten Core inside. Absolutely destroyed early. That's a lot of damage gone for Peace Parts as they try to push forward onto the point. And again, one tick is all the defense really needs on Hanamura. The walls come in early.
Yeah, look at that. We have Reinhardt just laying the smackdown, actually, with a shatter. The Graviton Surge used, but nobody will be dropped thanks to that Amplification Matrix. And then the shatter used in his own right, but he is left wide open after doing so. And Zarya, the lone tank left here, has a lot of charge in her back pocket if she can get out alive with it, and they will be letting her escape. Trick Plays taking Wayne down with him. So another lost fight here for Minnesota, but they may be able to get a good push out of this thanks to the delay coming in here from Bonesy.
Frags had a nasty anti-nade there, and a nice sleep onto Legolas. Oh, but the Baby Diva gets moved.
Oh my gosh, Minnesota, they're actually doing this. The disjointed comeback is working to perfection for them. And just like that, Minnesota turn the tables and get themselves a point A take with 40 seconds left.
Not only point A take, but do it with saving these ultimates. They save High Noon and Blizzard and Nano. And when we look at Waterloo, they only have that bomb. So this defense might be hard if Pizza Pirates move very fast on the point.
Yeah, Wayne going to swap back to Torbjorn. Swap to that soldier, I believe, to try and get back. Ultimately not going to be worth it in the end. So going back to our friendly dwarf who likes to build things and shoot fire. Badges, though, almost getting walled off, playing with fire there, if you ask me. And then May Blizzard is going to be thrown down, and Tourmament eats another! An incredible piece of work right there by Tourmament, taking Bonzi's ultimate out of this fight.
And yeah, just like I said, not having those ultimates on the side of Waterloo just got instantly flipped back over. Now looking at UMN, looking kind of rough on the ultimate bank. They do have that grab Nano and High Noon. When you look at Waterloo, absolutely stacked with the Qs ready to press, and a huge game from Tomathan. I don't even saw that, but Tomathan actually DM'd Bonesy. Bonesy was forced to block to stay alive, and then Bonesy came out of the mech, so kind of baited, and then instantly ate from Tomathan again. So a huge mental boon from Tomathan onto Bonesy. Now it's going to go down main and see if that works out better for him.
And Vexinus just hits his ultimate here, so 5 are available for the defense. 1 being used right now, a High Noon in response. Not going to get too much out of it. Diva Bomb also going to use Amplification Matrix thrown down. 3 ultimates here from the defense to secure this fight win. And I do believe they are going to have that come pay dividends to them as they baited out the Graviton Surge and the Nano Boost, and that's going to be a beautiful fight win here for the defense. 2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, 3 ults for 3 ults there. They used the Grav, High Noon, and Nano on the side of UMN. I think you got the more valuable trades if you are Waterloo. Like, you've drawn out that Grav for almost any ult is a win in my book. And now they only have the Shatter from the Engage here. With Waterloo having that Nano Shatter, almost the Molten Load from their Torbjorn. This is looking at absolutely stellar defense so far. With only 2 minutes left, it looks pretty rough for UMN.
Yeah, they have to pull some tricks out of their hat, hopefully, maybe a rabbit or two, and they're just zooming in onto SB Wayne. The poor guy gets dropped instantly, and his turret's still going to be kicking, but they had to hold up for a second due to Corey being slept, and now the push is going to commence, and just like that, Torbjorn's going to be back in action, and that's the beauty and horror of 2CP.
Oh, the Shatter gets blocked from Legolas.
Tomathan gets charged. Yeah, look at that. Amplification Matrix not going to be used because, you know what? It doesn't matter. The Blizzard's thrown down, but that's not going to do much of anything. Khan, the last member left standing, and with the Molten Core left on the point, there's only 60 seconds left remaining here. So we are going to be at that low 1 fight possibly left timer for them to get through.
It is 1 fight territory. It's 1 fight with all 6 of your members, and you're only going to have the support ultimates with your High Noon to go with. Tanks have to swap on to dive. And we also have Vexnos having this Blizzard again. Vexnos building this very quickly, and at almost having another window to use. Huge ult advantage here coming in from Waterloo. Can UMN cut this into a fight when they gotta move it in fast? They gotta get these ticks pretty quickly, or they're gonna get held pretty early. Oh, that's a good start though.
Yeah, very good start there, Boone. And now they just have to deal with that turret, which is 1v1ing their Ana. Very close to taking it. Oh my god, the Ana and Corey got 1v1 by the turret at the worst possible
He
time.
had Nano Boost too. That's not good.
Hate to see it. And that might be disastrous here because Corey's dropped. That's going to be the rest of his team falling. And we only have 4 seconds left. So there's no more pushes here from Minnesota. That's going to be Waterloo holding out on the second point without giving up a single tick.
And yeah, that's just terrible. Corey getting out of position, getting killed by a turret 1v1, winning a Nano Boost on cooldown, forces Goku to just solo beat himself and just clean up here from Waterloo. And all they have to do is secure a point and a tick to bring home the dough, to get the pizza to Waterloo.
Literally bring home the dough, because that's how the pizza's made, for those of you who are unaware. I got you.
Oh yeah, I've been slipping that in the whole cast here, so
yeah,
hopefully our intelligent viewers out there have learned.
The high IQ viewers, because everyone in collegiate Overwatch is high IQ, so if you play in college Overwatch and you're watching this, then you know you got it, so don't worry.
High IQ and high SR, of course. I'm a high SR player, 2200, but I'm just saying.
Wait, 4200? Nice, dude. Proud of you.
Nah, dude, 5200.
5200. Let's go, dude. That's nuts.
Yeah, I'm gaming.
You're gaming?
Yeah, you can catch me on ladder. My ult account is Carpe. Catch me on Owl.
Oh, your ult. That's your ult account, huh?
Yeah, that's my Smurf.
Oh,
But
you
as
can
we can see,
catch me on my main. It goes by the name of DAFRAN.
ooh,
But
yeah, I think I've heard of you.
it's not pronounced. It's spelled out when you say the name.
I like that. Alright.
Not to be confused with the other guy who says the name. I spell mine out.
We should probably get back to the game, shouldn't we? At this point.
I mean, we can because Khan's giving us a reason to, especially him and Bonesy. Look at that, and wow, Exodus and Wayne maybe as well. You know, everyone just going with these funky picks because why not? And yeah, I mean, with how Khan's positioned, they're going with the Sigma. So what do you think the logic is picking the Sigma here on first point?
The logic of the Sigma, I guess, would try to be blocking off a Sim TP, or maybe just trying to get a little extra damage in. I really actually don't know why you run the Ryan Sigma here. Maybe looking for accretion. I'm lost, but I'm also not as good as Khan Sigma, so I don't doubt the pick. Comes the accretion going in and hits the Diva. That's why I put him on Sigma.
Yeah, I mean, he does a good job at annoying them, that's for sure, but is he going to be able to put down damage and get kills? And really, is he going to be able to make that Gravitic Flux work? Because that ultimate has been changed numerous times over, and they're the TP up to the top floor, looking like the Chengdu Hunters from last year, and they're doing a great job at getting to the point, but Bonesy is actually the one taking all the kill credit here, because he's going to be dropping 1-2 members with that Soldier. Khan taking frags down, very nicely done. Badges dropping Guku in, trading out these kills, the counter charge. This is going to go in the favor of the offense, though. The more people that fall from Minnesota, the worse it is for them. So they need to be careful with what they're doing, and their Gravitic Flux going to be used. We will see Reinhardt getting dropped. We do see Baptiste getting dropped, and eventually that's going to be the defense holding out. Vexinus, though, the cheeky wall, is he going to get to it? No, they barely missed out on getting that tick. Oh, that was so close.
That was very close, but the legs coming in clutch, able to run around the wall and get on to the point. I guess that's why they call them the legs. And a huge stagger here on the Vexinus. The offense has to back up here. But forcing out Khan's Gravitic Flux is good for the attackers, but now you're going to building the ult. Oh, the Shatter comes through!
Yeah, look at that Shatter dropping everybody on Waterloo. They're going to hit the floor and walk the dinosaur back to spawn. Khan and company doing a great job at showcasing these off-meta picks. And wow, a Shatter thrown down, but nobody else is around you, buddy. That's a wasted ultimate. And I guess he's going to get out with it, so worth?
That's a really bad use of the Shatter from Badges, but also leg losses wasn't much better. Neither team really able to capitalize on any of those Shatters, both with ultimates now gone, and Khan almost building up to another Gravitic Flux. We do have the DPS ult as well for the defense, 5 ultimates almost on cooldown for the Pizza Pirates, and look at the ult bank for Waterloo, looking kind of rough.
Yeah, Waterloo gonna have to make sure they shore up these weaknesses.
Oh!
Soldier Visor going to be used by Bonesy, securing that fight win. Very nicely done, and yeah, it doesn't even look like Waterloo's putting up a fight. They're just running to their demise and hoping to go again next fight.
And the Nano Dad is just too strong. What they just swapped to that Lucio, so no beat to possibly counteract the Nano Visor. An easy cleanup from UMN Pizza Parts, and 1 minute left in the time bank. What looked like a really promising, perhaps match-winning map is crumbling in front of Waterloo.
Yeah, but they do have that Death Blossom coming up. They will have the Blizzard available soon. So they do have the ultimates in the back pocket. They just have to use them correctly. Both tanks getting knocked up by the Gravitic Flux, and Badges does get dropped. That's going to be the beat being used as well. Legolas, Guku, everyone just coming in and stomping on their opponents. But there is going to be an ult change because multiple ults used by Minnesota, and now 1, 2, 3, 4 going to be available for Waterloo. So this last fight is the best chance Waterloo has at taking the point.
This is the best chance that Waterloo has. I do not know why Guku would beat that, his own Blizzard. They had a huge advantage with the Gravitic Flux as well. An absolute, almost kind of a waste of a beat there. It's going to look...
Oh, the Sneak Shatter comes in and drops everybody, but nobody falls just yet. No kills to come out, and Legolas actually is the one to fall. He is a victim of his own making. He falls after the Sneaky Shatter, and Tourmament going to pick up the follow-up kill, and that's just going to be picking up the pieces here, because even though Wayne's going to fall, there is a huge number discrepancy here on the point, and that's going to be Waterloo breaking through the first point at the 11th hour.
At the 11th hour, just like you said, Legolas going for that Sneak Shatter, but his team not there to back it up. He does manage to knock down 3, but nobody falls. People are just having to jump off the edge here for Pizza Pirates.
Yep, at least it's not ultimate
really
charge.
Rough here. I mean, it's not ultimate charge, and he did force out some ultimates from Waterloo, but Waterloo just has to cap 1 point. to secure the pizza, secure the victory in the first ever meal plan tournament. This looks really good for Waterloo so far, or right now, actually.
Legolas on that hamster, going to go back to Reinhardt, so going to be resetting that ult bank. Meanwhile, Badge is 60% of the way to his ultimate, so that could play into these next two fights or so, depending on how this goes. Watch the Reinhardts, they're going to be big difference makers coming up, especially with this nano boost going down to Legolas. The beat being dropped, AT&T. Oh, but Legolas dies too early, so now who's the target going to be? It's going to be Sigma as the nano boost target. A visor is going to be thrown down as well by Bonesy. No kills coming in because they're all backed into a corner. Gravitic Flux on top of a Blizzard. That seems like overkill, but it gets the job done for them at the end of the day. And a very nice defense coming out here by the side of Minnesota.
Yeah, but you use 4 ults to do it. And now we look at the outbank of Waterloo. They have so much to work with, especially that Blizzard. If Khan does not eat that Blizzard could be the fight steer they're looking for. Again, they only have to cap 1 tick to win Hanamura. As we look at the Shatter and Nano as well, a bunch of ultimates that could be fight winning in their own self. Waterloo looking really strong right now with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in the time bank. These parts just gotta hope for this draw.
Yeah, and we talked about how having this draw set us up to a 2-0, but we're 4 maps in now. So we might be going to another 2-0 at 5 maps in, depending on how this plays out. And Tourmament going to be using that Diva Bomb, trying to change that future, trying to secure themselves the victory here and now, but he's just going to be separated, so Tourmament has to get back with the squad. He will do just that, but Trick Plays found out of position, so there's going to be a brief window of about 7 to 10 seconds where we can see Waterloo use their advantage. Blizzard being used, and even with a shield being dropped down onto Reinhardt, he will get dropped because he's frozen in place. And this could be Waterloo's time to strike. The Shatter comes down and hits absolutely nobody. That's disastrous. And now, with May being used, a boot is going to send Vexenus flying to his demise. And that nano boost thrown down onto a purple May. There is no healing coming down to his May, but that doesn't matter because he's going to be kept alive for the duration of this fight. And with the stalls coming in, this is going to be the last possible fight if they don't get out now. That's going to be Waterloo having to escape at this very moment, and they do just that. So, one single fight is going to be left here.
What looks so promising for Waterloo is just turning into an absolute disaster now with Khan and Bonesy and Trick Plays having 3 of those ultimates on deck. No ults for the side of Waterloo, and with only 20 seconds left, this is their last fight. And the spawn advantage for the UMN Pizza Parts came in clutch there at the end, and we might be going to another draw.
Yeah, Booney, we'll have to see. Waterloo is going to have to see if they can get past 3 separate ultimates ahead of them. One of them being a Blizzard, and they're going to just jump off that. But the Soldier Visor comes in on top of that. The Diva's trying her best to keep her tank teammate alive, but Badges gets dropped, and then the Gravitic Flux is going to be used as well. 2 members eliminated from Waterloo make that 3, and the more we play this out, the more it looks like we are going to see a second tie come out in this series.
Another draw here on 2CP, that 2CP magic I was talking about in the last cast, coming into fruition. This is absolutely crazy right now, how Waterloo was able to not cap after those first initial picks on that last attack, but we are going into another control map here. No more draws available. It's going to be between Lijiang Tower and Oasis right now. And how did Waterloo not win after the UMN wasted 4 ults in this one defensive fight with 2 minutes remaining? Absolutely stellar defense.
Yeah, it's so difficult to eliminate these teams in 2CP, especially on Hanamura with how close the spawn is to point. So you really need to have stellar target focus in order to accomplish that. And honestly, it might be a little harsh, but they didn't have good enough target focus to get the job done. And I think that's what was their demise.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane right now. Still 2-0. We're looking for that first to 3 is not best of 5. So will we be seeing Lijiang Tower or Oasis? As we've seen before, Pizza Pirates almost favoring that dive composition. So maybe we're going to Oasis here. That is actually the selection. Perhaps trying to pull out some ball trickery with Bonesy on that Genji.
Yeah, Oasis also opening up picks like that Pharah. If anyone wanted to whip that out, Pharah is definitely a viable option. Very difficult to play with a McCree, but there are some Pharahs in Collegiate, thinking of you, Matt, who will be able to play it in any situation. And Oasis has the skyboxes on 2/3 of the maps that you can really justify running that pick.
As we can see, I don't know, people cannot read match chat in the stream, but we do have Legolas kind of popping off in the match chat. He's calling for map 7. He's feeling good about himself. He's feeling good about his team's chances for the reverse sweep.
I'm going to need more water if we go to map 7. So if that happens, I'm going to need to get hashtag hydrated.
Yeah, we're going to need to take a quick break, I think, after this map. If we do go to that map 7, that fabled
Well,
map
we've been
7.
going to map 6
Oh,
next.
we're going to map 6, but yes, we probably should take a break after map.
It's okay. Quick math, not needed. But you know what? We may not even get there. Waterloo has the ability to just end this right here if they pull out a victory. And now Waterloo won the last King of the Hill, but we should point out that was a very, very close King of the Hill. So this could totally be going the Pizza Pirates' way, and we might be seeing the reverse sweep coming big here.
And the thing with control maps is always so up in the air. It's that map that anybody can win. Whenever you take a 3-1 in the Overwatch League, it's a big upset. It's like, oh, yep, control. Because control, just if you get that first capture and manage to build your ult bank, it's almost impossible to take it back unless you just out-mechanically skilled the other team. So control is such an up-in-the-air map, and we've seen Waterloo be extremely dominant this entire match so far, but control, right, like controls 3 times in a row, could be what UMN's looking for to take the match back and win the dough for themselves.
And so going forward, we will be given an opportunity to possibly see Pharah played. I'm holding out hope for it. I love seeing a good Pharah in the sky, but we might be seeing Bonesy on the Torbjorn. I'm speaking too soon, though. I should learn from my mistakes. He probably won't lock it in. Don't get excited, Kenny. Don't get excited.
I don't actually think you are speaking too soon. Being a part of the UMN squad, like as the spectator who watches their scrims all the time, Bonesy does like to pull out the Torbjorn on this point, or even the Doomfist. Very unorthodox playstyle from UMN on Oasis. We'll see what they decide to roll with. Yep, here comes the dwarf.
Yes, let's go. I was allowed to get excited, and boy, am I hyped. Bonesy whipping out the Torbjorn, because why not? Their backs are still against the wall, and they have the opportunity to pull out the start of a reverse sweep here, ladies and gentlemen. But it's going to be a little bit of a rocky road, as they will have Khan separated from the team, and Legolas just yeets himself off the map because he thought he was done for. But
he's not
Legolas survived? What? Legolas survived? The biggest of brain charges I have ever seen. He survives the charge, and now he charges out his counterpart, and he gets the kill. Legolas, you are incredible.
Legolas absolutely chatting out on this Reinhardt with that big brain charge and avoiding Badge's charge himself. But I mean, it sounds like a win fight here for Vexnos, because Vexnos had a nice Maywell on the Khan, separated him from the team, forced him to drop. But then, I mean, you just have Legolas charging into the enemy spawn, and already almost having a shatter here. So Legolas won that map 5 or won that map 7. So this is a good start for them.
He's doing everything he can. He's doing the big brain calculations to get his team into that map 7, and it starts here on map 5. If they want to get themselves back in this series, they gotta pull out a W on Oasis. And now, with them posturing for positioning, they do have the point control. Gugu taking down Wayne. Very nice job right there. Looking like a DPS Lucio, if you ask me. And now it's just Waterloo, I guess, having to play possum and just hold tight for the time being.
I believe the official dictionary term is Reddit Lucio that Gugu likes to refer to himself as. But yes, as he gets in there, kills that Reaper, and instantly kills the fight here. It's so hard for Waterloo to push in with the Torb Sigma defense. Oh, the shatter is huge!
Oh man, that defense is impenetrable when it just slams down right in front of you. And that is a single ultimate needed to win the fight. The Nano Boost may have been thrown down, but it was only necessary to use that shatter.
Yeah, Legolas hit him with a 180 shatter off that high ground. Badge is not expecting it. And these ultimates from UMN looking almost impenetrable with the Gravitic Flux and Molten Core. Heading into almost last 2 fights territory here. If they don't move quickly, this is going to be their last good attempt at taking this point back. Bones just messed up the turret though, so the turret's not going to get as much value as you probably like.
The purple comes in, that anti-grenade is huge, and that's catching multiple members, but the beat comes down, very well timed. Unfortunately, they get dropped directly onto Bonesy's lava, and that's going to be possibly the end of this first round of Oasis, because that timer isn't too friendly to Waterloo.
Oh, that's a terrible stagger there from Khan. Oh no, both DPS down, 10 seconds left to touch. This is just going to be some stall shenanigans. It looks like UMN's going to go up 1-0 in this series. And this map here. Oh, Corey get caught in position a little bit, but doesn't manage to get back to his team.
Tourmament getting onto the point just in the nick of time, but the ultimate economy so in favor of this defense now, and you see why. The High Noon comes out, forces the sleep. Khan and Bonesy able to pick up 2 kills in the meantime, and now it's just shooting fish in a barrel here for Trick Blades as he takes down 1, Khan takes down another, and yeah, Minnesota gonna be winning out round 1 on Oasis.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel. I mean, Trick Play is looking absolutely dominant on that high noon, or the McCree. Did get swept out of the high noon by frags, but I want to go back a couple fights actually to that Gravitic flex from Khan. Not only was the flex huge, but the core went beneath it, but that wouldn't have been enough with the beat. But Corey hits an anti-nade onto the team. When they get stuck in that load, they cannot get healed up by that Lucio and just get absolutely destroyed by that combo. It was a lot of ultimates on the side of UMN, but it was enough to secure that fight win and secure the point. Now we head in here after a 100-0 performance. You gotta expect that UMN's feeling pretty good about themselves.
Oh yeah, you can feel the tides changing. The momentum is starting to shift. And we talked about last map how Hanamura was in the favor of Waterloo. They knew the point they had to get to and they couldn't do it. And now with Minnesota having the ability to feel a little confident, get one round win under their belt, they're looking to get their first map win in this series and force a game 6.
Now the dive does come through strong with that far, like you said. You want to see the far play. They're going to stay on this high ground. Playing in the position, however, the jump pad does. Oh, but a huge pick!
Yeah, Trick Play is going to drop Vexinus, and that's what you risk when you play Pharah in this meta. McCrees are so prevalent that you really have to understand the hero and how to position around the terrain in order to keep away from that McCree, because honestly, not only is McCree a good pick against Pharah, but Trick Plays especially has shown to be proficient on this hero.
I mean, Trick Plays takes out the Pharmacy single-handedly, and I know we've got to stagger around the badges on that monkey. Gonna delay their attack here a little bit. No ultimates really on any side here. Well, the defensive positioning now that the UMN can have on the high ground with the double barrier is really gonna come into play.
Yeah, the double barrier is always a rage-inducing comp to play against. You know, you get through one, the other shows up. You get through that, the first one comes back off cooldown, and then all of a sudden your damage is being eaten up. And next thing you know, they have 150% damage amplification, and they're just wiping your whole team. So hopefully we can see Waterloo change the tides of that, but they're just dancing here around point and not looking too promising as the big anti-grenade. And that's 4 antis being thrown down there. No benefit gained from that until you realize, hey, this whole point is still in control of Minnesota, so they're totally fine with just dancing here until Tourmament goes forward and Legolas does take down Vexinus. Wayne counteracting, taking it down one as well, but it's looking like Minnesota has the advantage here unless there's going to be a big play coming out from Badges, and he has the Nano Boost on him as well, so he just has to stay alive and get that Shatter going. He's so close to it too, but Frags is going to fall, and without his main source of healing, that's going to be Minnesota wiping the map here.
And yeah, that's terrible for Waterloo here, because you do one fight and you give up 75%. This is your last chance to take this control map back. You did force a couple ultimates out of UMN, being the high noon nano boost and the beat and the Gravitic flux, but you have Supercharger and Molten Core, which is a huge boon here on control points. So I'm looking for UMN to have a huge advantage here and take a 2-0 almost. And here comes the core.
Yeah, Legolas taking down Vexinus. That's big. A Shattered by Badges, only going to pick up one. But Trick Plays a crucial member of this team. Losing him may be disastrous. We'll have to see how that plays out. Tourmament, though, going to get dropped. And it doesn't look like Waterloo was very prepared for this outcome, because they're going to get 2-0'd on Oasis, it looks like.
And yeah, this is terrible for Waterloo. I mean, you get... I think just like I said, you almost get just 3 fights here on Oasis with that huge fight in the second one. Here we go, the beat comes in the end just to try desperation, but don't think it's going to be enough with Trick Plays on the Doomfish is putting in the damage, and Corey gets 2 at the end. The DPS on it, supportal combat coming out. But as we can see here, just some cleanup from UMN, and just 2 straight 100 O's. Domination on Oasis.
Yeah, Minnesota looking like a totally different team here on Oasis. And now, for the first time in this series, we're going to have Waterloo picking the map.
I mean, if we're going to see it, Waterloo's going to pick every single map in the rest of the series here. It's going to be...
You're powered up. Get in there.
Oh, what a huge Shatter and Anti-Nade coming in from Corey and Legolas. Huge plays, and the tactical crouch onto SP Wayne from Corey. Feeling himself a little bit.
Yeah, and so it looks like the next map is going to be Lijiang. So we're going to go to a brief break, but when we come back, we have Game 6 of the Meal Plan Finals. Don't go anywhere, because this is shaping up to be a memorable series. Welcome back, everybody. We are here in the 6th game of the finals of the meal plan. I'm Beanies. I'm bringing you some action here today alongside my partner, Booney, and we got a barn burner, to say the least here, Booney.
Yeah, I mean, you can say bar burner again because we are heading into a map 6 on Lijiang. Pizza Pirates absolutely dominant on Oasis, 2 straight 100 to zeros. Waterloo maybe losing a little bit of steam here as we head into our 6th map. Up 2-1 in the series. This is still a match point for them, but Pizza Pirates managed to take this back. We go to the all-deciding Game 7.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, this is the 3rd control map available in the pool, and after we finish 5 maps out, we play control maps for the last 2 just to avoid any possible ties and guarantee we have ourselves a winner here, which we may be going to a map 7, as you said. Waterloo looked a little shaky in that last one. Waterloo didn't look like the same team from the first 4 maps, so going here onto Lijiang Control Center, Waterloo has an opportunity to steal this series yet again. Just depends if they're going to grab that brass ring.
Yeah, it just all depends on that. But we did see Peace Pirates kind of going to maybe some more comfort picks here. We had like Bonesy on Torb. We had, I guess it wasn't exactly full meta, and it seemed to work out for them well enough. So maybe they're going to go with these kind of odd compositions, try to throw off a Waterloo, or especially like a mirror on mirror matchup here. But we are going to be seeing Khan on the Zarya, perhaps.
Yeah, and is that Wayne sticking with the Symmetra, or
Probably
no,
TPing his team out and then going back.
Yep, smart idea. Gets the Reaper, teleports right back, lickety split, and next thing you know, we got a fight breaking out, ladies and gentlemen. Walls are thrown down, punches are being thrown up, grenade is hit, but nobody falls to it until Guku actually does. First one to fall in this fight, and that's Waterloo taking control here of this first engagement on Control Center.
Some really nice anti-nades from Frag so far. Hit 5 on the last one and 2 on this one. Both tanks have to back off here. PP cannot have the positional advantage they want here. Now, as they move it on the point, they do catch Wayne a little bit. Has to right back to his team. Oh, but the anti-nade onto Legolas makes him drop.
That drops multiple people. ATT and Wayne going to be picking up kills in the kill feed. And now with the point in control of Waterloo, it's really just delaying the inevitable here for May and Anna. But they are both dropped, and now we will see Waterloo try and get themselves in an aggressive spot, but it's going to be a little hard with these 3 members set up from Minnesota.
They both drop, but Corey almost with that nano boost as he engaged here. Calm's able to escape with all that energy he built up, so he's still a tank that can put out the hurt. As they move in here at almost having that beat here, but really nothing else aside from the shadow for Waterloo. So it's kind of just an even neutral fight here for both teams. Oh, but Frag's the anti-nade.
Yeah, that anti-grenade is so scary. Charge coming down. Reinhardt stopped by his own teammate. Definitely a blessing in disguise, but a sleep comes through on the nano boost of Reinhardt, and he has been dealt with beautifully. Shattered as the sleep is about to end. Beautifully timed right there by the side of Waterloo, and that's Wayne and company just cleaning up the scraps.
Absolutely beautiful play.
Ooh, another sleep.
Ooh. Frags is absolutely putting on a show here in this map. With the anti-nades and the sleeps looking like an MVP caliber performance here. And already 60% gone in favor of Waterloo, and UMN almost having no ults to work with as they engage here aside from the Blizzard.
So, with that Blizzard, they can turn the fight around. Maybe if they stall out a little longer, they can get that gravity. I'm totally blanking on that right now, but the beat comes in, the charges drop, the shadow is teleporting into the back line. He's going to see the bright lights of 2 kills in the distance. 1-2 drop, and Minnesota are going to fall at the hands of Wayne, who is rolling through the competition. They barely had to use their ultimates there as well.
And yeah, the advantage there was for At having the beat while Guku did not, so both Blizzards come down and able to survive it with At's beat is Waterloo. Now coming in here with 5 ultimates to work with, should be UMN. This should be their point to lose right now. The Shatter comes through, huge!
The Shatter is absolutely massive, and the Graviton Surge is held beautifully. There is no reason to use that ultimate, and they are going to be set up so well going forward. That was a massive, massive Shatter by Legolas, keeping his team in this entire game.
Yep, and Bonesy on the cleanup with 3 on that Doomfist, but now kind of at a disadvantage in terms of composition, not having that May. It's going to be huge in favor of Waterloo because they just got to win 1 fight here while UMN has to hold off for 99%. This is going to be quite an uphill battle for UMN.
Yeah, it's going to depend a lot on how we see this Graviton Surge used. There's a great opportunity for Khan to use that Graviton Surge, win this fight, get his team, the other ultimates available, and then just keep the rotations going. It's going to be used right here, securing only 2, but the purple grenade goes in. That's going to be all that they needed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members drop. Make that a 6. Everyone just team wiped with 2 ultimates expended here, but look at that economy. They're totally fine with that trick.
Yeah, that Death Blossom might not completely been worth it from Trick Plays there, as he uses it after already down 2 and Anthony in the grab. Maybe want that one back here as we have Waterloo pushing in with 5 ultimates of their own here. And they just get 1 pick here. This is going to be it for UMN on this map.
Yeah, the B comes down for UMN to try and keep themselves alive. Wow, the Shatters at the same exact time, but the Blizzard is the difference maker, the X factor in this situation. And with Ana trying to keep Khan alive, it's not going to work. There's only squishies left on the point, and I think we're going to see Waterloo take a 1-0 lead on Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, set aside a miracle. I think Waterloo had got this point in the bag. That ult advantage just came to Derek's ugly head. Music coming in from Bonesy is just not going to be enough. But they are stalling this point out well enough. Already at 75%. They just got to win 1 fight here for UMN. However, losing 2 there is not going to be good for them as they go down here. And I think Waterloo finally secured this point.
Yeah, it's just the stalls coming in. Not much to amount from. They're getting picked off very well. The target focus is primed and focused after that Hanamura showing. And that's going to be it. 1-0 over the Waterloo on Lijiang Tower.
And yeah, I don't think the score does this match justice. I think that was not as close as it makes it look. Waterloo looked very dominant, pulling it to 99, and don't have to win 1 fight with all those ultimates kind of pushing into UMN's huge advantage there as it built up the percentage to 82. However, it is going to be Lijiang Garden, and this one you can see some different stuff. Maybe a dive or a Pharah as well, but it does look like going back to standard double barrier from UMN.
I mean, this is their chance to really just throw whatever they can at it. They're down 1-0 here on a possible go-home map for them, so why not bring out all the stops? If you can set up on point here with that Torbjorn, I could see Bonesy carrying the whole fight with it.
Yeah, set up on point with the Torbjorn because that turret could just be put in some really awkward position. The pillar protects it a little bit, just enough to get the value that you want. Gonna meet in Wire. Oh, that's a huge pick from Tommy Grifflay's Woo.
Yeah, Vexen is going down, but Trick Play's also going to follow suit and drop there. And now, what looked very good for University of Minnesota is now going into the favor of Waterloo, who have the White Room under control.
Yeah, and Trick Play is dying there early, losing control of that White Room, like you said, allowing this Ryan Diva just sit in there. And then the May returns as well. They are not going to catch the point just quite yet, though. Both teams setting up on it.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to deal with the double barrier sustained, because once you break one of their barriers, the next one's up. Meanwhile, Reinhardt has only 1 shield to work with, but that's not going to matter, because the damage coming through from this Waterloo squad is immeasurable. 3 kills going down, make that 4, and that's going to be a massive team fight wipe here, setting themselves up beautifully on Lijiang Garden.
Yeah, it's hard to sustain when Frags hits a nice anti-nade like that onto the back line, threads the needle between the 2 barriers, able to get the value out of that nade, kill some backline targets, and just push Waterloo to a cap. However, Waterloo only staying at 20% and not having many ults to work with outside of the Shatter and Nano.
ATT getting very close. Oh, Shatter's blocked by his own teammate, and then Legolas charges Frag. The short charge was beautiful there, and this is Minnesota just dominating this fight incredibly quickly. Very nicely done.
And yeah, that's not what you want to see when the May blocks your own Shatter. Falling down at only 40% cap here for Waterloo. Not an unsurmountable task here for UMN to hold. But we do see an ult advantage coming in here a little bit for Waterloo with the Blizzard and the Bomb. Almost having 5 ults, just not having that Shatter to work with. But UMN not really pitting themselves either with a huge ult bank of Bonesy's Molten Core and Khan's Gravitic Flux. You can probably see a Gravitic Flux in the White Room here super early to engage.
Yeah, they're slowly but surely making their way out of this White Room, and that's exactly what they're going to be waiting for as the Gravitic Flux comes out. Minnesota knew what to expect. The beat came down, so it was also expected there by Waterloo, but Badges winning with a charge, taking down Legolas, and now with the High Noon up and running, a Boom tries to set him up, but Khan's going to be the one to actually knock them down. 1-2 members and the mech make that 2.5, trying to finish off this Baby Diva. Badge is going to be the first one to fall, and Minnesota turning that fight around incredibly well.
Yeah, it's surprising because At hit a really nice beat there, able to keep his support line member and frags alive with that beat through the Molten Core and Gravitic Flux. However, just not going to be enough when Khan's just pure damage output is just so much. Able to build up almost 50% to another Gravitic Flux already, while Bonesy halfway to another Molten Core. This combo is deadly right now. Legolas with the Shatter and both support ultimates up for UMN. Looks like a huge advantage for them going into this next fight here.
Yeah, you can hear that Torp turret just working its method, trying to make sure it can land some shots, but it gets dropped by Vexinus. So now a second attempt coming in here by Waterloo. 2 members to go down, but Frags actually falls off the map and Badges takes out Legolas. So a questionable back and forth happening here, but still Waterloo are able to come out on the top of this fight somehow, even with Moira going down early. And a Diva Bomb gets used, but won't get a chance to remake thanks to the lava being thrown down on the map. And this whole time, the point is still in control of Minnesota. So now they do have very, very realistic chances of winning this round. They just have to hold out for 10% more, and the stalls are coming in, and they look desperate.
They look desperate, and Khan has a Gravitic Flux with the Trick plays High Noon for cleanup, and no ults aside from Reaper to work with for Waterloo. This could be really rough for them. Oh, they lose the Diva match so early!
They lose that early on, and that's going to be all she wrote here, I believe, for Gardens, as there's only so much you can do to come back from this. The Gravitic Flux cancels out that, the Death Blossom, and now it looks like there may be a chance to come back, but Legolas taking down his counterpart, charging off the map. That may have been a bad choice here, because he eliminates himself from the fight, and now McCree has to go High Noon superhero mode with his teammate Khan, and neither of them are looking very healthy. Frags going to fall very shortly to that McCree, and now what looked to be like a scary moment for Minnesota. They may be able to stabilize, but no, there's a Doomfist coming back, the beat's being dropped, and somehow Minnesota threw away this opportunity.
They threw away the opportunity. I don't know if Legolas will go on that charge back off the map. Oh, but here we go. Bones has the Doomfist, but 2!
Look at that. Doomfist picking up 2, picking up 3, 4. Oh my god, Bonesy, what are you doing to these people? They have families. They have people that care about them, and you're just wiping them off the face of the earth. A 5th one. Go for the team wipe, Bonesy. Yeah! The team wipe by Bonesy secures Minnesota's chances to stay alive.
All I know is we need to instruct these Overwatch players that the point is to stay on the map, actually, because we had Frags, Vex, and Legolas all jump off the map at one point or another. So maybe not exactly what they wanted there for Waterloo. We're going 1-1. This series is going to the absolute wire. Bonesy able to clutch it out with a 6K at the end on the Doomfist. Perhaps he actually stays on the Doomfist here, feeling himself a little bit, saying, hey, they're not stopping it, why not?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Just go with what works. That won them the last time, and Doomfist is one of those heroes where you can try and plan around him, but he sneaks up one time, one-shots your support, and that happens to be the fight that you needed that support. So Doomfist always going to be a scary hero in the right hand. Meanwhile, SB Wayne going to just get his team up top there, minus the Doomfist, though, going with the Mei in place of it, and unfortunately for Minnesota, Waterloo set themselves up first on this point.
Yeah, set themselves up first with those Sim turrets, not able to get in there for Triple set his own up. Bonesy did end up finding the Symmetra, but just not going to be enough. And as we move into the first capture, Badges already having Shatter online. And just a little bit of stagger now here from Corey, but it's just not going to be enough as Waterloo caps first.
Frags taking some kills, getting himself a few more pretty stats to set up, and Bonesy just taking away that teleporter because, you know, with the new Symmetra, those teleporters really just last forever. So gotta drop them so there's no way they can be used.
It gets out those quick recontests if you manage to come in and get a few picks of your own if you're UMN, but you gotta deal with the super treasure. Oh no, Bonesy falls, but Khan finds the Symmetra. Yeah,
that's a 1-for-1 trade. Shatter not going to connect on anybody from this poor Badges as he charges into combat, not going to get dropped either. So ultimately going to work out in the favor of them. A beat's going to be dropped, a questionable usage of that by ATT, keeping himself alive, I guess, but definitely would have wanted that for the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, when you are, if that situation was in Con Desperate, you were down 2 if you were Waterloo, so I can't exactly totally blame At for that beat, but not having fragged his ult either is going to be rough after he swaps to the Moira off the Baptiste. But you do have Blizzard and Bomb to work with, however, UMN coming up on huge ultimates like the Shatter and Gravitic Flux. See how they decided to push in here. There you go!
The Shatter comes in, but the charge misses. Doesn't really matter, though, because he's just swinging into an entire grouping of people, and that's going to be an easy fight one here from Minnesota. Yet again, off the back of just one Legolas button being pressed.
I mean, not only that, but Legolas also stunned Vex out of his Blizzard, so that Blizzard is gone currently for Waterloo, not having that huge ultimate online. This will allow, because Goku did not have his sound barrier, so that could have been a team wipe for Waterloo, and they could have probably secured the point almost off of that alone. However, Goku will now have his sound barrier. Here comes the Gormative Flux. It's huge.
Yeah, Gravitic Flux throws multiple members into the air, and this might be Waterloo just having to minimize losses here because they have no chance of winning this out. Diva does get DMAX. She gets eliminated, so that's a bit of charity going over to Tourmament that he didn't have to drop himself off the map. And that fight ending pretty quickly, we see Waterloo get sent all the way back to their spawn, being chased, actually, by Minnesota.
Yeah, getting chased back, and Legolas almost having another shatter. Still both support ultimates online for UMN, looking really good to be able to sustain this point out. One more fight, and they'll probably tie Waterloo's percentage. Oh, but they TP to point.
The TP comes in, it's so sneaky, the wall is dropped, the beat is used, the shatter goes down, and that's a 3-man high noon coming in by Trick Plays. And that's going to be an easy fight win off of that big performance.
Yeah, and if you are Waterloo, you use both the bomb and the symbol. You're going to swap to McCree yourself. Only having this Blizzard to use, Coalescence almost online. But Goku did use the beat, so your Blizzard should be able to go in, get a lot of value, unless Khan manages to eat it with his eat on the left shift. The rock comes in, just misses.
Oh, Badges barely gets out of that, but with the Coalescence being used, he may be dropped. No, Legolas is the one in the fall, actually, thanks to that Blizzard being used. Coalescence also almost taking down Bonesy. He barely gets out of that, and now he has to try and use his passive to get out alive, and he will be doing just that, taking out Vex, and his Trick Plays also, and somehow, what, oh my gosh, I can't believe it, Minnesota's going to end up winning this fight, and they're going to end up forcing us to a Game 7.
We are going to finally see a Game 7, and it is going to be, I believe, it's going to be back on Busan, where we start this map off. Some last-second staggers coming in onto the point. Oh, Bonesy manages to punch, and Legolas gets solo shattered in the spawn of Waterloo, but I think he'll take that any day. Manages to stay alive, actually. How is he still up? Bonesy finding at, and yes, there's going to be some cleanup staggers from UMN. Absolutely coming alive here in the latter half of this series. Tommy Trick Plays with the high noon. It doesn't get anything but finds Tomathan with the melee. And yes, we are going to Game 7 like you said. They just don't want my voice to rest. They don't want Evan to have any free time. Here we go into a map 7.
Vex in this is trying to keep his team in this, trying to get them that dub, but it's going to be all she wrote for Li Zhang. And ladies and gentlemen, Waterloo versus University of Minnesota is going to Game 7.
My goodness, this is actually an insane match now. Which huge shatter from Legolas was Legolas, ever since Oasis came out, has been turned online. Has just been absolutely dominating Badges in the Rhine-on-Rhine mirror.
And look at that. Legolas getting the time to shine. And Waterloo is going to get the option between Oasis and Busan. So, based on history, I'd say Busan is the likely pick. But maybe they're feeling confident on the Oasis run back.
Yeah, Busan would probably be the best choice for them considering they won it earlier in the series and they just got 100 or 200 0'd last time Oasis was played in map 5. Now, I mean, just this is absolutely insane. I cannot believe we're still going to map 7. We're trying to boost the stream ratings. Obviously, this is totally scripted, chat. Waterloo and Pizza Pirates going the complete distance. They want this pizza. Both sides fighting desperately for the prize of the century.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind some pizza earning it from this Overwatch battle. Like, my God. They are well deserving. Honestly, both these teams deserve pizza at the end of the day. Unfortunately,
I think we get the loser breadsticks.
Yeah, we'll just send them the Olive Garden, endless breadsticks. Why not, you know? And so, we're getting the readies coming in, I think, and it's going to be a storybook ending as mentioned by our buddy Galaxy. It's Busan that starts the series and Busan that ends the series. And as I say that, we're just getting some not readies really quick. So in the meantime, coming back to Busan, for those of you who weren't with us back at the start of the series, because it was a while ago, we have Busan as a 2-1 victory, I believe, in favor of Waterloo, but the 2-1 was much closer than it may have shown.
Yeah, Busan was probably the closest map to begin before Pizza Pirates got in this hot streak. Busan, they look pretty solid onto it, winning, I believe, downtown, but then losing Mecha Base and Sanctum. So seeing if they can't just reverse those a little bit, because Sanctum and Mecha Base are both extremely close in favor of Waterloo. So we'll see how Peace Parts reacts here. I mean, Peace Parts have just got to be just riding this high, while Waterloo is just on the lowest of lows right now in the mental game. Waterloo just got to remember that you were up 2-0 in this series, and you just got to bring it back to that kind of mentality of just overall aggression and just winning every single one-on-one you took. But when we look back on the series, I think we're going to see either an epic collapse in terms of Waterloo, or just an epic show of fortitude in their mental.
Exactly. And thinking ahead, both these teams have had standout players. Both of them have had absolutely incredible moments from both sides. And, the ones that stand out to me personally are Wayne on Waterloo and Bonesy on the Pizza Pirates. I mean, each of those DPS players in their own rights have been dominating these matchups and putting the teams on their back multiple times.
Yeah, I can even remember, like, map 1, we were claiming Corey was the player of the match. After that 6K on Lijiang Tower, Bonesy has been moving his way up my rankings as well. It's going to be so hard to give a player of the match at the end of this, no matter who wins. It's going to be very close for who we get the finals MVP to, but we'll have to see. We can't get ahead of ourselves. We still have one map to go here. Still Busan. We still have control to go. And if we get anything like Lijiang, we are in for a treat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we get anything like the first Busan, we're in for a treat. Hell, if we get anything like the whole series we've had, we're in for a treat. So I'm going to say it's pretty safe that we're in for a pretty tasty, sweet snack.
Yeah, as you can tell, both me and Beanie's voices are just leaving us right now. We're both trying to inhale and try to catch our breath a little bit.
Well,
here
that was water.
Map 7.
That was water that went down wrong, too. It went down the wrong pipe. Whenever you do that, you swallow some water and accidentally it goes down the other chute.
Yeah, it's never a good feeling.
No, but I stabilized. I found my footing, and we recovered. So you know what? It worked out. And that's exactly what Waterloo's looking to do right here, because Waterloo, going into this map, has had a tough series. They have had multiple opportunities to close this out and get a W, and they just couldn't finish it when they needed to. On the other hand, Minnesota, they have been able to prevent their loss multiple times, with one tie being forced on their end and then winning out the next 2 maps after forcing that tie. So Minnesota with the momentum, Waterloo with the history of wins. Who's going to come out on top?
Yeah, it's going to be so close here. Both teams looked really solid in both halves of this. It's going to be so hard to decide who's going to be a winner here if we just look at the compositions. We have the Torbjorn from Wayne here trying to murder Bonesy, but Bonesy actually going to be on the McCree this time, while Trick Place takes up the mantle of the Tracer. Interesting DPS line with the Goatless tanks, but maybe trying to get some picks in the back and just play some weird compositions that's been working for him these last couple maps.
Yeah, why not? Just go with what you're feeling. Meta's not always the biggest thing. I mean, most of its composition is meta, and if you want to throw a wrench in there, go for it. Just have to play around that properly. As we see, Khan feeling his Sigma, been a key point of their comeback, playing that Sigma, and a nice accretion, going to be taking down Wayne, but he's just going to Molten Core his way back to health, and Vexinus, Bonesy, each going to keep themselves entertained by dropping someone. Bonesy, though, going to be winning out on that McCree duel. Tourmament, though, taking out Legolas, and that looks like Waterloo has the positioning. They're forcing back their opponents, and Minnesota doing just that, going to have to turn around and try and just stall this out as long as they can.
Yeah, and if you see Kong going down there, both tanks upper UMN, Pizza Pirates, it looks like Waterloo is going to claim first control. As Pizza Pirates starts to back out a little bit. Losing Corey to the headshot was huge. There's a lot of healing gone from UMN. Only 63% to the Coalescence. Usually expect to have that by now. Frags outbuilding him on the Nano Boost. And Badge is already with that Shatter. Huge advantage for Waterloo here on the defense, unless they get picked early. I like their chance to hold it here, too.
Yeah, Badges and Frags could be the only 2 members needed to win this fight. A Shatter, a Nano Boost, that's a recipe for success. But a High Noon, they throw a wrench in as he uses it just to zone, forces members back, and now the Coalescence going to get them stuck between a rock and a hard place. But the rotation comes down, that's going to be a Shatter, dropping 1, but 2 are coming down in response by Minnesota as their DPS are showing up big time. Trickblade's the only one of those 2 left, and now it's just a Dotsy-Do around this Mary, and it's going to rely on that beat to keep them alive and focus as Waterloo. Now the Pulse Bomb taking down 2 in tandem with the Gravitic Flux, and that coordination was stellar right there by Minnesota.
UMN, though, having to use 5 ults to get this point back at 50% for Waterloo. Waterloo looking pretty good, but their ult bank having to only use the Beat and Shatter and Molten Core that fight. They will have Bomb, High Noon, and Frag's Nano Boost again as they go in here to try to claim it back. This is not last fight for either side, so they try to play it a little slow.
Yeah, I mean, that's really all they have to do now is just try and take it a little slow. Don't get too aggressive. You have 50% of the way there, so just make sure you can get that 50%, other 50% secured, and it's going to look good doing that with a nano-boosted Reinhardt. This charge from Legolas is going to be missed, and then these counter-charge, but Bonesy and Khan responding with 2 kills of their own, make that 3 kills in total now, as both of them just lighting up the kill feed, and yet again, Waterloo looked strong, but Minnesota ends up on top.
Yeah, that's really bad for Waterloo. They invested 3 ultimates there with High Noon, Nano Boost, and Shatter, I believe. Or no, Bomb. But they just did not get any value out of it. They only got Legolas with that Nano Rhyme, but that's only because the counter charge came through. And now UMN looking to have the ult advantage here. Almost having Corey's Coalescence, Bonesy almost that High Noon. Trick plays can get more value on the Pulse Bomb. And Legolas should be able to build his Shatter here.
Yeah, he should be able to. That's the big thing, though. Should. If he gets picked off too early, that's going to be the end of the road for him. And High Noon, Coalescence, a tried and true combination. And no, Wayne late on the rotation. Wayne's going to get dropped. But then the Shatter is a big one, taking both tanks down. And that may be Badges covering for his DPS's error. The poor McCree cannot finish off the kills with that stunned Tracer, but had to make it look good and finishes her off later on, and that's going to be a turned point for Waterloo as it hits 85% on the side of Minnesota.
Yeah, and Bex also a cleanup there. However, if you are Waterloo, you feel pretty good about yourself. You're going to have Beat along with High Noon and Molten Core with your Coalescence already online. You're going to feel pretty good about your ult bank. UMN looking like they're kind of straggling a little bit. Almost having that Shatter, the Griffith Flux, but looking kind of slow on those support ultimates you're going to need to take this point back into the ults that Waterloo has. Looks pretty good for Waterloo, but it is last fight for UMN. If they win here, they take this first map on Busan. Oh, that's not a good start, though.
Yeah, Vexenus taking down Corey right there. It's going to set up Waterloo for success, and now Coalescence does come out, so that's going to be Minnesota very intelligently just backing up and taking their losses. They did bait out one ultimate, albeit Coalescence, which we all know does come back rather quickly. So for all we know, Frags could get that up again in this next fight if it goes long enough.
Yeah, he did bait out Coalescence, but then again, you won't have that for your last fight. Well, Corey will have his. Bones is looking for a little flank here on the left, looking for his High Noon pick. Oh, but gets caught with Venesis. Will Vex be able to take him down? No, Bonesy's able to escape. Here comes the Molten Core on the point. Bonesy to fall into with a headshot.
Yeah, he's going to pick up his opponent there. Dropping one is going to be ATT. Badges now trying to take down his opponent. The beat's going to be used, and that's 1-for-1 trade in ultimates now as both beats have been used, and the McCree gets dropped by an accretion. So very nicely played here, but with 99 ticking, it's not looking very good for Minnesota. They need to win this fight, and they need to win now, but Tourmament taking down Trick Plays, and with Khan and his counterpart Guku both going to be dropped, it's looking like it's going to be a 1-0 round score to Waterloo.
I mean, 1-0 round score to Waterloo, and again, they took that point and just had a great ult economy basically for the whole time, so they were able to hold on that point very easily there towards the end, especially with Corey being picked out early by Vex, not able to build that Coalescence in time to save his team. Now, we do head to downtown here, which is kind of known for maybe some odd compositions, odd-er, but it does look like it goes.
Bring out the Widowmaker, bring out the Widowmaker.
Or it looks like it does not look like we're bringing out any of those. Just standard stuff.
This is so fun on this map. You can just play around point with the giant departure time board, I guess you would call it, and it's just so fun. But unfortunately, as you said, we won't be seeing that. We do get Torb mirrors though, so tell me the last time you thought you would see a Torb mirror matchup here on Busan.
You know, probably never, but I mean, interesting how they play this out because Bonesy has been shown to get a little more value on this Torbjorn pick that he wants to play. Move in here to a first fight.
Yeah, turrets are just shooting each other back and forth, but one of them did have a shield, so it lasted a little bit longer. Accretion gonna come out and take Badges down. Almost going to fall, actually. I spoke too soon. He did get healed back up, so not going to die just yet. Vexenus and company trying to make their way to the point as it is taken early here by Minnesota.
Yeah, the thing that Minnesota wants to do is hit that point first. With that Sigma, they have more barrier sustainability up rather than the Ryan Diva. So if they hold this point right now, they feel pretty good about themselves. Corey behind about 30% in the ult charge for Coalescence, though. Forcing UMN back off up to the point, but Khan finds Vex.
Yeah, and he looks for another, but he can't quite find anyone else. As Badges has taken down his teammate, and Wayne also picks up a kill. And while the fight is being pushed to the back corner, it looks like the aggressors are the ones in a deficit here until Guku actually evens it out. The Shatter, though, going to take down one. The turret's going to be dropped. Moira's going to be dropped, and that's going to be the fight turnaround here for Waterloo.
Maybe because Trick Plays and Crazy are back here in this fight. This could be the, oh my god!
Oh, the Shatter! I spoke too soon! The Shatter comes in for Legolas, and he did it! He held them off! Show me I was wrong, buddy, and I love to see it.
Khan absolutely destroyed on the Sigma, able to stay alive, not get hit with the Shatter, hit a nice gravitic flex, force them to be low and not have to be aggressive on the point. Bonesy almost has that Molten Core, a nice point deterrent. Guku almost with that beat as well. This looks really good for UMN defense, already 60% to 0 from Waterloo.
Yeah, it looks like Minnesota's trying their best to take this series to the longest it can possibly go, and they're looking poised to do it as they just need one more fight win to come out on top. And the Molten Core is being matched by both sides. It's just a big party for both of them. Bonesy gonna be dropping 2 with his, though, already showing up his opponent on the same exact pick. And Trick Plays taking down Wayne. 83%. I don't know if they can get a recontested.
I think they'll get a recontest, but they'll have no ults to work with. They'll have Corey's Coalescence to push into as well. A huge sustainability on point for UMN, looking really good to take this point 100 to 0. They're pushing in down main here. Guku was forced to use his beat though, so they don't have that for sustainability. And we move on here, we're gonna plug for the Diva. Oh, but loses mech right away. Tourmament already in baby form.
He's getting dropped way too quickly there. Guku taking down one, Legolas taking down another, and you know what? I should have known it. I should have seen it coming. Booney, we're going to the round 3 of the 7th map.
I feel like I did know it, but I also feel like I didn't want it to happen. But we are going. Bones just get a hammer kill though at the end on Dwayne. A little bit of a certain down, so we are going to end it on Mecha Base, the final map of the first week of the meal plan. Who will get the dough? Who will secure the pepperoni? Who will pillage the pizza? Well, let's have to stay tuned to find out.
Yeah, I mean, we have everything on the line here. When I'm saying everything, I'm talking about all the pizza. So you don't want to miss out on that. And if you're trying to get pizza in your body and you're doing it through competition and you win the 7th game of a 1st to 3, that sounds like earning it, to say the least.
It feels so weird to think that nothing that has happened up to this point even matters. It's just this map. This is all that matters in the end of it. Oh, we double barrier Orisa Sigma here. This could be what PP's looking for.
Yes, Wayne going for a late swap off onto that Reaper, so gonna be coming behind a little slower, but he does get there eventually. So looking fine and dandy. Just gonna have to try and deal with this crossfire that both of these squads are, I guess not both of them are prepared for, because Badges and company are just taking the fight right to them. And Orisa gets blocked off, but Legolas squeaks through the wall, just barely getting by, making sure he doesn't get dropped. And that halt is beautifully done, eliminating the rotations. They're securing the high ground for these tanks and their McCree. A crucial move right there until they give it up.
Yeah, Peach Price got super split there. The DPS were on the low ground with the supports. The tanks could not hold that high ground like they wanted to. And they're forced to drop into a disadvantageous position and just get absolutely rolled on the point. Waterloo taking first cap again. Hoping to hold this time.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Waterloo take first cap multiple times now. It's just going to depend on whether or not they can hold it. And this is the time for them to hold it if they were ever to do that, because this is the last opportunity they have to play this weekend.
Yeah, Frags looked really strong, building that coalition very quickly already. Frags asserting dominance over Corey on the support. Corey just finally getting that coalescence online. Now, as we move here, the Maywall's already used splits off Bonesy and Legolas from their team. However, they do manage to stay alive and get Bonesy into a position where it's on the high ground with that turret. Oh, but the shatter!
Yeah, both Reinhardt's going down there with the coalescence being used now. We see the Blizzard also being thrown there, but Bonesy, that turret, that Torbjorn is just putting in work. And with Trick Plays being nearly untouched on this backside, he is just going to be a menace to deal with. 41% though, taken by Waterloo.
And that's really rough for your Waterloo. You had to invest both your Shatter and your Blizzard and still lose that fight. But however, you are pushing into UMN, who has almost not too many ultimates to work with. They do have the DPS and almost a gravitic flux. However, they do have the advantage as of right now if they push quickly.
Yeah, they're moving pretty quickly and looking like a unit with this death ball. It just depends on how well they can transition this across this deadly bridge. And with Torbjorn firing out the lava, it's going to force them off the high ground, and they do not have themselves grouped up in that death ball anymore. 1-2 members, and the charge from Badges is going to miss. Legolas read him like a book, and this chapter of this fight is going to close, ladies and gentlemen, because Badges and company are going to have to reevaluate their game plan, even though they did get a little bit of percentage added on there at the end.
Yeah, they did get a bit of a flip there. That is good for Waterloo, though. You do save yourself about the 15 or so percent from UMN being built up. Still in the lead in control percentage. But now you did force a lot of ultimates out of UMN, and you have your grab to use. If you are Tourmament, you gotta hit a fat one here. Khan does have the gravitic flux, but I don't think it's gonna be enough on its own. Guku has the... Oh, that's not a good start!
That's not very good for Waterloo, but if you're University of Minnesota, this is what you love to see. Khan throwing that gravitic flux up into the air, waving his hands like he just does not care. That gravity surge is going to keep them off the point just long enough for Waterloo to flip it yet again. A cheeky little take there, and Legolas frozen, facing a Coalescence. The two shields blocking Badges out, and Legolas just takes both Reinhardts off the map, eliminating them from the equation. But that leaves Waterloo with a lot more point presence, and that's going to be Waterloo controlling this with 72% taken. We're getting closer and closer to the last fight territory here, Boone.
Yeah, this could be probably last fight here. It's a 6v6 for UMN Pizza Pirates. However, they do have a huge ult advantage. Unless Vex hits a very nice Blizzard, they should be able to bring it back with the Molten Core and the Shatter and the High Noon. But we have seen Vex throw some really nice Blizzards. Oh, it gets eaten by Khan!
Khan with an incredible job there, eliminating Vexinus' ultimate from the equation. Legolas, though, going to get dropped right there, and that might be the end of it here for Minnesota. They lose their main tank, and without that Reinhardt, how do you deal with Badges and Tourmament? How do you deal with all this damage? You gotta find a way around it, and that High Noon's gonna be the first possible solution. Unfortunately, not going to be the answer that they needed, and Tourmament actually going to go down with frags responding as well. Bonesy, though, doing everything he can to keep this team in this, and Legolas actually able to come back and preserve this fight. What?
They preserve the fight, but they make a lot of swaps and have no ults to work with here. This is probably going to be a last fight territory for either side. We do have the Graviton Surge almost ready to go for Tourmament. Waterloo feeling pretty good about their chances. They just can't get picked early. Legolas had to go back to spawn and swap. So they're down their Rhine. They will not have the position that they want here on the point. Very close on both sides. It's 80% to 99%. This is last fight.
Yeah, this is basically the last fight. Whoever wins this is going to win the entire series. It all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. Torbjorn up in the top. Bonesy trying to have a field day. Badges cannot land the Shatter. He will miss out on hitting that. Khan dropping very low, and Tourmament going to drag three members in the Graviton Surge, and ATT going to pick up a kill. SBB picking up one as well, but Guku and Bonesy responding on the backside there by Minnesota, and SB Wave taking one down with that Death Blossom, but it won't matter too much because his team actually is going to win it. I think Waterloo can do it. They have to deal with this Legolas, but he's going to only take out one, and that's going to be all she wrote, folks. Waterloo is going to be able to hold off the reverse sweep and get themselves that sweet pizza party heal here thanks to the meal plan.
Holy Toledo, what a match to end our first ever meal plan here. I can barely speak. I'm just mentally boomed after such a long day and such a great match. But in the end, Waterloo just coming out just that much a little bit stronger. In the end, able to claim the first ever championship in the meal plan. GG's to UMN Pizza Pirates and to Waterloo, our first champions. Enjoy your pizza.
Yeah, seriously, enjoy that pizza, man. Well earned, to say the least. Going to Game 7, we had 2 ties. You were nearly reverse swept. Literally, at the last possible moment to stop that reverse sweep, you did it. And so shout out to you guys at Waterloo, and also shout out to University of Minnesota. They put up a hell of a fight, and honestly, with how that last map went, it could have gone either way. We could be saying Minnesota won right now, for all I know.
That is true. That was such an insane series, but we have to give out a finals MVP. And if I had to put in my 2 cents, I would definitely say Frags would be my MVP for Waterloo. Checked out a lot of value on the Ana after the first couple maps. Was able to get those anti-nades in and the mortar play, able to sustain his team in these long, drawn-out brawls that he got in with on these less control points. So I think Frags would be my MVP.
Well, you heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen. Frag's considered the MVP, and because he's considered the MVP, Frag's going to be getting a little extra oomph. I believe he's going to be getting a large pizza sent to him in place of a medium. So, Frags, You earned that large pizza, buddy. Well played to you. Well played to the entirety of Waterloo. And before we head off on broadcast, gotta give a big thank you to everyone who put this together. Everyone from University of Delaware, Minnesota, various other colleges, Carleton, Rutgers, everyone who put in work. Tachyon, thank you for helping out as well. And all our other casters, this was a community event put together, and everyone who put the work in deserves to feel proud of themselves. So shout out to you guys, and that's going to be it for me. Boone, you have any final words?
I mean, I just gotta say, hey, thanks for stopping in and watching the first ever meal plan. I know it's kind of put together almost last second this week, but I think we put together a pretty good production and with some excellent games to go along with it. So hopefully we can continue this in the future with some huge viewers numbers in the chat. 66 viewers max today. Absolutely massive. Thank you all so much for stopping out today.
Absolutely. Oh, actually, I'm looking at the chat and it's at 90 right now.
It's at 90 right now. Holy Toledo. Absolutely massive viewer numbers. Yeah. Thank you all for coming out and supporting the meal plan. We hope you all enjoyed this production. We hope you all enjoyed these games, and just GG's to all the players.
Yeah, GG's. Boone, you got a Twitter you can plug?
Well, I mean, I don't really do much on my Twitter, but I am on Twitch at Boone_OW, BOON1E_OW. You can check me out there. My Twitter is the same handle.
Shout out to that. I'm at Beanies ENT on everything. So if you want to check us out, keep it updated with what's going on, give us a follow. And thank you guys once again for staying around for this long series. You have a good night.